Welcome to the HR Nightmare, where I turn your employment dreams into a reality. I once had a job where the HR department required 3 references for every applicant. Turns out all 3 references were just the applicant's mum. I was reading an employment contract the other day. It said if I wanted a 6-pack, I had to bring it to work. So I did, and they fired me for bringing a 6-pack of beer to work. They didn't even specify what kind of 6-pack. Have you ever noticed that HR people always ask you where you see yourself in 5 years? Like, I don't know, Karen, maybe not still working here? I once had an hour manager tell me to bring my whole self to work, so I showed up in my pajamas and brought my therapist with me. Why do HR people always act so surprised when you use your vacation days, like they didn't give them to you in the first place? Have you ever noticed that HR people always have the coldest hands, like they are trying to freeze the fun out of you? Why is it that HR people always seem to have the worst timing when they call you into their office, like I don't have a job to do or anything? You know what they say about HR, they are like a black hole. Once you get sucked in, you never come out the same. HR people should come with a warning label, approach with caution, may cause mental breakdowns. HR people are like Darth Vader, always watching your every move and making sure you stay in line. It's like HR people are trained in the art of sapping the life out of people. You know what they say, HR stands for horrifically ridiculous. It's like HR wants the employees to be robots, not humans. Like, I'm sorry, I can't give you a raise, but here's a hug from the HR department. You know what they call HR professionals? The fun police. I once had a coworker who would go to HR for everything. She even tried to get them to solve her breakup with her boyfriend. Now, back when I was an hour manager, they used to call me the HR Nightmare. It's amazing how many grown adults need HR to mediate their conflicts. I had 2 grown men argue for an hour over who got to keep the stapler. I once had to mediate a dispute over a pen, and you wonder why I'm the HR Nightmare. I once had to explain to an employee that not getting a promotion is not considered harassment. Yes, that is a true story. I once had to explain to a grown adult that leaving multiple voicemails in a row does not increase their chances of getting a call back. Yeah, I'm still the HR Nightmare. I had to remind an employee that personal grooming belongs at home, not in the office bathroom. Yeah, I'm still the HR Nightmare. I had to explain to an employee that the copy machine is not a microwave. Yeah, I'm still the HR Nightmare. I had to tell an employee that the break room is not a bedroom. Yeah, I'm still the HR Nightmare. I had to remind an employee that the bathroom is not a personal grooming station. Yeah, I'm still the HR Nightmare. I had to explain to an employee that a stapler is not a weapon. Yeah, I'm still the HR Nightmare. I had to explain to an employee that the office is not a daycare. Yeah, I'm still the HR Nightmare. I had to remind an employee that their workspace is not their bedroom. Yeah, I'm still the HR Nightmare. I had an employee request a raise after being here for a week. Yeah, I'm still the HR Nightmare. I once had to explain to an employee that their co-workers are not their therapists. Yeah, I'm still the HR nightmare. I once had an employee steal the office kitchen sink. Yeah, I'm still the HR nightmare. I once had an employee bring their pet snake to work. Yeah, I'm still the HR nightmare. I had an employee break up with their significant other on the company's conference call. Yeah, I'm still the HR nightmare. I had an employee ask if he could take a nap in the break room. Yeah, I'm still the HR nightmare. One of our employees brought their dog to work, and it wasn't a service animal. Yeah, I'm still the HR nightmare. I once had an employee argue with me that Casual Friday included pajamas. Yeah, I'm still the HR nightmare. I once had an employee wear sunglasses to a job interview. Yeah, I'm still the HR nightmare. I once had an employee show up to work in a banana suit. Yeah, I'm still the HR nightmare. I once had an employee eat their lunch with their feet. Yeah, I'm still the HR nightmare. One of my employees thought they were a superhero and tried to fly off the roof. Yeah, I'm still the HR. One employee tried to microwave their pet goldfish. Yeah, I'm still the HR nightmare.
Welcome to Laughing Through Tax Season. It's the only time of year when people are excited to lose their money. I always forget the deadline for taxes. Thank God for extensions. It's like a temporary get out of jail free card. You know what they say, there are only two things guaranteed in life: death and taxes. And at least with taxes, you can delay one of them. You know what they say about taxes? The government is like a bad ex, always taking more than they give. You know what's worse than doing your taxes? Having to help someone else do theirs. I tried to file my taxes online, but the website said page not found. Great, even the government's website is avoiding me. I heard there's a new tax proposal on the table. It's called the Making the IRS Filings Timely Act. It requires the IRS to file their taxes on time or face penalties. Finally, some justice. I don't know what's worse, doing my taxes or trying to understand how tax laws work. Tax laws are so confusing. I feel like I need a degree in accounting just to understand them. I heard the IRS is thinking about replacing their tax forms with a book of Sudoku puzzles. At least then we'll have a fighting chance of solving them. I recently got audited by the IRS, and I realized something. They're not looking for errors, they're looking for more money. I don't understand why taxes have to be so complicated. Can't we just pay with emojis? Have you ever noticed how the tax forms are written in a language that nobody understands? I swear, every time I try to file my taxes, it feels like I need a PhD in accounting. I mean, who knew taxes would be this complicated? They should just teach us this stuff in school. I was so confused with the tax codes. I called the IRS helpline and they didn't even know. You know what's worse than doing taxes? Paying someone to do them for you. I heard the IRS is changing their slogan to "We've got what it takes to take what you've got." You know what's funny? Even the government doesn't understand the tax code. I think the only way to understand the tax code is to accidentally create a billion-dollar company and then hire a team of accountants to figure everything out for you. I tried reading the tax code once, but I fell asleep before I even got to the first deduction. Sometimes I feel like tax season is just a government mandated way to make us all feel dumb. You know what's worse than doing your taxes? Doing your taxes while your significant other watches your every move. Speaking of taxes, has anyone ever actually read the entire tax code? It's like trying to read a dictionary written in a foreign language. Tax forms are so complicated. I always feel like I need a degree in rocket science just to file them. And even then, I'm not sure I'd get it right. I'm convinced that the only reason taxes exist is to test our patience. Tax season is the closest thing we have to a nightmare before Christmas. I never understood why the government doesn't just take a percentage of our happiness instead of our income. You know what they say, there are only two things certain in life: death and taxes. I prefer the former, it's less painful. You know what they say, taxes are like a bad rash. They never go away. That's why I always keep some hydrocortisone in my wallet. I tried to write off my sense of humor as a business expense, but the IRS didn't find it too funny. I always feel like the taxman is watching me, like a creepy stalker. I wish taxes were as easy as counting my jokes, but unfortunately, Uncle Sam doesn't have a sense of humor. I mean, have you ever seen a tax form? It's like they're written in hieroglyphics. I swear, filing taxes is like a full-time job. I bet even accountants need accountants. It's crazy. No matter what job you have, you always end up working for the government. It's like they're the ultimate boss. Why do they call it tax season? Shouldn't it be called refund season? You know what's more stressful than tax season? Trying to explain taxes to your parents. Did you know that in ancient Greece, taxes were often paid in honey? I wish they still did that. Then at least I'd get something sweet out of tax season. I always dread tax season because I know the government is gonna find a way to take even more of my hard-earned money. But hey, at least, well folks, that's my time. Don't forget to file your taxes and keep laughing through life's hurdles. What a crowd. You guys ready to laugh? I recently quit my accounting job to pursue stand-up comedy. I figured, if I'm going to be poor, I might as well be happy. You know you're a comedian when your bank account balance is higher in laughs than dollars. I've learned that the key to success in comedy is timing. Unfortunately for me, my timing is about as good as my accounting skills. You know what's worse than finding a needle in a haystack? Finding a haystack in your needle. You know what's better than finding a needle in a haystack? Not having to search for a needle in the first place. Have you ever tried searching for a specific GIF in a group chat? Searching for a GIF in a group chat is like trying to find Waldo in a sea of red and white stripes. I don't always find the right GIF, but when I do, it's already outdated. Have you noticed that using emojis in a work email is the new version of using slang in a cover letter? I hate when people say just kidding. Like, yeah, I assumed since you're not funny. You know what's worse than not getting a text back? Getting one that just says K. You know what's even worse than getting a K text back? When they reply with an emoji, and you have to interpret their whole mood. You know what's worse than ghosting? When they agree to hang out, but then cancel on you last minute. You know what's even worse than cancelled plans? When they show up, but you wish they didn't. You know what's worse than a bad date? A great date, but it turns out they're a flat earther. You know what's even worse than a bad haircut? A bad hair day on your wedding day. You know what's even worse than a bad hair day on your wedding day? When you're the only one in the wedding party with a bad hair day. You know what's worse than a bad hair day? A bad hair lifetime. You know what's worse than a bad hair day? A bad hair life. You know what's worse than a bad hair day? A bad hair year. They say the grass is always greener on the other side, but have they ever seen my lawn? Have you ever noticed how the word bed actually looks like a bed? Or is that just me? My wife always tells me I have the memory of a goldfish. I don't remember ever owning a goldfish though. I once dated a girl who was a magician. She disappeared without a trace. When I was an accountant, my calculator was my best friend. Now that I'm a comedian, my audience is my best friend. Well, except for you guys. I'm not a morning person. I prefer to start my days around noon. Sadly, my boss thinks differently. I miss the excitement of my accounting job, said no one ever. I tried to spice up my accounting job by using colorful pens, but my boss said it was too much. What's next? Black and white monitors? I once tried to tell a joke to my accounting client, but they insisted on taking it literally. Tough crowd, am I right? Sometimes I feel like my accounting job is turning me into a robot. Beep boop beep. As an accountant, I get to work with numbers all day. It's like being a math magician. Ta-da! It's not all numbers in accounting. Sometimes I get to balance the books while balancing the line between what's legal and what's not. Speaking of balancing the books, did you know that I once had to balance a checkbook with a pen that ran out of ink? Let's just say it was a gray area. I hate it when people say accounting is boring. It's not boring, it's just a cruel world. You know what they say about accountants? We're great at counting beans but not so great at spilling them. You know what else accountants are good at? Finding loopholes in the tax code. But don't worry, you won't catch me giving any advice on that. But enough about accounting. Let's talk about taxes. Who here loves paying taxes? I recently found out I have to pay taxes on the money I make from comedy. I guess it's back to accounting for me. Speaking of taxes, did you guys know that in ancient Egypt, the pharaohs would pay taxes in honey? Thank you everyone for coming out tonight. You've been a fantastic audience. Hey Bay Area, how we doing tonight? So I recently tried coding a pickup line. Wanna see if it works? You know what they say about software engineers? We debug your problems and create our own. You know what's worse than a bug in your code? A bug in your food. Debugging a software bug is like finding a needle in a haystack while blindfolded. Have you ever tried to fix a software bug just to realize that you were actually the bug? It's like trying to solve a Rubik's Cube with missing colors. Sometimes I feel like my code is a work of art, but everyone else thinks it's modern art. Debugging is like being the detective in a crime movie where you are also the murderer. Programming is like a puzzle where you create the pieces and the rules, and everything changes when you try to solve it. Have you ever tried to explain your code to someone and you realize you don't really understand it either? Have you ever updated a piece of code and suddenly everything else in your app breaks? Why do programmers prefer dark mode? Less warts means less bugs. I once tried to build a website using only HTML and CSS. It didn't go well. Why do software engineers hate nature? Because they prefer algorithms to trees. Did you know that computer programmers love gardening? They always talk about how they love to plant bugs. But you know who really loves gardening? Hackers. They are always trying to find ways to root their plants. You know what else hackers love? Gardening tools. Gives them a new way to hack things. And speaking of hackers, have you ever noticed how they always wear hoodies? It's like they want to blend in with the shadows. Hackers always think they are so sneaky, until they accidentally hack into their mom's Facebook account. Have you ever noticed how hackers spend hours staring at code on their screen, but never bother to adjust the brightness? You know what they say, behind every successful hacker is a really good VPN. I heard that hackers like to listen to classical music to get in the zone. I guess that makes them cyberbarkers. You know, I tried to become a hacker once, but all I could do was Ctrl plus Alt plus del my computer. I read that hackers like to use dark mode. I guess they like to keep things on the down screen. I recently switched to dark mode, not because I'm a hacker, but because my eyes hurt from all the coding. Speaking of hackers, I once wrote a code so complex even I couldn't hack it. When it comes to coding, I'm like a detective trying to solve a never-ending puzzle. As a software engineer, I've learned that coding is like a never-ending game of whack-a-mole. Software engineers spend more time debugging than actually writing code. It's like being a detective in a crime movie, except it's 30% coding and 70% searching Stack Overflow. Debugging is like being a scientist. You have a hypothesis, you test it, and sometimes you explode the lab. It's a real thrill when your code finally works, almost as good as finding a penny on the sidewalk. Programming is the closest thing we have to magic, except when it doesn't work, then it's like a bad Harry Potter spell. Coding is like a puzzle. You work on it for hours, finally complete it, and then immediately forget how you did it. Debugging is like a detective story, except in this case, the culprit is always you. Have you ever spent hours trying to fix a bug, and then realized it was just a typo? Programming struggles. Working with legacy code is like trying to untangle headphones without looking at it. Programming struggles. Debugging code is like being a detective in a crime movie where you're also the murderer. Sometimes I feel like I spend more time Googling solutions than actually writing code. Programming problems. Why do programmers always mix up Halloween and Christmas? Because the 31st of October equals the 25th of December. Programming jokes. As a programmer, I find it comforting to know that no matter how much code I write, there will always be someone out there with less experience who just writes even worse code. Programming humility. What do accountants use to liven up a party? Double entry bookkeeping, baby. As an accountant turned comedian, I know all about taxes. But you know what's even worse than paying taxes? Not making enough money to pay taxes. Why did the accountant cross the road to get to the taxpayer's house on the other side? Speaking of taxes, did you know that some people actually enjoy doing their taxes? Yeah, they're called accountants. Did you hear about the accountant who was so bad at math that he went bankrupt? He wanted to file for Chapter 11, but he ended up declaring Chapter 1. Why did the accountant cross the road to get to the tax office on the other side? Why do accountants always carry a notepad in case they need to take assets of cash? Why did the accountant go crazy? Because he couldn't hiss debits from credits. Why did the accounting professor give his students an acorn in class? So they could grow their assets. How does an accountant make a bold fashion statement? They wear their pocket protectors on the outside of their shirts. Why did the accountant cross the road? To make sure the numbers on the other side added up. Why did the accountant refuse to lend a pencil? Because he couldn't afford to lose any more assets. Why did the accountant become a comedian? To finally get some balance in his life. Why did the accountant switch to stand-up comedy? He was tired of being the butt of everyone's crunching numbers jokes. Being an accountant and a comedian requires a great balance, just like managing a balanced sheet. You know, being an accountant is like being a detective, except without the gun, badge, or any excitement. As an accountant, I have to make sure all the numbers add up, just like a puzzle, but instead of missing puzzle pieces, it's missing money. And you know what they say, money talks, but all the money is saying to me is goodbye. You know what I miss about being an accountant? Nothing. Speaking of money, I just got hit with a huge tax bill. I guess the government didn't find my jokes funny enough to give me a break. They say money can't buy happiness, but it can buy a jet ski. And have you ever seen a sad person on a jet ski? I'm not great with numbers. My accountant said I have to file for imaginary losses. Speaking of jet skis, I tried to do a backflip on one. Let's just say I'm still paying for that hospital bill. I once tried to balance my checkbook while on a roller coaster. Let's just say it was a mistake. Speaking of bank accounts, has anyone tried to do their taxes on a roller coaster? It's not pretty. I mean, who here hasn't gone into their overdraft at least once? Don't be shy, we've all been there. I recently got a letter from the IRS. Turns out they're big fans of my jokes. They even gave me a good humor award. Dealing with finances is like being in a bad relationship. You know you should leave, but you just can't seem to motivate yourself to do it. Money can't buy happiness, but it's a lot more comfortable to cry in a Mercedes than on a bicycle. I always get anxious when I check my bank account. It's like opening a report card from a school you didn't even want to go to. If money doesn't bring happiness, why do people feel happier when they buy things? Maybe it's just because they know they're closer to being broke. Have you ever noticed how all of the numbers in our lives just keep getting bigger and bigger? Seems like the only number that's getting smaller these days is my bank account balance. Seems like the numbers on my scale are the only ones that aren't going up. I tried calculating the odds of me becoming a successful comedian. I ended up with a denominator of 0. My bank account balance is like my mood. Always in the negative. I've tried budgeting, but it only reminded me of my bank account's emptiness. I asked my bank for a loan and they asked me what collateral I could offer. I said my jokes were pretty funny, but apparently laughter doesn't count as currency. I decided to invest in the stock market. I'm not sure what I'm doing, but I figured it can't be worse than my last investment, which was a gym membership. I went to a financial advisor, hoping they'd help me figure out how to save money. They told me to stop telling jokes and start telling knock-knock jokes instead. Thank you all for coming out tonight. Remember, laughter may not pay the bills, but at least it distracts you from them. What's up, San Francisco? Are you ready to laugh hard tonight? I recently learned that programming languages are a lot like cars. Everyone has their favorite and they all think yours is garbage. So what's your favorite programming language and why is it superior to every other language out there? And just like cars, sometimes you need multiple programming languages to get you to your destination. But at the end of the day, it's not about the language, it's about the logic. Programming is like building a house. Every language is a new tool in your toolbox. And don't forget, debugging is like being a detective in a crime movie where you're also the murderer. Programming is like a puzzle. Each piece must fit together perfectly. Have you ever tried to explain coding to your grandma? It's like teaching a fish how to ride a bicycle. Sometimes I feel like a wizard, turning nothing into something. And sometimes I feel like a cursed one, turning something into nothing. I wrote a program to tell me a joke, but it keeps crashing. Guess I should stick to my day job. Oh wait. I tried to teach my computer to laugh at my jokes, but it just keeps showing me the Windows blue screen. Tough crowd, huh? I thought about writing a program to detect sarcasm, but then I remembered my computer can't even detect a simple joke. My computer is like my mum, never laughs at my jokes. My computer is always telling me jokes, but I swear it's just trying to reboot my sense of humor. Computers and moms may not laugh at me, but at least I have my imaginary friend. My mum thinks I'm a computer wizard. Little does she know, I just Google everything. Growing up, I thought RAM was a male sheep. Turns out, it's just another acronym that my mum doesn't understand. My dad's idea of troubleshooting a computer was hitting it with a hammer. No wonder I became a software engineer. My mum thinks Bitcoin is an actual coin. She keeps asking me if I can show her where to find the Bitcoin in my wallet. My grandma's ringtone is AC/DC's Thunderstruck. She thinks it stands for air conditioning and drying clothes. My dad thinks Instagram is a unit of measurement for instant noodles. He asked me how many Instagrams are in a pack. My mum uses emojis in her emails. I'm trying to convince her that a colon and a parenthesis is not a legitimate signature. My aunt thinks Snapchat is a type of breakfast cereal. It's like, hey, pass me the Snapchat and milk. My grandpa always talks about the good old days, but I think we're living in the good old days right now. I feel like every time I try to get my life in order, the universe just throws more obstacles my way. It's like a never-ending game of whack-a-mole. It's funny how the more we advance, the more we seem to complicate things. Like, remember when the biggest decision we had to make was what flavor of ice cream to get? Have you noticed how with all the technology we have, we still can't find our keys? Technology has given us access to so much information, but who has the time to read it all? With all this technology, it's like we have the answers to everything, except for what's for dinner tonight. Technology has made everything so convenient, except for trying to find where you parked your car in a crowded parking lot. Have you noticed that with all this technology, we're losing our ability to communicate face to face with others? It's ironic how technology designed to bring us closer is actually pushing us farther apart. Maybe we need to put the tech down sometimes and just be present in the moment with the people around us. Let's save our relationships before our phone battery. We used to have to memorize phone numbers, now we can't even remember our own. Remember when people used to make eye contact instead of scrolling through their phones during dinner? I remember when getting lost was an adventure, now it's just a frustration with Google Maps. It's crazy how a tiny device in our pocket controls our entire life. Technology has made us so lazy, we use a remote control to find the remote control. It's amazing how we went from pressing buttons to swiping screens and now just talking to our phones like they're our friends.
Welcome to Laughing Through the City That Never Sleeps. They say New York is the city that never sleeps. That's because the rats are always running around in the subway tunnels. You know what they say about New Yorkers? We can handle anything except slow walkers in Times Square. I once saw a rat in the subway carrying a slice of pizza. It was the most New York thing I've ever seen. Have you ever noticed how New Yorkers never actually go to the Statue of Liberty? It's like the city never wants us to have a good hair day. Why does the city smell like hot garbage whenever you have a date? Why does the subway always have to break down on the days I actually put effort into my outfit? Why does the only available cab always have to be occupied by a couple making out? Why does the city have to be so loud? My ears hurt more than my feet from all this walking. Why does every subway car have to be a sauna? I didn't sign up for a hot yoga class. Why does every corner have to smell like hot garbage? This city needs a serious air freshener. Why do rats get to take the subway for free? Unfair competition if you ask me. Why do people act surprised when they see a rat in the subway? We live in a city where pigeons wear sneakers. And have you noticed how confident those rats are? They act like they are in charge. You know what else is confident in this city? The pigeons. They strut around like they own the place. The cockroaches are the only ones who are humble here. They always scurry away when someone turns on the light. Talking about confidence in the city, have you seen the rats? They walk around like they are the kings of the streets. The pigeons, on the other hand, are just lost. Have you ever seen a squirrel running around with a slice of pizza? That's confidence. Have you ever seen a rat carrying a giant slice of pizza? That's a New York welcome. And have you ever seen a pigeon flossing its teeth with a hot dog bun? Only in New York. You know you're in New York when you see a line longer than the Great Wall of China just for a cup of coffee. Have you ever tried to walk on a crowded New York City street? It's like playing a real-life game of Frogger. In New York, you don't need a gym membership when you have to lift your groceries up 7 flights of stairs. Living in New York is like participating in a never-ending marathon, except instead of a finish line, you just get a rent increase every year. And don't even get me started on the subway during rush hour. I can't handle feeling like a sardine every day. Living in New York is like being in a pedestrian traffic jam, except instead of walking, you're standing still and everyone's still honking. Have you ever tried to get a cab during rush hour? Might as well try to find a needle in a haystack. I saw a pigeon steal someone's slice of pizza, only in New York, folks. Have you ever tried navigating the subway during rush hour? Might as well try to swim upstream in the Hudson River. I was in a taxi the other day and the driver almost hit a bike messenger. It was like watching a game of Frogger in real life. I heard Times Square is called the crossroads of the world, but I think it's just the world's largest human traffic jam. Have you ever tried crossing the street in New York City without looking both ways? It's a real-life version of Russian roulette. You know what's really crazy? Finding a slice of pizza in New York City that's not considered the best by someone. New York City pizza is such a big deal, even the rats have Yelp accounts. It's like every corner in New York City has a pizza place. I bet even the bathrooms have a secret pizza room. I heard someone say they don't like pizza, and I almost called 911. I ordered a pizza online, and it said it would be here in 30 minutes or less. It's been 45. I think it's lost in the pizza labyrinth. I once tried to order a pizza with extra cheese, but they said they couldn't add any more because it would break the laws of you know what they say, if at first you don't succeed, order pizza again. I've been busy. I became a mum and I devoted a whole year to my baby daughter. Now she's very intelligent, yes, because I taught her Mandarin. And I'm very generous with her too. Just this morning I gave her a tiny piece of Nutella and I ate the rest with a spoon in the closet. I mean, it's not like my baby's the only one who's multilingual, you know what I mean? I speak a little Spanish myself. I can say mi llamo Ali and donde está la biblioteca? I mean, my daughter is basically a prodigy. She's already learning calculus and advanced physics. And what have I accomplished lately? Well, I discovered that wearing the same pajamas for 3 days in a row is both comfortable and efficient. My husband thinks he's a chef now that he's learned how to make scrambled eggs, but he still can't differentiate between cilantro and parsley. I think I'm becoming my parents. I tried to use technology to call my mum but couldn't figure out how to hang up afterwards. My in-laws are always asking me when I'm going to give them grandkids. Do they not remember how hard it was raising their own kids? My husband's friends are always asking me to cook. Do they not remember how to use DoorDash? My husband's ex-girlfriend keeps reaching out to him. Does she not remember why they broke up? My husband's family always asks me when we're having children. Do they not remember how babies are made? My in-laws keep asking when I'll have a baby. Didn't they watch the last comedy special? I mean, I love kids. They're like drunk adults, but more honest and less judgmental. I don't need kids, I have a husband to take care of. I think being a parent is like wearing a badge of honor for making it through a natural disaster. Having kids is like setting yourself on fire and making s'mores. It's like signing up for a marathon but finding out halfway through that it's a never-ending ultra-marathon. Having kids is like being a politician, you have to always be in campaign mode. It's like being a firefighter, but instead of saving lives, you're just trying not to burn your house down. Getting pregnant is like getting a really bad hangover every morning for a really long time. Being a parent is like being a superhero, but instead of saving the world, you're just trying to keep two tiny humans alive. Sometimes I feel like my kids are the bosses of my life and I'm just their intern. Parents, we need to start a union. We need to demand better hours and benefits. It's like I'm auditing a masterclass in ashlery. It's like we're supposed to be grateful for the chance to be run ragged and sleep deprived. Trying to have it all is like trying to have a poop that doesn't sting. Being a mum is like having a full-time job, except no one wants to pay you, there's no vacation time, and you're constantly covered in bodily fluids. Being a mum is like being a superhero, except you can never turn off your powers. Being a mum is like being a ninja, but instead of throwing stars, you're throwing snacks. Being a mum is like being a lioness, you're always ready to pounce on anything that threatens your cubs. Being a mum is like being a superhero, but instead of a cape, you have a messy bun and yoga pants. Being a mum is like being a ninja, you need stealth and agility to get things done without waking the baby. Being a mum is like being a detective, you have to investigate every bump and sniff to figure out if it's the baby or the dog. Being a mum is like being a superhero, you have to be ready for anything at any moment. Being a mum is like being a warrior, you have to fight through sleepless nights and never-ending tantrums. Being a mum is like being a juggler, always multitasking and trying to balance everything. Being a mum is like being a firefighter, always putting out fires. Being a mum is like being a superhero, except you can't fly or shoot lasers from your eyes and everyone expects you to cook and clean. Being a mum is like being a detective, always trying to solve the mystery of who broke the vase. Being a mum is like being a magician, except instead of pulling rabbits out of your hat, you pull snacks out of your purse. Being a mum is like being a ninja, always trying to silently put your sleeping baby down without waking them up. Being a mum is like being a detective, always on the lookout for clues about what your kid is up to. Being a mum is like being a magician, always having to pull something out of your bag of tricks to keep your child entertained.
Good evening, America. Are we ready to laugh tonight? They say laughter is the best medicine, but I think laughing at yourself is even better. Who's with me? You ever notice how everyone has a friend who's always late? I mean, if you don't know who that friend is, it's probably you. Have you ever been in an argument with yourself and lost? Sometimes I think I'm going crazy, then I realize I'm already there. Have you ever looked in the mirror and wondered who that person staring back at you is? Do you ever wonder if your dreams are just the universe's way of messing with you? Sometimes I feel like my brain has a mind of its own, you know. Have you ever noticed how we always think we're right, even when we're clearly wrong? It's like our brains have a mind of their own, you know, they just steer us towards what we think is right, even when it's not. Sometimes I don't know if it's my brain that's leading me, or my stomach. It's like my stomach and brain are playing a game of tug of war. My stomach always wins, but my brain never forgets the regret. I swear my stomach is like an insatiable monster, it never stops growling. I tried to go on a diet, but my stomach threatened to eat me alive. My stomach is like a bottomless pit, it's always hungry. I tried to switch to organic food, but my stomach laughed and said keep dreaming, buddy. I'll tell you what, my stomach is so demanding, it's like the diva of my body. I swear, my stomach thinks it's the boss of me, it's always like, feed me now. My stomach is like a ticking time bomb, you never know when it's gonna explode. My stomach is so big, I could charge rent for a family of 4. I need to hit the gym, my stomach is taking over my life. I tried to do some sit-ups, I got stuck halfway up like a turtle on its back. I went to the gym and the receptionist said we don't take food stamps. I said it's not for me, it's for the vending machine. I tried to do some push-ups, but I couldn't get up. I was just laying there like a stranded whale. I went to see a doctor about my memory, but I forgot my medical records. I tried to go on a diet, but the only thing I lost was my appetite. I tried to join a yoga class, but I couldn't find a parking spot close enough. We all want to live a long life, but I just want to live a life where I can eat pizza and not feel guilty about it. Some people say life's too short, but have you ever been stuck in a traffic jam? You know what's worse than being stuck in traffic? Being stuck in traffic and realizing you left your pizza in the car. You don't appreciate how much you sit in traffic until you realize your car seat is more comfortable than your own. I don't believe in traffic lights. They are clearly not working. If they did, we wouldn't need them anymore. I heard they are replacing traffic lights with self-driving cars. Like the cars will just figure it out themselves. Good luck with that. Have you noticed that some traffic lights take longer to change when there's no one around? I swear the self-driving cars are going to be more confused than my uncle at a vegan restaurant. And have you noticed that the faster you drive, the closer the green lights turn to red? I mean, have you ever noticed how slow the elevator moves when you're in a rush? It's like the universe conspires against us when we're in a hurry. Why is it that the faster we want to go, the slower the traffic gets? And why do we park on a driveway and drive on a parkway? Good night, America.
Hey everyone, thanks for coming out tonight. I used to work in sales and let me tell you, dealing with customers is like herding cats. Have you ever noticed how customers always want what they can't have? Why does the customer always think they're right? It's like they've never heard of the saying, the customer is not always right. You know what's worse than a customer who thinks they are always right? A customer who knows they are wrong but still won't admit it. You know what's even worse? A customer who thinks they are always right and they are actually right. You know what's the worst? When a customer asks for your opinion, then completely ignores it. You know what else is terrible? When a customer complains about something that is clearly their fault. And don't even get me started on customers who can't read the signs. I swear, sometimes it feels like the only qualification to be a customer is having an IQ below 50. I once had a customer argue with me about the price of a free item. Sometimes I felt like I needed an exorcist more than a salesperson. I swear, some customers think they are doing you a favor just by walking into the store. I had a customer who thought I was his therapist. He never bought anything but always left feeling better. You know what they say, the customer is always right, but sometimes, they are just really, really wrong. Some customers have a way of making you question the meaning of life, and I'm just trying to sell them a toaster. I once had a customer ask me how to cook a frozen pizza in a microwave. I wanted to say, with a prayer and a miracle, but I had to bite my tongue. It's amazing how many people don't understand the concept of out of stock. They act like I'm hiding products in the back like it's a secret club. I once had a lady come in looking for a pair of shoes to match her skin tone. I brought her a cardboard box and said, "Step right in." One time, a guy asked if I had shoes in a size 13. I said, "Sorry, we only carry up to a size 12. He looked at me and said, "Well, can't you just stretch them?" Some people have such unique shoe requests that I think they would be better off designing their own footwear line. I had a customer who bought a pair of shoes, wore them for 2 weeks, and then tried to return them because they were slightly used. Some people just don't understand what new means. I had a customer who wanted a refund on a shirt because it wasn't the same color as his ex's eyes. Some people need a reality check. Some people think they can just return anything, like they are at the library. Newsflash, this isn't books, honey. Some customers are so demanding, they think we're their personal shoppers. Sorry, sweetie, this isn't your mother's closet. Returns are not accepted after 30 days. Take it or leave it. Customers be like, "Can I get a discount? Can I pay my rent with discounts?" No, so take the price or move on. If you want a discount, go to a garage sale. This is a business. You want a discount? Sure, let me just call up my landlord and ask for a discount on rent. Oh, you want a discount on my professional services? How about I just give you a coupon for my competitor? You think I can just give discounts like Oprah? You get a discount, you get a discount. Giving discounts is like a charity, except I don't like giving to the needy. I'd give discounts if you could prove that you really need it. Like show me a picture of your fridge with only condiments in it. You know what's worse than giving discounts? People who expect discounts for no reason. Like, "I'm sorry your coupon expired 2 months ago, Karen." Have you ever noticed that the people who ask for discounts are often the same ones who drive luxury cars and wear designer clothes? It's called being cheap, not being smart. It's like people think I'm running a charity, not a business. Some people think I'm a magician, not a salesperson. They expect me to pull discounts out of thin air. It's like people forget I have to make a living too. They act like I'm their personal financial advisor. It's like they think I have a discount wand hidden in my pocket. I mean, do people really think we have some kind of power to magically, and don't even get me started on the couponers. Hey everyone, I'm Sarah Jones. Let's talk about office politics. Are you the one who takes all the brownies from the kitchenette? Have you ever noticed how everyone in IT has that one coffee mug they guard like it's gold? We all know that one coworker who brings in the stinkiest lunch every day, and microwaves it for 10 minutes. And don't even get me started on the office fridge. I mean, have you ever noticed how the office printer only jams when you're in a rush? Why does the bathroom always run out of toilet paper? Why do IT problems always happen on Fridays? Why do printers have such terrible timing? Why do IT departments always serve the worst coffee? Why do tech companies act like their employees are robots? Maybe tech companies think bad coffee keeps employees alert and productive. It's like these companies forget that their employees are humans with needs and emotions. Maybe companies think that fluorescent lights and uncomfortable chairs increase productivity, and don't even get me started on the lack of snacks in the break room. I mean, who thought grey walls and beige carpets would inspire creativity? I mean, the only thing that could be more bland than this office is the company's social media presence. I swear, I feel like I'm in an episode of The Office. I heard they have a department for creativity here, but it's been vacant since 2012. I bet this place has more passwords than employees. I heard they're hiring a full-time password manager. Better than having an IT department, am I right? I bet their password reset requests are through the roof. Looks like the IT team's future is secure with all those forgotten passwords. I heard they are now outsourcing their password resets to the North Pole. Looks like elves have a new job. Looks like we'll need an IT team just to manage all those password reminders. Looks like we'll need a degree in password management to log in. I heard there's a new password policy. Now we need to include uppercase, lowercase, numbers, symbols, and a pet's name. It's like they are trying to hack into our brains. Why do they call it a password if we're not supposed to share it with anyone? Have you ever noticed that the password reset email confirms that your password was actually just stored in an unsecured file somewhere? Why do websites still have a forgot password option? They clearly don't remember it either. It's a good thing I don't use the same password for everything. My bank account password is I'm not that stupid. Why do tech support people always sound like they are running a marathon when I call them? Have you ever noticed that the more complicated the password, the more likely you are to forget it? It's like my brain can only handle so many passwords, I can't remember them all. I feel like I need a master's degree to keep up with all of my passwords. Why do I feel like my computer knows more about me than I know about myself? It's like my inbox is a never-ending abyss of unread emails. My mouse clicks make me feel like a lab rat in a computer experiment. I have so many screens open, it's like a never-ending game of whack-a-mole. Sometimes I'm convinced my computer knows my innermost thoughts. I never trust atoms, they make up everything, but they are so unstable. I spend more time talking to my computer than I do to my friends. Honestly, I think my computer knows more about me than I do. Maybe I should start paying rent for my computer, it's practically living with me at this point. It's like my computer is my therapist and I'm not even getting charged for it. I actually get excited when I have to call tech support, it's like making a new friend. My internet was down for 5 minutes, so I went downstairs and talked to my family. They seem like pretty nice people. I always feel bad for my computer when I have to shut it down. It's like killing a part of the family. I once tried to install a motion sensing light in my office. It didn't work because I didn't move enough. I once mistakenly called my nephew Control plus Alt plus Del instead of his actual name. Hello everyone. As a former software engineer, let me just say, debugging my code was easier than debugging my life. Life is like code, full of bugs and errors, but unlike code, we can't always Google the solution. And just like coding, life also has its own syntax errors. We just have to debug them ourselves. Life is a program, we write our own code, but sometimes, we need to accept the updates. The best debugging tool is a good night's sleep. Trust me, I'm a programmer. Debugging without a good night's sleep is like trying to fix a bug while drunk. Trust me, I'm a programmer. Have you tried turning it off and on again? Trust me, I'm a programmer. They say coding is like magic, but for me, it's more like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Trust me, I'm a programmer. Coding is like trying to solve a puzzle without all the pieces. Trust me, I'm a programmer. Debugging is like being a detective in a crime movie where you are also the murderer. Programming is like building a puzzle. You start with a vague idea of what it's supposed to look like and hope all the pieces fit together in the end. Have you ever tried to code with a headache? It's like trying to swim with a rock tied to your ankle. Debugging is like being a detective in a crime movie where you're also the murderer. Programming is easy, it's people that are hard to deal with. Algorithms are like books, you don't have to read them all but you can't skip any important ones. Debugging code is like finding a needle in a haystack, except the needle is also made of hay. Have you heard about that new movie called AI? It's about robots who learn to love. Reminds me of my old job. Speaking of debugging, why did the programmer quit his job? He didn't get a raise. I used to work with a developer who thought spaghetti code was an Italian dish. Debugging, being the detective in a crime movie where you're also the murderer. Coding is my cardio, but debugging is my personal trainer. Programming is like a puzzle, except nobody gave you the picture, the pieces don't fit together, and you don't have all the pieces, but it's still fun. Have you heard about the two threads that walked into a bar? They both yelled deadlock and then waited forever. Debugging is like being a detective in a crime movie where you're also the murderer and also you're the victim. Have you noticed, the more you debug your code, the more problem you create? It's like playing whack-a-mole with your own mistakes. Debugging is like trying to find a needle in a haystack, except the needle keeps changing its shape and location. Debugging code is like looking for your keys. You always find them in the last place you look, but not until you've checked everywhere else. Have you heard about the programmer who got stuck in the shower? The instructions on the shampoo bottle said lather, rinse, repeat. Programming is like trying to find a needle in a haystack, except the needle is also made of hay. Do you know why programmers prefer dark mode? Less watts means less heat, and we all know heat is the biggest enemy of the computer's performance. It's amazing how a simple missing semicolon can break everything. It's like a tiny typo causing a huge train wreck. You know you're a programmer when you start seeing coding logic in everyday situations. Debugging is like trying to find a needle in a haystack, except the needle is also made of hay. Programming is like a puzzle, but half the pieces are missing. Coding is like a never-ending game of whack-a-mole. Just when you think you've fixed everything, a new problem pops up. Debugging is like being a detective in a crime movie, in which you're also the murderer. It's called debugging because screaming profanities at the screen was already taken. I tried to make a program to calculate my taxes, but it was always in denial. My code is like my love life, full of bugs. I tried to program my coffee maker to make me coffee, but it just kept brewing trouble. Debugging is like being a detective in a crime movie where you're also the murderer. Programming is like a puzzle. You don't always know why something isn't working, but you know that you had to put it all together to see the big picture. I once spent hours debugging only to find out that the problem was a missing semicolon. It's like searching for a needle in a haystack, but the needle was just a tiny punctuation mark. Debugging is my cardio. Debugging is like exploring a labyrinth. Sometimes you end up in a dead end and have to turn back. Coding is my therapy, it helps me debug my mind. I always get lost in thought when I code, that's why I always keep a map of my mind handy. Debugging is like being the detective in a crime movie where you are also the murderer. Coding is like trying to assemble a jigsaw puzzle while blindfolded and riding a roller coaster. Programming is like building a complex sandcastle. You never know when a wave might come and destroy it.
Hey, techies. Are you ready for some coding jokes? Why do programmers prefer dark mode? It's easy on the syntax. Why do programmers always mix up Halloween and Christmas? Because the 31st of October equals the 25th of Why do programmers prefer dogs over cats? Cats have too many methods. Why do computer scientists always go to bed late? They always forget to call the function to sleep. Why do developers hate nature? It has too many bugs. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? Less wattage and more coverage. Writing code is like playing Jenga. You keep adding blocks and hope nothing falls apart. Trying to understand someone else's code is like trying to solve a mystery, but instead of a murderer, you're looking for the missing semicolon. Debugging is like searching for a needle in a haystack, except the needle is also made of hay. Working with legacy code is like a haunted house. You never know what's going to jump out and scare you. Working with outdated software is like trying to drive a car with missing wheels. It just won't go. Debugging is like being a detective in a crime movie where you are also the murderer. Updating a computer is like performing open heart surgery on your grandma. You never know what could go wrong. Have you heard about the programmer who was bitten by a spider? He became the Spider-Man of coding. Have you ever tried to explain coding to your grandparents? It's like trying to teach a cat to dance hip hop. Have you ever waited for your code to compile? It's like waiting for water to boil, except less predictable. Have you ever tried Googling an error message, only to realize you've been reading it wrong the whole time? Debugging is like being a detective in a crime movie where you're also the murderer. Have you ever spent hours debugging only to realize the problem was just a typo? Debugging is like fixing a leaky faucet. It's easy until you have no idea where the leak is coming from. Sometimes I think debugging is just another word for staring at code and hoping for a miracle. Debugging is like a puzzle, except the pieces change shape and every time you think you've solved it, someone adds more pieces. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? Because light attracts bugs. Have you ever noticed that software engineers only drink two things? Coffee and Mountain Dew. Why do software engineers prefer dark rooms? Because they never need to see the sunlight. Why do software engineers put extra salt on their food? Because the code is always a little buggy. Why do software engineers always carry a screwdriver, in case they need to turn things off and on again? Why do software engineers always mix up Halloween and Christmas? Because the 31st of October equals the 20th. Why do software engineers prefer dark mode? Because light attracts bugs. Why do programmers hate nature? It has too many bugs. Why do software engineers have a hard time falling asleep? Because they try catch their dreams. Why do programmers wear glasses? Because they can't see lol. Why did the programmer quit his job? He didn't get a raise. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? Less wattage, more commits. Why do programmers always mix up Christmas and Halloween? Because the 31st of October equals the 25th of December. Why do programmers wear glasses? Because they can't see. Why don't programmers like nature? It has too many bugs. Why do programmers only drink cold tea? Because they prefer Java over tea. Why do programmers always mix up Halloween and Christmas? Because the 31st of October equals the 25th of December. Thanks for coming out tonight, folks. Remember to always check your pointers and keep those brackets and parentheses straight. Why do programmers never get lost? Because Google Maps never forgets to exit 3 places out of bounds. Why do programmers hate nature? Because it has too many bugs. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? Less byte. Why do programmers hate nature? Because it's not properly documented. Why do programmers always mix up Christmas and Halloween? Because the 31st of October equals the 25th of December. Why do programmers always prefer dark mode? Because light attracts bugs. Why do programmers always mix up their left and right? Because they are always working with pointers. Why do programmers always mix up their left and right? Because they are always working with pointers. And don't even get me started on confusing brackets and parentheses. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? Less warts equals less bugs.
From banker to comedian, I guess you could say I went from taking people's money to just taking their time. I used to work in finance, now I just make jokes about it. Don't worry, my bank account is still a joke too. I may not be making as much money as before, but at least I'm not miserable anymore. Working in finance is like being in a toxic relationship. You think the money makes up for everything until you find happiness elsewhere. They say money can't buy happiness, but have you tried having no money? Life is like a bank account. Sometimes you're in the black, sometimes you're in the red. They say you can't buy love, but they've obviously never been to a pet store. Money can't buy happiness, but it's a lot more comfortable to cry in a Mercedes than on a bicycle. If money doesn't grow on trees, why do banks have branches? They say money talks, but mine just waves goodbye. It's hard to keep track of all the bank fees. They should just call it a convenience fee for letting them hold onto our money. Bank fees are like taxes, except you don't get any roads or schools named after you. Banks charge overdraft fees like they are doing us a favor for loaning us our own money. I once asked my bank for a loan, and they said they would only give it to me if I could prove that I didn't need it. Banks are like parents, they give you money when you don't need it and take it away when you do. Banks are like magicians, they make your money disappear without a trace. Banks charge fees for insufficient funds, apparently they don't have enough of our money already. I heard banks have started offering astrology readings to their customers, because apparently their financial advice wasn't enough to screw us over. I don't understand why we need banks. Can't we just put our money under our mattress like they did in the old days? I always wondered why bank hours were so short. I mean, it's not like they have any money to count after closing time. I guess the only thing banks are good for is giving out those tiny free pens. The only time banks are generous is when they charge me fees. I heard banks are like family, they start small and then turn into monsters. You know what they say, banks never sleep, except when they have to give you a loan. You know what they say, the only sure thing in banking is uncertainty, and sometimes overdraft fees. Banks are like the weather, you think you have them figured out and then they change. I heard the banks are starting a new service where they come to your house and take your money directly from your wallet. How do you make a small fortune in the stock market? Start with a large one. It's funny how we call it making money in the stock market, when it often feels more like gambling. Investing in the stock market is like playing the lottery, with less exciting prizes. It's all about risk management, that's why I wear a helmet in the stock market. You know the saying, buy low, sell high? More like buy low, sell for a loss and cry. I tried day trading once, but my days were too long and my trades were too short. I thought about investing in Bitcoin, but then I remembered I have trouble understanding how the toaster works. My financial advisor told me to diversify my portfolio, so I bought a few scratch-off lottery tickets. I tried to understand the stock market once, but I ended up buying stocks in a grocery store instead. I should have known nothing about Wall Street when I spelled the word portfolio wrong on my resume. I once tried to invest in a cruise line, but it went under. You could say I sunk my savings into it. People ask me if I have any regrets from my banking days. Yes, I regret not investing in hand sanitizer before the pandemic. I heard that investors are now putting all their money in beds. That way, they can sleep tight during market crashes. You know what's worse than a bank account? Getting audited by the IRS. The stock market crashed so hard, even my piggy bank took a hit. I heard the banks have started investing in clowns. Apparently they needed someone who knows how to juggle their assets. I heard the banks are also into puns now. I guess they realized they can make interest with just a few cents. It's funny how clowns and banks share a lot in common. Both make you smile when you see them, but behind the scenes, they are juggling a lot of balls. You know what they say, money talks. Unfortunately, for most banks, all it's saying is goodbye. Speaking of juggling balls, have you ever tried to balance your checkbook? It's like trying to juggle knives while riding a unicycle. I'm convinced that banks have a secret button that starts a timer as soon as you deposit your paycheck. As soon as that timer hits 0, they just start charging you random fees for existing. It's amazing how ATM fees can turn a happy couple into a bitter divorce. Have you ever tried to close a bank account? It's like trying to break up with a clingy ex. Welcome to Laughing in the Big Apple. The thing I love about New York is the people. You can be whoever you want to be here. New Yorkers are resilient. We all survived that one time the subway stopped working. New York is full of surprises. I always thought Central Park was named after a mall. I love living in New York. It's like being in a constant state of chaos. I always thought Times Square was named after a clock. New York City is the only place where you can pay $1,000 for a shoebox apartment and still feel lucky. I saw a rat carrying a slice of pizza in the subway, and I thought, that's New York for you. I once saw a man walking his pet alligator in Central Park, and I thought, that's New York for you. I once saw a group of pigeons stealing hot dogs from people at a street vendor, and I thought, that's New York for you. I once saw a group of rats carrying a slice of pizza down the subway stairs, and I thought, that's New York for you. New York City, where pigeons steal hot dogs and rats carry pizzas. I can only imagine what the squirrels are up to. I mean, I heard squirrels in Central Park have their own Starbucks loyalty cards. I tried to give a squirrel $1 to leave me alone, but he just took it and went back to his Cronet. I bet squirrels in Central Park have better apartments than me. Those squirrels are living their best life in Central Park, but all I have is a tiny apartment and a desperate need for therapy. I tried to offer a squirrel in Central Park my apartment, but it looked at me like I was crazy. I saw a rat in my kitchen and thought it was a new roommate. I saw a pigeon carrying a slice of pizza with a rat chasing it. Only in New York, folks. Have you seen the size of the rats in this city? They are like small dogs. You know you're a New Yorker when you've dodged more pigeons than cars. And don't even get me started on the squirrels in this city. Those squirrels have some real attitude problems, I swear. I heard one of them stole a slice of pizza from a guy's hand. Have you ever seen a squirrel do the Macarena? It's quite a sight. I saw a squirrel dragging a slice of pizza across the street with a whole gang of them following behind. Pizza Rat has nothing on these guys. Have you seen the chipmunks in Central Park? They are like tiny superheroes with acorn helmets. I heard a rumor that the pigeons in this city have their own mafia. Speaking of tiny superheroes, have you heard about the squirrels in this city? They are like Parker experts. I swear the rats in this city are auditioning for the next Ratatouille. Speaking of urban wildlife, have you seen the pigeons in this city? They are like the mafia, always hanging out in groups and giving you that menacing look. Have you noticed that the squirrels in this city are always in such a hurry? I think the rats are telling them about the upcoming Ratatouille sequel. And don't even get me started on the raccoons in this city. They are like tiny burglars. I saw a pigeon the other day with a bagel in its mouth. It was living its best life. Have you noticed how fearless those city squirrels are? They have no chill. Why do city rats always look like they are planning something? Like, do they have a map of the subway tunnel somewhere? And have you seen those pigeons? They act like they own the place. Like they are the landlords of the city. What's with the squirrels in this city? They act like they are training for the Olympics. Speaking of animals, have you ever seen a New York City raccoon? They are like ninja burglars in fur coats. Have you ever seen a pigeon in New York City? They walk around like they own the place. Well, at least we know the squirrels won't have to deal with bankruptcy due to medical bills. Speaking of animals, have you noticed how fast the rats in New York City can move? And don't even get me started on the pigeons. Have you ever tried to stare down a pigeon? It's like they were trained by the CIA. I mean, those pigeons have better survival skills than half of us in this city. I mean, have you seen how they fly in formation? They could give the Air Force a run for their money. Those squirrels in Central Park really do have it all. They are living their best lives. Those Central Park squirrels are living better than most celebrities. They have their own personal trainers. I heard those squirrels even have their own personal chefs. Those squirrels have better healthcare than most Americans.
What's up, everyone? Are you ready to laugh through life? Life is a joke, and it's up to us to find the punchline. Am I right? When life gives you lemons, add vodka and throw a party. Am I right? Life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. Am I right? Life is full of surprises, like a prank show without the cameras. Am I right? Life is like a game of chess. You make a move and hope it doesn't end up being a huge mistake. Am I right? Life is like a game of poker. You never know what cards you'll be dealt. Am I right? Life is like a game of roulette. You spin the wheel and hope you land on something good. Am I right? Life is like a game of blackjack. You hit or stay and hope for the best. Am I right? Life is like a game of poker. You make the best hand of the cards you're dealt with. Am I right? Life is like a game of roulette. You never know where the ball will land. Am I right? Life is like a game of blackjack. You have to know when to hit or stand. Am I right? Life is like playing poker. You have to bluff sometimes to win. Am I right? Life is like spinning a roulette wheel. Sometimes you hit the jackpot, but most of the time you end up with nothing. Am I right? Life is like a game of blackjack. Sometimes you gotta take a risk to win big. Am I right? Life is like playing the lottery. Sometimes you don't win, but you still gotta keep playing. Am I right? Life is like a roller coaster. It has ups and downs. But hey, the ride is always worth it. Right? Life is like a game show. Sometimes you hit the buzzer at the right time and win big. Other times you hit it too late and get nothing. It's all about timing and luck, folks. Life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get. Life is like a deck of cards. Sometimes you get dealt a great hand and other times you're stuck with a bunch of jokers. But hey, at least you can always bluff your way through. Life is like a game of chess. You need to master your moves to win. Life is like a game of poker. You don't always get the cards you want, but it's how you play them that counts. Life is like a game of blackjack. Sometimes you have to take a hit and hope it doesn't bust your hand. Life is like a game of roulette. You never know where it's going to land. Life is like a slot machine. Sometimes you win big and other times you just have to keep pulling the lever. Life is like a lottery. Sometimes you have the winning ticket and other times you just have to watch someone else cash in. Life is like a game of cards. Sometimes you hold a royal flush and other times all you have is a joker. Life is like a game of dice. Sometimes you roll a 6 and other times you roll snake eyes. Life is like a game of roulette. Sometimes you hit the jackpot and other times you're left with nothing but disappointment. Life is like a game of cards. Sometimes you're dealt a royal flush and other times you're stuck with a 2 of clubs. Life is like a game of blackjack. Sometimes you hit 21 and sometimes you bust. Life is like a game of poker. Sometimes you bluff your way to the top and other times you fold like a cheap launch share. Life is like a game of roulette. Sometimes you bet on black and it comes up red. Life is like a game of blackjack. Sometimes you gotta hit or stand, but remember the house always wins. Life is like a game of poker. Sometimes you bluff and win big, but other times you risk it all and lose. Life is like a game of roulette. Sometimes you bet on your lucky number, but most of the time, you end up broke. Life is like a game of blackjack. Sometimes you hit and get a little, but other times you stand and lose it all. Life is like a slot machine. You keep pulling the lever hoping for a jackpot, but most of the time, you just get a little bit of nothing. Life is like a game of poker. Sometimes you have a good hand and win big, but other times you have to bluff and hope for the best. Life is like a game show. Sometimes you win the grand prize, but most of the time, you go home with a toaster. Life is like a game of roulette. You never know where it's gonna land. Life is like a vending machine. Sometimes you get what you want, but most of the time you settle for the stale bag of chips. Life is like a game of roulette. You never know what you're gonna get, but it's always worth a spin. Life is like a game show. Sometimes you win big and sometimes you walk away with the home edition of the game. Life is like a slot machine. Sometimes you hit the jackpot and sometimes all you get is a free drink. Life is like a box of chocolates. Sometimes you get the good stuff and sometimes all you get is the weird flavors nobody likes. Life is like a game show. Sometimes you win big and sometimes you go home with a turtle wax kit. Life is like a roller coaster. Sometimes you scream and sometimes you just want to get off. Life is like a box of chocolates. Some are sweet, some are nutty, and some you just want to spit out. Life is like a game of Jenga. Sometimes you need to carefully remove the pieces to keep it standing, and sometimes you just gotta go all in and see what happens. Hey, New York. How about those taxes? Am I right? I heard New York City has more Starbucks than people. That's not an exaggeration, folks. The cost of living in New York is insane. I think I paid $20 for a slice of pizza last week. I saw a rat carrying a slice of pizza bigger than my head the other day. Pizza is the only reason I exercise. I think I'm gonna need to run a marathon to burn off the calories from that rat pizza. I mean, let's be real though. Pizza is just bread with cheese and sauce. It's practically a salad. I heard that if you eat pizza with a fork and knife, it cancels out the calories. It's like science. You know what's funny? How we call it a pie when it's not even circular. I mean, come on. Pizza, get your act together. You know what else is funny? How we always seem to have room for dessert, no matter how much we eat. You know what else is funny? When we eat food that's already expired, just because we don't want to waste it. Have you ever noticed how we never have enough time to finish all the work we need to do, but always have time to procrastinate? Why is it that we spend more time worrying about the future than actually living in the present? Don't you hate it when you finally finish everything on your to-do list, but then realize it's almost time to sleep? Why do we call them apartments when they are so close together? Why do they call them apartments when they charge so much for such little space? Why do they call it rush hour when nothing is moving? Why do they call it a drive-through when you always end up waiting? Why do they call it a news anchor when they just read the same thing over and over? Why do they call it a fast food restaurant when there's nothing fast about it? Why do they call it a drive-through when you always end up stuck in a never-ending line? Why do they call it a checkout when it takes forever to check out? Why do they call it fast food when you always end up waiting? Why do they call it express checkout when there's always a line? Why do they call it rush hour when nobody is rushing anywhere? Why do they call it a drive-through when you always have to stop? Why do they call it a parking lot when you end up spending more time driving around looking for a spot? Why do they call it a fast food restaurant when you always end up waiting? Have you noticed how they call it rush hour and nothing is moving? Why do they call it a drive-through if you always hit a red light at the end? Why do they call it rush hour when all you feel is stress? Why do they call it a walk-in freezer when you have to walk out eventually? Why do they call it fast food when it takes forever to order? Why do they call it a drive-through if you always end up parking? Why do they call it a drive-through if you never actually drive through it? Why do they call it a drive-through when most of us are just sitting there? If I wanted to sit in traffic, I would have stayed home. Why do people honk in traffic? Like it's gonna make the cars in front of them disappear. Why do people think traffic is a good place to practice their singing? I mean, have you ever seen someone do an opera solo in traffic? Like, what's next? A full-on Broadway production? Ever wonder why we press harder on a remote control when we know the batteries are dying? I once saw a guy try to do a full-on magic show in traffic, sawing a car in half and everything. I think he was hoping for a Vegas residency right there on the highway. It's like everyone in this city got their driver's license from a cereal box. I can't tell if I'm in a taxi or a game of bumper cars. Have you ever noticed that the only thing people in this city like more than honking their car horns is standing still in the middle of the sidewalk? It's no wonder we have traffic jams. Everyone's trying to merge at once like it's a zippering party. Why do we call it rush hour when nothing is moving? Have you ever noticed that in a traffic jam, the only thing moving is the time on your dashboard? Why do we park on a driveway and drive on a parkway? Why do they call it rush hour when nothing moves?
Welcome to Money Talks, where the jokes are free but the financial advice will cost you. And speaking of financial advice, my bank just called and asked if I had any spare change to donate to their CEO's yacht fund. Wow, with all that money, you'd think they could afford to pay their employees a living wage. It's amazing how the people with the least amount of money are the ones who are always asked to donate to charity. You know what's funny? How the rich get tax breaks for donating to charity, but don't actually give as much as they could. Some billionaires have so much money that they could donate millions to charity every year and still be obscenely rich, but instead, they sit on their wealth and watch the world burn. It's funny how some billionaires complain about taxes, but never about their yacht expenses. Some people say money can't buy happiness, but I'd rather cry in a mansion than in a tent. I think we all know that more money, more problems is just something poor people say to make themselves feel better. Money may not buy happiness, but have you ever seen a sad person on a yacht? Money is like a plant. If you don't water it, it dies. But if you water it too much, it drowns. And if you don't know how to take care of it, you end up with a cactus. It's amazing how many millionaires still use coupons. Maybe they know something we don't. Have you ever noticed that the more money you have, the fewer coupons you use? It's like the richer you get, the cooler it is to overpay. Never understood that. I mean, Who doesn't love a good deal? Even Warren Buffett probably uses coupons. And have you seen those penny pinching extreme couponers? They could probably buy the entire supermarket with all those coupons they are hoarding. Am I right? You know what they say, a penny saved is a penny earned, but I'd rather earn the whole dollar. Am I right? Speaking of extreme couponing, have you seen those people who wait in line for hours just to save a few bucks on Black Friday? I'd rather pay full price and stay in bed. Am I right? I don't understand those people who clip coupons for hours to save a couple of bucks. Do they not value their time? I'd rather spend that time making money. Am I right? I mean, who needs a budget anyway? You only live once, YOLO. Am I right? You know what they say, money can't buy happiness. But have you ever felt sad on a jet ski? I rest my case, money talks. Money may not buy happiness, but it sure makes being miserable a lot more comfortable. It's amazing how much money can change a person. Like, I used to be so humble and down to earth, and now I'm way too good for all that. Money can also buy privacy, which is good because I don't want anyone to see me crying in my Lamborghini. Money doesn't buy happiness, but it does buy a lot of things that make me happy. Money can buy a lot of things, but it can't buy class. Take it from someone who just purchased a gold-plated toilet. Money can buy a lot of things, but it can't buy inner peace. Trust me, I'm a former banker. Money talks, but it doesn't always tell the truth. Just look at my bank account statements. Money can't buy happiness, but it can buy a jet ski. And have you ever seen a sad person on a jet ski? Money may not buy happiness, but it can buy a cruise to the Bahamas. And let me tell you, being unhappy on a beach with a martini in hand beats being unhappy in a cubicle any day. Money can't buy love, but it can buy you a puppy. And have you ever seen a lonely person with a puppy? Money can't buy happiness or love, but it can buy a trip to a therapy session. And trust me, that's close enough. Money talks, but it never tells you the whole story. Take it from a former banker. Money is not everything, but it's definitely something. Like, have you ever tried paying your bills with hugs? Doesn't work great. So, we all know money can't buy happiness, but it can definitely rent it for a while. Money may not buy happiness, but it sure can prevent a lot of sadness. Money can't buy love, but it can buy a dog, and sometimes that's all you need. Money can't solve all your problems, but neither can being broke. Trust me, I've tried both. Money can't buy happiness, but it can buy a yacht big enough to pull right up alongside it. Money doesn't grow on trees, but it does seem to disappear like leaves in the fall. They say money talks, but all mine ever says is goodbye. Money can't buy love, but it can buy a lot of therapy to help you cope with not having it. You know what they say, money is the root of all evil, but so is a lack of money. Money may not buy happiness, but it sure can buy a lot of things that make me happy. I heard that money can't buy love, but have you ever seen how many flowers it can buy to make up for a forgotten anniversary? Money isn't everything, but it's definitely something. Money may not buy happiness, but it sure can buy a lot of distractions from reality. Money talks, but it also whispers sweet nothings in your ear. Money talks, but it never listens. Money talks, but it never says you have enough. Money may not buy happiness, but it's a lot easier to cry in a Ferrari than on a bicycle. Welcome to Laugh Lessons with Amy. As a former teacher, I guarantee you'll learn something tonight, even if it's just how to waste an hour of your life. I used to teach math, which is like telling people you're allergic to fun. Teaching middle school was like a three-ring circus, except the kids weren't the only ones throwing around poop. Teaching middle school is like trying to herd cats, but the cats are also trying to teach you how to herd them. Dealing with middle schoolers is like trying to play Jenga with one hand tied behind your back. Teaching middle school is like going on a roller coaster ride, but the ride never ends. Teaching middle school is like being in a constant improv show, except the audience is made up of hormonal teenagers. Teaching middle school is like playing dodgeball, except the balls turn into cell phones and the kids never stop screaming. Teaching middle school is like trying to control a group of wild animals, except they all have smartphones and an infinite supply of energy. Trying to teach middle school is like trying to herd cats, but the cats are on a sugar rush and have access to YouTube. Trying to teach middle schoolers is like trying to catch a greased pig, except the pig is holding a smartphone and has access to TikTok. Trying to teach middle schoolers is like trying to juggle chainsaws, but the chainsaws are texting and taking selfies. Teaching middle schoolers is like trying to swim in a pool filled with jello, but the jello keeps changing flavors and colors. Teaching middle schoolers is like trying to solve a Rubik's Cube, but every time you make progress, someone comes and messes it up. Teaching middle schoolers is like running a marathon with no finish line, but every time you get close, someone hands you a backpack full of rocks. Teaching middle schoolers is like playing Jenga, but every time you remove a block, the whole tower comes crashing down. Teaching middle schoolers is like being in a never-ending game of tag, but you're always it. Teaching middle schoolers is like being on a roller coaster ride, with more downs than ups. Teaching middle schoolers is like trying to juggle with hot potatoes. Teaching middle schoolers is like trying to herd cats. Teaching middle schoolers is like trying to tame wild tigers. Teaching middle schoolers is like herding cats, except the cats have knives. Teaching middle schoolers is like performing with a live grenade, you never know when it's going to explode. Teaching middle schoolers is like trying to put out a fire with gasoline. Teaching middle schoolers is like being a tightrope walker, except the safety net is made of chewing gum. Teaching middle schoolers is like being on a roller coaster, but the safety bar is made of spaghetti. Teaching middle schoolers is like trying to juggle flaming chainsaws, but the chainsaws are made of rubber and the flames are made of confetti. Teaching middle schoolers is like participating in a never-ending marathon, but the finish line keeps moving farther away. Teaching middle schoolers is like walking through a minefield blindfolded, with only a pair of chopsticks for protection. Teaching middle schoolers is like being a referee in a game where the players never stop arguing. Teaching middle schoolers is like herding cats, except the cats are all on energy drinks. Teaching middle schoolers is like conducting an orchestra of farts, you never really know what's coming next. Teaching middle schoolers is like trying to win a game of Minesweeper blindfolded. One wrong move and everything blows up. Teaching middle schoolers is like juggling chainsaws. One slip and it's a bloody mess. Teaching middle schoolers is like being trapped in a room with a bunch of helium balloons. You never know which one is going to pop next. Teaching middle schoolers is like trying to tame a pack of wild dogs. One wrong move and chaos ensues. Teaching middle schoolers is like walking through a minefield blindfolded. One wrong step and everything blows up. Teaching middle schoolers is like juggling with knives. One wrong move and someone ends up in the ER. Teaching middle schoolers is like trying to herd cats, chaotic and impossible. Teaching middle schoolers is like running a marathon with hurdles, exhausting and never ending. It's like they took fashion advice from a scarecrow. Teaching middle schoolers is like being in a horror movie, scary and unpredictable. Teaching middle schoolers is like being on a roller coaster. You never know if you're going up or down. Teaching middle schoolers is like trying to wrangle a group of wild animals. Middle schoolers are like little detectives, always trying to catch you in a lie. And don't get me started on their hygiene. And don't even get me started on their fashion sense. I mean, have you seen their cooking skills? Let's just say, they won't be winning any awards for interior design. Their fashion sense is on par with their other skills. But who needs numbers, am I right? But let's be honest, who likes tax season anyway? I mean, who needs a budget, right? But let's face it, we all feel like we're being audited by life sometimes. Managing your finances is like playing hide and seek with your bills. You never know when they are going to pop up. Have you ever noticed that bills always come at the worst possible time? Like right after you've just spent all your money on a much-needed vacation? It's like they know, man. Paying bills is like giving money to your past self, who made all the stupid decisions. Bills are like that one annoying friend who never leaves you alone. No matter how hard you try to get away from them, they always find a way back into your life. Paying bills is like trying to put out a fire with gasoline. Bills have more aliases than a con artist. Late fees, interest rates, service charges, it's like they are in the witness protection program. I heard some companies charge a fee just to pay a bill. It's like charging someone for mailing themselves a letter. You know what they say about bills, they are like mosquitoes, just when you think you've got rid of them, they come buzzing back. Paying bills is like a never-ending roller coaster ride, and let's be real, it's not even a fun one. You know, I think there should be a new category for bills in between urgent and when you get a chance. I propose calling it annoying. I once tried to avoid paying my bills by pretending I never received them. That's when I realized it's called spam folder, not free money folder. You ever notice that the most expensive bills are always due on the same day? Like it's some cruel joke. It's like the universe is just waiting for us to have a little extra cash before hitting us with all the bills at once. It's like the universe is playing a game of financial whack-a-mole with us. I swear, every time I save a little money, the universe is like, oh, you think you're getting ahead? Think again. I mean, is financial stability even a real thing or just a myth like unicorns? I swear, if money could talk, it would just yell surprise and disappear. It's like the money is playing an invisible game of hide and seek with us, and we're always the ones seeking. Have you ever tried to chase after your paycheck? It's like trying to catch a greased pig at a carnival. Why do we even call it a paycheck? It's more like a pay stub that's teasing us with what we could have had. I swear my paycheck disappears faster than my will to live on a Monday morning. It's like my paycheck is playing hide and seek, but it never wants to be found. Why do I even have a budget if I'm always in debt? I'm starting to think my paycheck is allergic to my bank account. I think my credit score is lower than my age. Seems like my bank account is chronically ill. Seems like my bank account has a lower credit score than me. Seems like I need to start a GoFundMe for my bank account. Seems like I need to hire my bank account an accountant. My bank account is like a black hole, it constantly sucks in all my money. I tried to save money by quitting coffee, now I'm just broke and tired. I'm convinced my bank account is haunted, it keeps disappearing without explanation. I made the mistake of checking my bank account after a night out with friends, turns out I bought us all rounds of expensive drinks. Looks like I'll be living on ramen noodles for the rest of the month. My bank account is like a horror movie, it keeps getting smaller and scarier. I need an accountant to make me feel better about my bank account. Anyone hiring? I think the only way my bank account could get any scarier is if it started chasing me in my dreams. Speaking of disappearing acts, have you ever tried to reach customer service? I tried to budget, but then I saw the shoes on sale and suddenly my bank account wasn't that important anymore. I once tried to save money by buying generic brand cereal. Let's just say my taste buds weren't too happy about it. I once tried to shop at a discount grocery store. Let's just say, the expiration dates were a bit too generous. Growing up, my mum always told me to never waste food, especially if it's on sale. I once tried to make lasagna from scratch. Let's just say, it was a little too ambitious. Speaking of food, I once ordered a kale salad at a restaurant. Let's just say, I learned my lesson. My friend tried to make sushi at home. Let's just say, it didn't end well. I recently tried a new restaurant. Let's just say, the only thing worse than the food was the service. Have you ever noticed that when you're at a restaurant, the waiter disappears the moment you need them?
Hey New York, how you doing tonight? New York is a wild place. You can find anything here, like a $50 hot dog. Seriously, who pays $50 for a hot dog? You know what they say about New York, never a dull moment, except at an Ed Sheeran concert, am I right? And have you heard about the New York City rats? They are so big, they have their own zip codes. Speaking of Ed Sheeran, did you hear he once got stuck in the subway? I guess even fame can't buy you a Metro card. You know what they say about New York City, if you can make it here, you can make it anywhere. That's why I decided to go do stand-up in Ohio. I heard they're renaming the Empire State Building to the Amazon Tower. Only fitting since they have just as much power over New York City as King Kong did. New York City is the city that never sleeps, which is great because I need a witness for my sleepwalking problem. New York is the only place where you can get run over on the sidewalk and still have a good day. In New York City, the rats are so big they have their own Yelp reviews. I've seen so many subway performers, I'm thinking of starting a Yelp page for them. I once saw a guy try to sell hot dogs on the subway. Like, where did he even get a permit for that? Subway performers have gone from mariachi bands to full-on Broadway productions. I saw a guy recreate the entire Lion King once. Man, the subway really has everything except a bathroom. People say New York is a tough place to live, but I disagree. Everything gets easier once you learn how to swipe a Metro card on the first try. Have you ever noticed that people in New York City walk so fast? Like they're all running late for something that starts in 5 minutes? It's not just the walking. Have you ever tried to use a public restroom in Times Square? Sometimes I feel like I need a jetpack just to keep up with them. Navigating through crowds in the city is like playing a game of survival, except the prize is getting to work on time. Ever try rushing through Times Square during rush hour? It's like participating in a human stampede. Have you ever tried to hail a cab in the rain? It's like winning a lottery, but instead of money, you get a ride home. Trying to find a public restroom in New York City is like discovering a hidden treasure, but instead of gold, you find a toilet. Have you ever tried to find a parking spot in New York City? It's like a game of musical chairs, only the chairs are cars and everyone is honking at you. I saw a rat in a subway station once, and it was wearing a Yankees cap. I guess he's a fan of the Bronx Bombers. Who needs a gym membership when you have to walk up 5 flights of stairs every day to your apartment? Living in the city is like playing a constant game of avoid the rat. It's hard to explain New York to people who have never been here. It's like a love-hate relationship, but the love part is kinda like Stockholm Syndrome. Walking down the street in New York, you never know what you're going to step in, and I'm not just talking about gun. Sometimes I feel like New York City is the friend who always insults you, but you know deep down they mean well. Living in New York City is like being in an abusive relationship, but you just can't leave the sexiest person you've ever been with. And don't even get me started on the rats. But honestly, who needs personal space anyway? Speaking of the rats, did you know they have their social distancing game on point? But seriously, have you seen the pigeons in this city? They act like they own the place. And don't even get me started on the squirrels. They're like tiny Parker experts. I swear, the rats in this city are like professional food thieves. I once saw a rat carry an entire pizza slice up a flight of stairs, like it was nothing. Ever have a rat stare at you while it's eating your leftovers? It's like they're taunting you. You know what's worse than rats staring at you while eating your food? Having their little rat friends watch too. Have you ever seen a rat eating pizza in a New York City subway? They've got better taste buds than most of us. You know what they say, the best things in life are cheesy, like pizza. You know, I tried to make my own pizza once, but let's just say it's a good thing I have a day job. My grandma once told me that in her days, pizza wasn't even a thing. Can you imagine that? Speaking of day jobs, I used to work as an IT consultant. The only thing more stressful than trying to fix a computer is trying to make a pizza from scratch. It's crazy to think how much pizza has become a staple in our diets. I mean, they even have cauliflower crust now. What's next? Kale as a topping. You know what's also crazy? The amount of different types of pizza places out there. We got the fancy artisanal spots, the greasy fast food joints, even the gas station has a slice. It's like a pizza matrix. I saw a pizza place with a crust made out of ramen noodles. It's like they're trying to blow our minds. It's hard to resist the allure of pizza. It's like a siren call for our taste buds. They say love is like a pizza. Even when it's bad, it's still pretty good. Pizza is like the duct tape of food. It can fix anything. What's up, New York City? I just saw a rat carrying a slice of pizza down the street. New York, you truly are a city of wonders. Speaking of rats in New York City, have you guys seen the subway system? You know what's funny? I heard the rats in Nick are forming their own pizza rat union. You know what's even funnier? I heard some of those rats are getting hired by the MTA to drive the subway trains. You know what's even funnier? I heard the rats in Nick are starting to write reviews on Yelp for the pizza places. It's getting out of hand. Soon we'll have rats running for governor. Looks like we have some tough competition for the politicians. Seems like we need a cat to run the city. At least they know how to clean up. You know what they say? Politicians are like diapers. They both need to be changed regularly and for the same reason. Have you noticed that politicians always have the best haircuts? It's like they're trying to distract us from their crappy policies. I mean, have you ever seen a politician with a bad tan? It's like they're trying to blind us from their incompetence. And don't even get me started on their fake smiles. If I wanted to see fake, I'd just watch The Real Housewives of New Jersey. It's like no one in this city knows how to use a turn signal. I swear, I've seen better driving in a demolition derby. These New Yorkers need to learn some manners. I swear, they're always on their phones or shoving each other on the subway. Seriously, what's with all the honking? I feel like I'm living in a nest of angry geese. New York City, where the people are always in a hurry, but never seem to get anywhere. I swear, the only thing faster than New Yorkers' pace is the rate at which they raise rent. Have you noticed that the only time New Yorkers slow down is when they're stuck in traffic or waiting in line for pizza? New Yorkers move faster than the speed of light, unless there's a pigeon in the way. New Yorkers always claim to have the best pizza, but have you ever noticed how they never actually eat it in front of you? New York pigeons could charge pedestrians for rent. The rats in New York City are so big, They could rent out their own apartments too. The roaches in Nick are so big, they could join the circus. And they'd be the main attraction too. The pigeons in Nick are so aggressive, they've started carrying baseball bats. The rats in Nick are so big, they could be hired as garbage collectors. The cockroaches in Nick are so big, they could have their own subway system. The pigeons in Nick are so big, they could be trained as carrier pigeons. The rats in Nick are so big, they could audition for Master Splinter in a TMNT reboot. The hot dog stands in Nick are so dirty, they could be used as a biohazard suit. I saw a pizza rat trying to hail a taxi the other day. It was a real New York moment. The pigeons in New York City are like miniature drones, but instead of transmitting information, they just transmit diseases. You know what they say about New Yorkers? We're tough as nails. I mean, we have to be. Have you seen the size of the rats down in the subway? You know what they say, if you can make it in New York City, you can make it anywhere, though I wouldn't recommend living in the subway. I once saw a rat in the subway carrying a slice of pizza twice its size. I mean, if that's not tough, I don't know what is. New Yorkers have a unique way of saying I love you. It's called honking your horn. Have you ever noticed how New Yorkers walk? They walk like they own the place. And you know what? They do. New Yorkers are not afraid to speak their minds, but they also know how to listen. That's why they always have their headphones in. It's like New Yorkers have a secret language. You know, like the way they say use guys. If you're not from here, you have no idea what's going on. But let's be honest, New Yorkers are not known for their patience. It's like the phrase wait your turn doesn't exist here. Thanks for coming out tonight, New York. Remember to always find the humor in life. And don't even get me started on the subway system here. Delayed trains are a way of life in Nick. We've all just accepted it. The other day, I saw a guy try to fit an entire couch into the subway car. I mean, talk about determined. New Yorkers love talking about the subway more than they love riding it. I once saw a woman carrying a Christmas tree on the subway. She was really sprucing up the place. The subway is like New York City's collective therapy. You can hear all your problems and solutions in one commute. Have you ever noticed how the street performers in the subway stations are basically just unpaid therapists? But you know what they say, New Yorkers love to complain. It's our version of meditation. You know what else New Yorkers love to do? Stand in line. We'll wait hours for a slice of pizza or a bagel. It's like our version of Disneyland. Speaking of Disneyland, have you seen the lines at the DMV? It's like a theme park for misery.
What's up guys, thank you so much for coming out tonight. I recently moved to New York and had to deal with subway delays, but it's okay, I just bring a book and pretend like I'm reading. Subway delays are like surprise parties, except instead of cake there's just a bunch of pissed off people. I've been stuck on the subway so long, I think I've become part of the train. I heard the subway delays are so bad, people have started playing Uno on the trains. The MTA should just install beds on the trains at this point. I heard the subway delays are so bad, people are starting to bring their own livestock. The other day, the train was so packed, I had to share my personal space with a whole family of rats. The other day, I saw a guy on the subway reading a book called 101 Ways to Cook Rats. I'm a little worried to know what's in the subway's meatballs. My friend said he found a hair in his sandwich at Subway. I told him to be grateful, at least now he knows it's made of real meat. I heard Subway footlongs aren't actually 12 inches. So I decided to measure mine and it was only 10 inches. Now I understand how my ex felt. My Subway sandwich was so dry, I had to use the napkins as a condiment. I tried making my own sandwich and realized I'm more of a DIY disappointment. I went to a restaurant and ordered a sandwich. When it arrived, I realized I could have made it myself for half the price. I always mess up the ratio of peanut butter and jelly. Either it's too dry or too goopy. I tried meal prepping, but my pre-made salads somehow always end up soggy by Tuesday. I can never tell if a banana is too ripe or not ripe enough. I wish apples wouldn't go bad so quickly. I mean, guacamole lasts so long. What's their secret? Why can't all fruit just make it easy and come with an expiration date? Why can't all vegetables come with a disclaimer like your favorite TV show? Why do supermarkets arrange the vegetables by color? Do they think I'm shopping for a rainbow? Why do fruits and vegetables have to be separated? Can't we all just get along? Why do they call it a salad dressing? Like, is it trying to impress someone? Oh, I'm fancy, I'm a dressing. I don't trust people who don't like guac. Like who hurt you? Avocado? Cilantro? A tortilla chip? Have you ever noticed that the fancier the restaurant, the smaller the portions? I don't understand people who order salads at McDonald's. Like, what are you trying to prove? Why do appetizers always sound so much better than entrees? Why do they call them finger foods if I can't actually fit them all in my mouth? Why do they put the calories on the menu if they know I'm gonna order it anyway? Why do they make phone screens so small when they know I have big fingers? Why do they build airplane seats so small when they know damn well I have a big butt? Why do bathrooms always have such tiny stalls? Do they think I want to perform a magic trick every time I need to use the restroom? Why do they make movie theater seats so uncomfortable? I paid $20 for this ticket and I feel like I'm sitting on a rock. Why do airplane seats have to be so close together? I feel like I'm sitting on my neighbor's lap. Why do amusement park rides have to be so jerky? It's like giving yourself whiplash for fun. Why does every hotel room have a Bible in the drawer? Are they expecting divine intervention if the mini fridge isn't cold enough? Why do airports insist on playing music at 5 a.m? I'm just trying to fly, not have a rave. Why do gyms blast music so loud? I'm here to sweat, not go deaf. Why do coffee shops have to make small talk? I just need a caffeine fix, not a friend. Why do talk show hosts always want to talk? I just want to watch the guests embarrass themselves. Why do dentists always ask me questions while cleaning my teeth? I can't answer with a mouth full of sharp objects. Why do hairstylists always want to talk? I just want to enjoy my shampoo and scalp massage in peace. Why do masseuses always want to talk? I just want to relax and enjoy my massage. Why do dentists always want to talk? I just want to lay down and contemplate my life choices while they drill into my teeth. Why do hairstylists always want to talk? I just want to have a relaxing head massage without making small talk. Why do masseuses always want to talk? I just want to relax and not think about the fact that I'm paying someone to touch me. Why do talk show hosts always want to talk? I just want to sit here and look pretty. Why do flight attendants always want to talk? I just want to pretend that I could survive in case of an emergency. Why do moderators always want to moderate? I just want to read ridiculous comments. Welcome to Jokes from the Classroom. I promise not to give you detention. I used to think I was a pretty cool teacher, until I realized the only reason my students liked me was because I let them use their phones in class. As a former teacher, I can tell you, the best way to get a class to pay attention is to start passing out grades. And don't even get me started on trying to get them to show up on time for class. I once had a student walk in 20 minutes late only to tell me they were running on teacher time. They really need to make a teacher time for students to follow. It's like they think they can just waltz in whenever they feel like it, but if I'm even a minute late for a meeting, I get lectured for half an hour. I mean, I love my job, but some days I swear these kids are trying to push me to the brink of insanity. Some days I feel like I'm a babysitter more than a teacher. And just when I think I've got it all figured out, a student comes along and shows me I still have a lot to learn. I always thought that as a teacher, I should be the one doing all the teaching, but some days I learn more from my students than they do from me. Teaching is like walking on a tightrope. One wrong move and you've lost them all. But unlike walking on a tightrope, there are no safety nets in teaching. Sometimes I feel like a referee rather than a teacher, breaking up fights and blowing the whistle on bad behavior. I once had a student who couldn't subtract. He would just take his shoes off every time he had to count to 0. Teaching is all about patience. Sometimes I feel like I'm dealing with miniature politicians instead of children. It's ironic that my students often teach me more than I teach them. Teaching requires the ability to switch gears constantly, from being a cheerleader to a counselor to a referee. Teaching is a constant dance between control and chaos. It's a job where you're constantly improvising and learning at the same time. Teaching is like being a superhero, but instead of saving the world, you're saving minds. Teaching requires flexibility, but unfortunately, my hips don't lie like Shakira. Being a teacher is like being a gardener, except you're constantly being pricked by the thorns. Teaching is like juggling, except some of the balls are on fire. Teaching is like a never-ending marathon, where you can't step off the track. Teaching is like being a traffic cop, but the cars are driven by drunk monkeys. Teaching is like trying to keep a group of cats in order, except the cats can talk back and some of them are bigger than you. Trying to get a classroom of kids to focus is like trying to herd cats, except the cats are on their phones and the internet is their playground. It's amazing how some students can remember every word you said in class, yet forget to bring a pencil. Teaching is tough. I thought getting a degree was the hardest part. Boy, was I wrong. Some of my students make me feel like a therapist, but without the paycheck. Once a student asked me if I knew what procrastination meant. I told him I'd let him know later. I once had a student who thought the word ambidextrous meant someone who was bisexual and I couldn't stop laughing. I had a student who thought algebra was a country. It makes me wonder about our education system. I had a student who asked me if Shakespeare was still alive. I had a student who asked me if the earth was flat. And another student asked me if dinosaurs still exist. I had a student ask me if the moon was made of cheese, and I'm like, well, maybe if you go to the moon, you can find out for yourself. Kids these days, always asking the important questions, like one student asked me if the earth is flat. Another student asked me if the sun is made of fire, and I'm like, well, technically it's made of plasma, but fire is a lot easier to say. One of my students asked me if animals can think, and I'm like, well, they must be thinking something to put up with us humans. My students are always asking me the tough questions, like, why do we have to learn math if we have calculators? I guess I'll have to start believing in aliens. At least they have more imagination than my students. One time a student told me they were too cool for school. I told them, well, you better start warming up to the idea because you're going to be here for a while. My students always find creative ways to cheat on tests. One time, I saw a student using Morse code to communicate with their friend across the room. I had a student tell me they were too busy to do their homework. I said, you know what's really gonna keep you busy? Not graduating. I once caught a student trying to pass notes in class, but instead of paper, they were trying to use smoke signals. I had a student who said they couldn't do the essay because they had a headache. I said, just write about the Advil. It worked miracles for you, didn't it? When I was a teacher, I always told my students to come to me for help, but when they did, I was like a deer in headlights. I had a student who always asked for extra credit, but never turned in their regular assignments. I said, you don't add gravy to an empty plate. I once had a student who asked me if he could turn in his assignment late because he was abducted by aliens. I said, sure, just bring me a note from their leader. I had a student who claimed their dog ate their homework. I said, did your dog also eat the internet, where you could easily find resources to do your homework? Hey, what's up? Are you guys ready for this? So my therapist said I need to work on my self-esteem, but how am I supposed to do that when everyone else is so much better than me? I mean, have you ever Googled yourself? It's like a punch in the gut. I tried meditating to improve my self-esteem, but all I could think about was how bad I am at meditating. My therapist asked me what my childhood dreams were. I said to not have a therapist. I tried to make a vision board, but all the pictures were just of me taking a nap. I always think kale is going to taste good and then it just disappoints me every time. I tried to do a puzzle, but I got bored after 5 minutes. I ordered kale chips once, but they were so bad even my dog wouldn't eat them. I tried going vegan, but it turns out I can't live without cheese. I tried doing yoga once, but I ended up just laying on my mat scrolling through my phone. I tried going to the gym once, but then I realized you have to exercise to get any benefits. I signed up for a cooking class, but all I learned was how to order takeout. I tried a juice cleanse once, but all I ended up with was a headache and a craving for pizza. I thought I could handle spicy food, but turns out my taste buds are as weak as my Wi-Fi signal. I once tried going vegan, but all I ended up with was gas and a craving for a steak. My love life is like my Wi-Fi, the connection is bad and it's always buffering. I've tried every dating app out there. I think I'm finally gonna have to resort to Craigslist. I was scrolling through Instagram and realized everyone's life is exactly like their Snapchat story, just a highlight reel. I think the worst thing about being a woman is having to constantly pretend that you're not crazy. It's like there's a little voice inside my head that's always asking, are you sure about that? Sometimes I think my brain is on a fast forward mode and my mouth is on a stuck rewind. I have a love-hate relationship with my brain. It's like we're roommates that don't get along but we're stuck living together. My brain is always on overdrive. I can't even take a nap without overthinking it. Sometimes I wish I could just hit the off switch on my brain. Have you ever tried to meditate? It's like my thoughts are trying to set a world record for the most laps in 1 minute. I tried to give myself a pep talk this morning, but I ended up just insulting myself. I tried to take a yoga class, but I couldn't get my chakras to even carpool together. I tried to start meditating, but my thoughts just ended up making a to-do list. I tried to join a book club once, but instead of reading the book, I just showed up for the wine. My therapist told me the best way to achieve inner peace is to finish things I start. So far I've finished 2 bags of M&Ms and a chocolate cake. I feel better already. I always feel like I'm forgetting something. Turns out, it's just my self-respect. I tried to take up meditation, but all I could think about was how long I'd been sitting there, so I switched to wine. I'm getting older, but my maturity level is still stuck in middle school. I recently realized that the only reason I go to the gym is to justify ordering barbecue wings afterwards. I still refer to my friends' parents as Mr. and Mrs. because I have no idea what their actual names are. I tried to do a juice cleanse, but it turns out vodka is not a juice. I always feel like a detective trying to solve the mystery of who the hell people are talking about when they use pronouns. I don't trust people who close their eyes during a kiss. Like, what are you hiding from? The fact that it's me you're kissing? It's funny how we all become our parents eventually. Like, I used to hate when my mum would ask me what I wanted for dinner, but now I catch myself doing the same thing. My last boyfriend told me he couldn't handle my success. I said, that's okay, I couldn't handle your lack of ambition. I realized I'm turning into my dad when I started getting excited about a good deal on lawn fertilizer. I asked my dad what he used to do for fun as a kid. He said, we didn't have fun back then. My boyfriend said he's afraid of commitment. I said, don't worry, we'll just take it one night at a time. My grandma asked me if I'm seeing anyone. I said, no, Grandma, I'm just focusing on my career. She replied, oh, I thought you were just ugly. My ex-boyfriend said he's intimidated by strong women. I said, that's weird, I'm intimidated by weak men. My mum gave me one piece of advice before I got married: make sure he puts the toilet seat down. I once had a boyfriend who told me he was threatened by my success. I said, that's okay, I'm threatened by your penis. My husband once told me he was intimidated by my intelligence. I said, that's okay, I'm intimidated by your ability to ignore basic household chores. My ex-boyfriend once told me he felt emasculated by my salary. I said, that's okay, I'm emasculated by the size of your ego.
Are you guys ready to debug some laughs? Let me tell you about the time I debugged my love life. I had to switch from Java to Python. Debugging relationships. It's like troubleshooting a code. You keep fixing bugs just to discover new ones. Sometimes I feel like the bugs in my code are the only ones who truly understand me. Trying to debug a project without a timeline is like trying to hit a moving target blindfolded. Just keep moving and hope for the best. Debugging is like going down a rabbit hole. You never know what you're going to find. But unlike Alice, there's no way back. Debugging is the process of removing sins from code. It's like therapy, but for computers. I once tried to organize an AI symposium, but the speakers kept repeating themselves. As a software developer, I think bugs are like Pokemon. Gotta catch 'em all. Have you ever noticed that programming languages are like spoken languages? Programming languages are like cars. Everyone has their favorite, but at the end of the day, they all do the same thing: get you from point A to point B. Just like cars need maintenance, programming languages need updates. But let's be honest, no one enjoys either. Have you ever noticed how programmers can turn a simple task into a major project? Programmers are always in debug mode, even after work. Programmers prefer to spend their time debugging rather than testing. Did you hear about the programmer who got stuck in the shower? The instructions on the shampoo bottle said, lather, rinse, repeat. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? It's because light attracts bugs. Have you heard of the new restaurant called Karma? There's no menu. You get what you deserve. How many developers does it take to change a light bulb? None. It's a hardware problem. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? Because light attracts bugs. Why did the programmer quit his job? He didn't get a raise. Why do programmers always mix up Halloween and Christmas? Because the 31st of October equals the 25th of. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? Less warts, more hack. What did the computer say when he got cold? I need a bite. How many programmers does it take to change a light bulb? None. That's a hardware problem. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? Because light attracts bugs. Have you heard about the new restaurant called Karma? There's no menu. You get what you deserve. Why did the programmer quit his job? He didn't get a raise. What do you call a group of data scientists that love to sing? Regression quartet. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? Less warts mean longer battery life. Why did the computer go to the doctor? Because it had a virus. Why don't programmers take vacations? There's no place like 127. Why do developers prefer dark mode? Less warts means more code. Why do Java developers wear glasses? Because they can't see. Why do software engineers prefer Mac over Windows? Because it doesn't have gates opening and closing all the time. Why do front-end developers always want to work in pairs? Because they don't like to branch out on their own. Why do programmers need glasses? To see. Why do developers prefer dark mode? Because light attracts bugs. Why do developers prefer to work in the dark? Because light mode generates more bright ideas than lines of code. Why do programmers wear glasses? Because they can't see. Thank you all for coming. Remember, if at first you don't succeed, call it version 1.0. Why do programmers tell you to stand up? So they can reboot your chair. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? It's easier to reach nirvana when you're surrounded by darkness. Why do programmers prefer Linux? Because it's less Microsoft. Why do software developers prefer Apple products? Because they don't want to deal with Windows updates. Why do software developers hate fruit? Because they can't handle the core dumps. Why do software developers hate gardening? Because they always end up with a bunch of root bugs. Why do software developers hate seafood? Because it always smells like a shell script. Why do software developers hate going to the beach? Because they always end up with sandy bugs. Why do software developers never go on dates? Because they always break the code. Thanks for coming out, folks. As you already know, I'm a software engineer from San Francisco trying to make you all laugh tonight. I recently tried to explain coding to my grandma, and she said, "Oh, you mean like those things that keep breaking on my TV?" My grandma thinks I fix TVs for a living. I went to a family reunion and my aunt asked me to fix her calculator. I'm a software engineer, not a calculator engineer. I guess fixing calculators and TVs is better than what my grandma thinks I do, which is play solitaire all day. My mum still thinks I fix fax machines. What is this? The 90s. It's amazing how little people understand technology. I once had a friend who asked me to fix their microwave. Technology is advancing so fast. I'm starting to miss the days when the most complicated thing we had to deal with was a fax machine. Have you ever noticed how people think their tech problems can be solved by turning it off and on again? Nowadays, even my toaster has Bluetooth. It's crazy how much technology has become a part of our everyday lives. Technology is advancing so fast. I wouldn't be surprised if my shampoo bottle started giving me weather updates. I heard about this new technology that can make your plants grow faster than ever before. It's like giving them steroids, but for plants. Have you heard about the new tech that can control the weather? I can't wait to finally have a snow day. It's crazy how much technology has advanced. I mean, the other day I saw a drone deliver a pizza, and I thought, wow, the robots really are taking over. Did you guys hear about the AI that can predict the weather? I guess we won't need those weathermen anymore. Speaking of robots taking over, have you guys heard about this new AI chef? I tried its cooking and almost needed a robot doctor. Looks like AI is here to stay. I heard they're even developing a robot comedian. Good luck to it trying to understand sarcasm or timing. It seems like robots can do everything these days. I heard they even created an AI therapist. Good luck trying to convince a robot that your problems are worse than everyone else's. Robots may be taking over, but at least they can't replace the feeling of a warm hug. Unless they develop a heat-emitting module, then we're all screwed. Have you seen those robots that can do backflips? I can't even touch my toes. Speaking of robots, have you seen those ones that can do ballet? I'm pretty sure they've already mastered play, but I haven't even gotten past the first position. Those robots might be able to do ballet, but can they do the chicken dance? Robots think they're so advanced, but can they even do the electric slide? It's not that robots can't dance, they just need a software update. Someone's gotta teach them the way. I think we all know who would win in a dance-off between robots and humans. But let's be honest, the real winners are those of us watching it. I mean, have you seen those dancing robots? They move like they're still waiting for their software to update. It's amazing how robots can do everything humans can, except enjoy it. Robots might be good at doing tasks, but they'll never be able to truly appreciate a good joke. I heard a robot tell a joke the other day. It was programmed to be hilarious, but it just wasn't computing. Have you heard about the robot who couldn't make any friends? Turns out it had a social net wreck. What did the robot say to the centipede? Stop being a linear thinker. Why did the robot break up with his girlfriend? She kept pressing his buttons. Why was the computer cold? It left its windows open. Why did the computer go to the doctor? It had a virus. Why did the programmer quit his job? He didn't get a raise. What do you call a fake noodle? An imposter. Why did the SQL statement break up with the Java code? Because they couldn't connect. I'm sorry for that last joke. It's hard to be spaghetti type all the time. Why did the Python programmer's marriage end in tragedy? Because they went out for Lambda together and he lost her in a map. Why did the HTML programmer go bankrupt? Because he used up all his tags. Have you heard about the CSS developer who misplaced a bracket and watched the world render? Why do developers not like nature? It has too many bugs. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? Light attracts bugs. Why do software developers love their chairs? Because movement creates bugs. Why do programmers hate nature? It has too many bugs. Have you heard about the software developer who refused to work with Java? He didn't like the idea of write once, debug everywhere. Why did the programmer quit his job? He didn't get array of perks. Why did the JavaScript developer wear glasses? They needed to see their script. Why did the CSS developer feel lonely? Because they couldn't select anyone.
Welcome to the numbers game. Let's crunch some laughs. You know what I love more than numbers? American tax codes. Let's face it, taxes are more confusing than love, but at least with taxes, you can hire someone to do them for you. Tax codes are like puzzles, but instead of a prize, you get audited if you get it wrong. Why do they call it a Form 1040? Shouldn't it be called a Form 10 for 40 hours of misery? Why do they call it a tax return? You never get anything back. Why did the accountant cross the road? To avoid having to explain taxes to anyone. I used to work for the IRS. I don't anymore, but I still have nightmares about it. It's a numbers game, folks, except the numbers never seem to be in our favor. You know what's worse than doing your taxes? Not being able to do them at all. Have you ever noticed how the number of zeros in your bank account is directly proportional to the number of zeros in your credit card debt? Debt is like a nightmare. You can run, but you can't hide. You know what's worse than debt? Ignoring it. Debt is like that ex who never stops calling. You can try to ignore it, but it never really goes away. Managing debt is like playing whack-a-mole. You hit one down and two more pop up. Getting out of debt is like finally breaking up with that annoying ex. It takes time, effort, and a lot of self-control, but it's worth it in the end. Credit cards are like that friend who always encourages you to spend more than you should. You know they are not good for you, but somehow you can't resist. Saving money is like going to the gym. It's hard to get started, but once you see the results, you can't stop. I have a love-hate relationship with budgeting. It's like being on a diet, but for money. Budgeting is like a never-ending game of Tetris. Just when you think you have everything in place, a new expense comes along and ruins everything. It's a good thing I love instant ramen noodles. They are the unsung hero of budgeting. I tried to save money by buying generic ramen noodles, but they just didn't have the same flavor as the real thing. I had to splurge on the good stuff. I even tried making my own broth for the ramen, but it ended up costing more than just buying the good stuff. I even tried to make my own laundry detergent, but the amount of effort and cost was just not worth it. I even tried to knit my own sweater, but after 2 months, all I had was a pile of tangled yarn. I thought about making my own candles, but then I remembered I don't even know how to light a match. I attempted to cook a 5-course meal once, but ended up ordering pizza twice. I wanted to try woodworking, but then I realized I'm allergic to sawdust. I thought about trying painting, but then I remembered I can't even draw a stick figure. I considered taking up knitting, but then I remembered the last time I tried to sew a button onto my shirt, the whole thing fell apart. I almost tried woodworking, until I remembered I couldn't even assemble IKEA furniture. I also tried my hand at gardening, but I just ended up killing all the plants. My attempts at cooking have also been disastrous. I once burned cereal. I decided to try knitting, but it turns out I'm not very good at untangling yarn. I'm starting to think I shouldn't quit my day job. Oh wait, I already did. I tried cooking, but it turns out my signature dish is reservations. My bank account balance is starting to look like my body weight. I refuse to check it. I'm convinced that bank fees are just a form of punishment for people who can't manage their money. I tried to save money by not eating out, but then I realized cooking at home actually costs more when you factor in therapy bills. It's amazing how my bank balance goes down as my stress level goes up. Thanks for coming out tonight, folks. Remember to tip your wait staff. It's like my bank account is playing a game of hide and seek with my money. You know what's worse than balancing books? Balancing a checkbook. I tried to transfer some funds online, but it was so slow I thought I had to wait for the Pony Express to deliver it. I don't always do math, but when I do, it's usually in my head. When I was an accountant, I used to dream in Excel spreadsheets. As an accountant, I always knew the odds, like the odds of anyone finding me funny. But now that I'm a comedian, I just dream of having enough money for a new pair of shoes. It's like I always say, numbers don't lie, unless, of course, you're an accountant trying to make your books balance. But let's be honest, I'm a comedian, so I'll probably just spend it on more coffee.
Hey Los Angeles. How many aspiring actors does it take to change a light bulb? Just one. They just hold the bulb and wait for the world to revolve around them and laughs. And don't get me started on the traffic here in LA. It takes longer to get from Hollywood to Burbank than it does for one of Taylor Swift's relationships to end laughs. Have you ever noticed how every coffee shop in LA has at least 3 people working on their screenplay at all times? Smiles. Speaking of traffic, have you ever noticed how people in LA drive like they're in the Fast and Furious smirks? You know what also reminds me of LA? Those Prius drivers going 45 on the freeway chuckles. And have you ever noticed how LA is the only city where people honk as soon as the light turns green? Laughs. You know what else is a quintessential LA experience? Getting stuck in traffic every time you leave the house. Smirks. You know what else is a quintessential LA experience? Paying $15 for a smoothie made of kale and unicorn tears. Chuckles. And let's not forget the thrill of spotting a celebrity driving a Prius. Grins. I asked my Uber driver to take me to the hottest club in LA. I ended up at a Costco at noon. Laughs. You know you're from LA when you think traffic is just a part of life, like breathing. Smirks. Living in LA, you're never more than 10 minutes from a Starbucks. Smiles. There's a reason why LA is called the City of Angels. It's because you need some divine intervention to survive the traffic. Chuckles. People say that LA is all about looks, but let's be real. It's really all about the tacos. Grins. I've been living in LA for a few years now and I still can't figure out how to parallel park. Smirks. I've tried every taco truck in LA, and I still can't find one that's as good as my grandma's cooking. Smiles. And don't even get me started on the traffic here. Laughs. I don't know what's harder, finding parking in LA or finding a decent screenplay. Chuckles. I swear, the only thing that moves faster than the traffic in LA is the dating scene. Winks. Speaking of traffic, have you ever seen the 405 during rush hour? It's like a parking lot, but with more honking. Grins. They say La is the city of dreams, but more like the city of traffic and broken hearts smirks. Have you tried dating in La? It's like playing Russian roulette, but with more disappointment smiles. In La, we're all just aspiring extras in each other's movies chuckles. Traffic in La is like a never-ending game of Mario Kart, but instead of mushrooms, you get smog laughs. Living in La makes me feel like a character in a never-ending drama series grins. I thought La was the city of angels, but they forgot to mention they were fallen angels grins. Sometimes I feel like Hollywood is just a giant high school with more ego and less acne smirks. You know what they say about La? It's the place where dreams go to die chuckles. It's like the city is constantly auditioning for a bigger role, but no one is getting the part nods. Everyone in La is just waiting for their big break smirks. La is like a never-ending audition, but the script keeps changing chuckles. It's like everyone in La knows they're auditioning for something, but they can never quite figure out what it is grins. Being in La is a constant game of trying to stay relevant, like being stuck in a never-ending social media cycle smirks. It's like everyone in La has an obsession with Instagram. They can't even enjoy their brunch without taking a picture of it rolls eyes. In La, even the dogs have agents chuckles. I swear, the traffic in La is so bad that people would rather walk to their auditions than drive smirks. You know you're in La when the waiters are aspiring actors and the bus drivers are screenwriters grins. I heard La is so expensive that even the homeless people have agents chuckles. And the valet parking costs more than my college tuition smirks. I tried to get a job as a valet in La, but they told me I wasn't qualified enough winks. La is so eclectic, you can find a vegan cafe next to a burger joint audience chuckles. I went to a coffee shop in La and asked for a regular coffee. They looked at me like I just asked for a unicorn frappuccino eye roll. You know what else is expensive in La? Rent. I have 3 roommates and live in a closet shrubs. I tried to go to a vegan restaurant in La, but they didn't have any vegan options confused. If you want to be a serial killer, La is the perfect place. You can just blame the traffic winks. La is the land of contradictions. You can find a gym next to a donut shop shrubs. In La, you can see a movie star drive a Prius chuckles. La is so weird. You can find a vegan restaurant next to a burger joint audience chuckles. La is so crazy. You can find a yoga studio next to a donut shop audience chuckles. La is so diverse. You can find a taco truck next to a sushi spot audience chuckles.
As a former accountant, I always get asked if I know how to cook the books. Of course, I do. I'm just not telling you how. And for those wondering, yes, I also know how to do taxes. But sorry, no refunds on tonight's show. I'm not saying I'm a wizard, but I can definitely make numbers disappear. I may have left accounting, but accounting will never leave me. I still wake up in the middle of the night reciting debits and credits nerd alert. My brain may have left accounting, but my heart will always have a special place for Excel spreadsheets accountant for life. Nowadays, I do my own taxes just for fun accounting mid. Who else loves the smell of freshly printed financial statements in the morning accounting jokes? You know you're an accountant when Excel is your preferred method of communication accounting humor. Why did the accountant cross the road to file the other side's tax return accounting humor? Why do accountants make great lovers? They are great at balancing the sheets accounting humor. Why do accountants always wear glasses? Because they can't see a thing without their balance accounting humor. Why did the accountant cross the road to get to the other spreadsheet accounting humor? Why do accountants make for terrible comedians? Because their jokes are always balancing on the edge accounting humor. Why did the accountant go broke? Because they forgot to take account of their expenses accounting humor. Why did the accountant cross the road to get to the other ledger accounting humor? Why did the accountant refuse to lend money? They wanted to keep their capital to the self-accounting humor. Why did the accountant break up with their significant other? They wanted someone with a better balance sheet accounting humor. Why did the accountant become a vegetarian? They didn't want to account for any more beef accounting humor. Why did the accountant refuse to lend money to anyone? They didn't want to accrue any more interest accounting humor. Why did the accountant get a pet snake? They wanted to learn about all the different types of audits accounting humor. Why was the accountant always calm? They knew how to balance things out accounting humor. Why did the accountant cross the road to get to the other spreadsheet accounting humor? Why don't accountants read novels? They prefer to balance the books accounting humor. Why did the accountant go to counseling? They wanted to work through some balance sheet issues accounting humor. Why do accountants make great lovers? They know how to balance the sheets accounting humor. What do you call it when an accountant loses his spouse? An income statement, because they've lost their balance accounting humor. I'm starting to think that accountants are the real masters of love. After all, they love to balance everything out accounting humor. I heard that accountants make great lovers because they always know how to satisfy the balance sheet accounting humor. I heard that accountants make great partners because they know how to keep things moving forward and never lose their balance accounting humor. Some people say accountants are boring, but I disagree. They know how to keep it exciting with their balance sheet techniques accounting humor. Accountants are like mathematicians. They may seem boring, but they know how to drop some numbers that will make your head spin accounting humor. Being an accountant is like being a ninja. We operate in the shadows, but when we strike, it's with deadly accuracy accounting humor. You know you're an accountant when you find the tax code sexy accounting humor. As an accountant, my idea of a wild night is balancing my checkbook with a glass of wine accounting humor. It's funny how excited accountants get when they find a penny on the ground accounting humor. I always feel like a rebel when I round up my expenses to the nearest dollar accounting humor. Accounting is all about balance, sheets accounting humor. If a joke about accounting doesn't balance, it's just an uneven lie. I tried to balance my checkbook with a pencil, but it didn't have a satisfying ring to it accounting jokes. Accounting jokes never get old, they just depreciate in value accounting humor. Thank you all for coming out tonight. Remember to always keep your balance sheets balanced. Why did the accountant quit his job? He lost his balance accounting humor. Why did the tax accountant get a missing persons form? He needs to find those exemptions accounting humor. Why did the auditor cross the road to get to the other side of the balance sheet accounting humor? Why did the forensic accountant become a detective to follow the money accounting humor? Why did the accountant get excited about his new calculator? It had a lot of buttons to count on accounting humor. Why did the accountant refuse to save a document? He didn't want to risk his hard drive. Accounting humor. Why did the accountant take up boxing? He wanted to balance his books. Accounting humor. Why did the accountant wear glasses? To do their accounting in the proper contacts. Accounting humor. Why did the accountant go on a diet? To balance his calorie sheet. Accounting humor.
What's the object-oriented way to become wealthy? Well, the answer is simple: inheritance. So, what's the deal with polymorphism? And that's the beauty of abstraction. And that's why I always use inheritance. And that's why encapsulation is like a bank vault. And that's why polymorphism is like a chameleon. Inheritance is like passing down genes from parents to children, but without the hereditary disease. Abstraction is like a magician that hides everything under its hat. Polymorphism is like having many hats. You can wear different ones depending on the occasion. Inheritance is like a family tree, except sometimes you inherit traits you wish you could return. Abstraction is like IKEA furniture. You don't need to know how it's made, just how to use it. Polymorphism is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. Encapsulation is like a safe. It protects the valuables inside from outside interference. Inheritance is like a family tree. You inherit your father's knowledge and add your own twist. Polymorphism is like a wardrobe. With different outfits, you can look different, but you're still you. Abstraction is like a painting. You see the beauty but don't need to know how the paint was mixed. Encapsulation is like a box. You put stuff in it and nobody knows what's inside, unless you're a hacker. Inheritance is like genetics. You inherit your dad's nose and your mom's temper, but in programming, it's way less complicated. Polymorphism is like having multiple personalities, but without the therapy bills. Abstraction is like a magic trick. You don't need to know how it works. Just enjoy the show. Encapsulation is like a chocolate box. You only see the wrapper, but the goodies inside are safe and sound. Inheritance is like receiving your family's inheritance. You didn't earn it, but boy does it make life easier. Polymorphism is like having a universal remote control. It can do many things, but sometimes you have no idea how it did it. Encapsulation is like hiding your snacks from your siblings. You control what they can and cannot access. Inheritance is like passing down a recipe from generation to generation. Sometimes, you add your own twist to it. Polymorphism is like having a toolbox with different tools, each with their own unique purpose. Abstraction is like ordering pizza. You only need to know what toppings you want, not how it's made. Inheritance is like genetics, inheriting traits from your parents, but also adding your own unique touch. Polymorphism is like going to a buffet. Different dishes, objects, can have the same base, interface, but different methods. Abstraction is like a magic trick. You can see the result but not how it happened. Inheritance is like receiving your parents' genes. You might get some good, some bad, and some you never use. Polymorphism is like a superhero with multiple powers. You can call them by name, but they still save the day. Abstraction is like using an ATM. You don't need to know how it works, just how to use it. Inheritance is like a family tree. You inherit your grandpa's stuff, but you can modify it to make it your own. Polymorphism is like a drawer in your office. You can have multiple things in the same drawer, but each item serves a different purpose. Encapsulation is like a safe. You can lock your code and data inside, and nobody can access it without permission. Inheritance is like a family tree. You inherit traits from your parent class, but can also add your own unique traits. Polymorphism is like a public transportation system. Different objects can use the same method name, but behave differently based on their own implementation. Abstraction is like a vending machine. You don't need to know how it works. Just press the button and get a drink. Inheritance is like passing down your DNA. It's a family thing. Polymorphism is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get, but it's always delicious. Encapsulation is like a treasure chest. Only you have access to its valuable contents. Abstraction is like a magic trick. You only see what the magician wants you to see. Inheritance is like genetics. You inherit both the good and the bad traits. Polymorphism is like a chameleon. It can change its color and blend in with the environment. Abstraction is like a magician. It hides the complexity behind the show. Inheritance is like a family tree. You can inherit the good, the bad, and the ugly. Polymorphism is like a chameleon. It adapts to its surroundings. Encapsulation is like a treasure chest. It keeps the valuables in and the thieves out. Good evening everyone. How about we debug some jokes tonight? Debugging might be the most effective way to solve problems, but it's definitely not the most glamorous. But let's be honest, debugging can also be the most satisfying feeling in the world, right? And let's not forget the joy of a good old syntax error. Believe it or not, sometimes I dream about finding bugs in my code and fixing them. Debugging my code is a love-hate relationship. It's like searching for a needle in a haystack, but the needle is also a moving target. You know you're a programmer when you count starting from zero. Sometimes I feel like a programmer can solve any problem, except the problem he creates himself. As a programmer, I always overthink things. I always take the longest route possible to solve a problem. Have you ever tried explaining programming to your grandparents? It's like trying to teach a dog how to drive a car. My mum thinks I'm a hacker because I know how to use the command prompt. My dad still uses Internet Explorer. I'm pretty sure he's not my real dad. I tried to explain HTTP status codes to my grandma. She said, "Is that what they teach you in those devil worship classes?" There are two types of people, those who understand binary, and those who don't. My dad was a programmer too. He used to tell me there are only 10 types of people in this world. Those who understand binary, those who don't, and those who didn't expect this joke to be in base 3. There are only two hard problems in computer science: cache invalidation, naming things, and off by one error. You know what's worse than a naming conflict? Having the same variable name with different data types. Now that's a type of confusion that even yoga can't fix. Working with computers is like a game of Tetris. You make a mistake and it's gone forever. When it comes to coding, sometimes I feel like I'm stuck in a never-ending loop. As an IT guy, I'm always telling people to Ctrl plus Alt plus del their problems, but my own life seems to be stuck on the blue screen of death. Programming jokes aside, Anyone here still using Internet Explorer? Because that's like using a horse and carriage to commute to work. But seriously, can we all just agree to switch to Chrome? If you still use Safari, just know that you're basically browsing the internet on a flip phone. And don't even get me started on Internet Explorer. Did you know that Microsoft Edge is just Internet Explorer with a new paint job? There's a reason Internet Explorer is the preferred browser for downloading other browsers. Is it just me, or does Safari seem like the kid in class who always raises their hand first but never has the right answer? Why did the computer go to the doctor? Because it had a virus. I tried to download a movie, and it said it would take 2 hours. Then I realized I clicked on the dial-up modem option. Why did the programmer quit his job? He didn't get a raise. Why do programmers always mix up Halloween and Christmas? Because the 31st of October equals the 25th of... Why did the programmer quit his job? He wanted to do something more object-oriented. Why do programmers hate nature? There's too many bugs. Why do programmers always mix up Christmas and Halloween? Because the 31st of October equals the 25th of December. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? Less warts mean less bugs. Why do programmers use glasses? To see sharp. Why do programmers always mix up Halloween and Christmas? Because the 31st of October equals the 25th of... Why do programmers prefer dark mode? Because light attracts bugs. Why do programmers always mix up left and right? Because they use Boolean logic. Why do programmers always mix up and down? Because they are always byting more than they can handle. And that's why I always have a tab with Stack Overflow open. Why do programmers always mix up left and right? Because they can never find their direction pointers. Why don't programmers like nature? Because they prefer artificial intelligence. Why do programmers always get Christmas and Halloween mixed up? Because the 31st of October equals the 25th. Why do programmers always mix up Easter and Thanksgiving? Because they always try to stuff a sinker weight. Why do programmers always mistake Valentine's Day and Halloween? Because their dates are in different formats. Why do programmers always get Christmas and Halloween confused? Because the 31st of October equals the 25th of December. And why do programmers never leave the shower? Because they always try to wash their data. Why do programmers always mix up Halloween and Thanksgiving? Because the 31st of October equals the 23rd of November in hex. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? Try staring at white screen for 8 hours straight. You'll see the light.
What's up everyone, I'm Amy and I used to teach kids in New York City. Now I just tell adult jokes. Teaching is tough, but have you ever tried telling jokes to a room full of strangers? Teaching was great, but I had to constantly remind myself that I was not one of the kids. Teaching is like trying to herd cats, except the cats are also trying to teach you how to herd them. Kids these days are so obsessed with their phones, they wouldn't notice if the classroom was on fire. I tried to confiscate a student's phone the other day and they said it was their watch. I heard kids these days don't even know how to read an analog clock. It's crazy, kids nowadays don't even know what a landline phone is. I asked a kid to rewind a tape and they looked at me like I was speaking a foreign language. The other day, I saw a group of kids trying to use a payphone and I thought, wow, that's gotta be a first. I showed my students an overhead projector and they thought it was a time machine. The other day, I saw a group of kids actually using a dictionary. It was like witnessing a miracle. My students still think a floppy disk is a drink coaster. I asked my students if they know what a cassette is, and they said it's a fancy word for a mixtape. My students were shocked when I told them I used to use a typewriter. They asked me if it was like a printer, but louder. They may not know what a cassette is, but at least they know what a record player is. Progress. I remember when Google was just a fun word to say. Now it's where I get most of my answers from. Kids nowadays don't even know how to properly hold a pencil. Don't they know that handwriting is still a thing? Why do they call it smartphone when we use it to do so many dumb things? I mean, have you seen the way some people text? It's like they never learned the alphabet. People take pictures of their food before they eat it. Why? Is it going to run away? Have you noticed how many different types of milk there are now? Almond, soy, coconut. It's like we're milking everything these days. And what's with all these gluten-free products? Are people suddenly allergic to bread, or are we just getting really good at finding things to blame our love handles on? I mean, have you seen the dairy-free ice cream aisle? It's like a science experiment gone wrong. It's like every time I turn around, there's a new food allergy. Next thing you know, they'll be telling us oxygen is bad for us. I heard they are selling gluten-free water now. I mean, come on. I can't keep up with all these food sensitivities. It's like every time I go to a restaurant, I need a doctorate in nutritional science just to order a meal. I mean, what's next? Dairy-free air, nut-free sunlight. I heard gluten-free water is a thing now. What's next? Kale-free salads. I heard they are making soy-free soy sauce. What's the point? What's next? Vegan-free vegetable. What's next? Lactose-free meal. Come on, they are making gluten-free water now. I heard they are working on dairy-free cheese. Why bother? Why do they call it a drive-through if you have to stop? Have you ever noticed how hot dogs come in packs of 10 but buns come in packs of 8 or 12? Who's making these decisions? Why do they call it a shortcut when it takes longer? If two wrongs don't make a right, try three. Why do they call it a driveway and a parkway? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Why do they say heads up when you should really be ducking? And that's all for tonight, folks. Thank you so much for laughing with them. Why do they call them apartments when they are stuck together? Why do they call it a driveway if you park on it? Shouldn't it be called a parkway? Why do they call them buildings if they are already built? Shouldn't they be called builds? If vegetarians eat vegetables, what do humanitarians eat? If a tree falls in a forest and no one is around to hear it, does it make a sound? If a mime falls in a forest and no one is around to see it, does anyone care? If a mime does a one-man show and no one's around to buy tickets, did it really happen? Have you ever seen a mime trying to order food at a drive-through? It's the smallest car they've ever been in. Have you seen a mime trying to drive a car? It's like watching someone trying to push a wall. Why did the mime break up with his girlfriend? She kept saying he was just pretending.
From accounting to stand-up comedy, I really know how to make a career out of making people laugh. And let me tell you, being an accountant was no joke. My jokes on the other hand. You know what I miss about being an accountant? The calculator. But hey, at least now I'm not counting down the minutes until I can tell accountant jokes on stage. I may have left accounting, but it hasn't left me. I can still find a tax loophole faster than you can say CPA. The only thing worse than doing taxes is finding a loophole and realizing you're not even in the right tax bracket. Whoever said money can't buy happiness clearly never had a good tax return. Being an accountant is like being a dentist. People avoid you until they need you. I mean, who wouldn't want to spend 80 hours a week crunching numbers for a living? Am I right? Accountants are so boring that even their dreams balance. I heard that to become an accountant, you have to pass a personality test. The only acceptable answer is I love spreadsheets. Being an accountant is like going to a party and being the designated driver, except you never get invited to any more parties. They say accountants are good with numbers, but I can't even count the number of times people ask me if I can do their taxes for free. It's tough being an accountant because you work with numbers all day, but at the end of the day, you're still not rich. Being an accountant is like being a magician, except instead of pulling rabbits out of hats, we pull out missing receipts. As an accountant, you may not be rich in money, but you're rich in spreadsheets. Accountants may not be the life of the party, but we sure know how to balance it. Being an accountant is like being a superhero with Excel as your superpower. As accountants, we may not have the social skills, but at least we can calculate the tip accurately. As an accountant, I have to say, Excel is the only place where my balance is perfect. But let's be real, we became accountants so we could afford to eat something besides ramen every day. And don't even get me started on the cost of printer ink. And have you seen the price of colored ink? I might as well get a tattoo of each document. Imagine paying $50 for a printer just to later discover it's a decoy for ink sales. Printing photos at home is like ordering a steak at a vegan restaurant. I swear printer ink costs more than gold. The only thing more expensive is a subscription to Adobe. You know what's even worse than printer ink? Trying to cancel a gym membership. Gym memberships are like printer ink. They never seem to run out. They should offer gym cancellation services like they do for tax returns. I mean, who needs a gym membership when you can just do your taxes? Speaking of gym cancellation services, I wish they had that for my ex-girlfriend. The similarities between taxes and exes, they both leave you broke and miserable. I tried to do my taxes at the gym, but I kept getting stuck at the crunches. Speaking of taxes, I always wonder if they've ever audited the tooth fairy. Why do cows make bad accountants? Because they move the numbers. You know what they say about accountants, they're the life of the balance sheet party. What do you call an accountant without a calculator? Lost. Why did the accountant cross the road? To bore the people on the other side with their tax optimization strategies. Accountants are so boring that even their nightmares are spreadsheets. Why did the accountant go to therapy? To learn how to balance their emotions as well as their books. They say accountants are boring, but I strongly disagree. They just have a different accounting of things. Why did the accountant cross the road to get to the Excel spreadsheet on the other side? Why did the accountant struggle to make friends? Because they are always balancing their relationships. Why did the accountant get excited while balancing the books? Because it was an accountant's version of extreme sports. Why did the accountant refuse to go on vacation? Because they didn't want to leave their balance behind. Why did the accountant cross the road to work on the other side? Why did the accountant start a gardening business to grow their assets? Why did the accountant refuse to climb the corporate ladder? They were afraid of a higher taxable income. Why did the accountant refuse to work overtime? They didn't want to raise their net income. Why did the accountant refuse to invest in stocks? They didn't want to risk their capital gains. From accounting to comedy, I've gone from counting numbers to counting laughs. I used to think accounting was boring, but have you ever tried telling jokes about spreadsheets? As an accountant, I thought I had seen it all, then I started doing comedy. But seriously, folks, I never knew accountants could be such a rowdy bunch until I started performing at accounting conferences. Who knew accountants could be so funny? I mean, they're usually so busy counting beans, they don't have time for humor. And don't even get me started on tax season. It's like a comedy of errors in there. And have you ever tried to explain to someone why they can't claim their pet hamster as a dependent? It's a hoot. I mean, I once owed the IRS so much money, I thought they were going to come after me with pitchforks and torches. Sometimes I wonder if the IRS is just making up rules as they go along. I swear, the tax code is like a choose-your-own-adventure book, but every path leads to owing money to the IRS. It's like the tax code was written in hieroglyphics and the IRS is the only one with the Rosetta Stone. I heard you can deduct a swimming pool if your doctor recommends it as therapy. I have a feeling my doctor is about to recommend a lot of things. I really believe taxes are the government's way of making us feel like losers. I mean, have you seen our roads? We pay all these taxes and still hit potholes big enough to swim in. It's like the government is playing a game of how much can we take and we're the only ones losing. I mean, have you ever tried to renew your driver's license? It's like they want to make the process as miserable as possible. You know what makes me laugh? The fact that we voted for these people, like they're actually going to fix anything. And don't even get me started on the DMV photo. I look like a professional criminal. It's funny because we keep expecting different results from the same old cycle. It's like Groundhog Day, but with taxes. It's like going to the dentist, but instead of teeth, they dig into your wallet. I don't always enjoy paying taxes, but at least I know I'm not the only one getting screwed. Am I the only one who feels like my bank account is on life support? It's a good thing I have a sense of humor, because my bank account sure doesn't have a sense of balance. Being in debt is like being stuck in a hamster wheel. You keep running but don't get anywhere. When it comes to money, I'm like a cat. I see it, I want it, I knock things over until I get it. They say money can't buy happiness, but have you ever seen a sad person on a jet ski? Money may not buy happiness, but it sure can buy a lot of things that make me happy. Money can't buy love, but it's a lot easier to love someone when they're not asking you for money all the time. Money can't buy happiness, but it can buy a jet ski. Have you ever seen someone frown on a jet ski? I haven't. I heard Warren Buffett once said, "Price is what you pay, value is what you get." Well, I say, accounting is what you pay, money is what you get. Some people say money can't buy love, but have you seen a guy in a Lamborghini? Money can't buy happiness, but it can buy a private island, a yacht, and a bunch of exotic cars. You do the math. Money might not be able to buy happiness, but it can definitely buy me a therapist to help me sort through my issues. Money can't buy love, but I'm pretty sure it can buy a dating app subscription. Money can't buy happiness, but it can definitely buy me a first-class ticket to a tropical island. Money can't buy happiness, but it can definitely buy me a yacht to sail away from my problems. Money can't buy happiness, but it can definitely buy me a personal island. Money can't buy happiness, but it can definitely buy me a private jet to fly away from my problems. Money can't buy happiness, but it can definitely buy me a butler to make me a drink on my private island. Well folks, it's been great, but I gotta head back to my day job as an accountant. Who knew making people laugh wouldn't pay the bills? Money can't buy happiness, but it can definitely buy me a chef to cook me a 5-star meal on my private island. Money can't buy happiness, but it can definitely buy me a therapist for my therapist. Money can't buy happiness, but it can definitely buy me a masseuse to massage my feet after all that walking on my private island. Money can't buy happiness, but it can definitely buy me a personal sushi chef so I can have fresh sushi wherever I go. Money can't buy happiness, but it can definitely buy me a personal driver so I never have to deal with traffic again. Money can't buy happiness, but it can definitely buy me a personal masseuse, so I can relax all the time. Money can't buy happiness, but it can definitely buy me a personal chef to cook me the perfect meal every time. Money can't buy happiness, but it can definitely buy me a private island to escape to whenever I need a break from all my happiness. Money can't buy happiness, but it can definitely buy me a fancy car to take me away from all my problems. I just have to make sure I don't take the wrong turn and end up in a traffic jam. Why did the accountant cross the road? To bore the chicken on the other side. Why did the accountant decide to become a comedian? To balance the books of laughter. Why did the accountant refuse to rob a bank? He knew it wouldn't make sense. Where do accountants go on vacation? The balance sheet aisles. Why was the accountant bad at sports? He always faked his books. Why did the accountant keep a ladder in his office? To reach the high auditorium. Why did the accountant cross the road? To calculate the other side. Why did the accountant bring a calculator to the meeting? In case there was a lot of interest to calculate. Why did the accountant get a promotion? Because they knew how to balance the books. What does an accountant use to blow off steam? A spreadsheet. Why did the accountant cross the road to get to the balance sheet on the other side? Why did the accountant refuse to lend money? It was sign your name here financing. Why did the accountant become an artist? He wanted to work on his balance art skills. What did the accountant say about the algorithm? It was too taxing. Why did the accountant try skydiving? He wanted to experience a balance sheet. Why do accountants hate Halloween? They don't like the idea of a legendary story. Why are accountants bad at playing poker? They always want to show their hand. Why do accountants prefer lifeless spreadsheets over lively conversation? Because they are balance sheet Why do accountants make great lovers? They know how to balance the sheets. Some people say accountants are boring, but I say they are just misunderstood. Why did the accountant cross the road? To bore the people on the other side. They say accountants are great at numbers, but bad at socializing. That's not true. We're just busy saving the world from financial chaos. Why did the accountant become an exotic dancer? To make some extra assets. Accountants have an exciting job. We get to balance the books and search for the missing penny. It's like a treasure hunt. Why do accountants always plan their retirement so carefully? Because they know how to crunch the numbers. Accountants are great at finding the needle in the haystack. Unless the haystack is made of numbers, then we're screwed. As an accountant, I always try to balance work and play, but let's face it, work always wins. They say accountants are boring, but they just don't understand the thrill of balancing a spreadsheet. Accounting is like a puzzle, but instead of finding the right pieces, you have to create them. When I'm not doing accounting, I love to live life on the edge. You know, things like fixing the printer or organizing the office supplies. Being an accountant is like having a backstage pass. You see all the numbers before they hit the stage. As an accountant, my favorite drink is root beer, because it's always on the balance sheet. I think accountants are secretly superheroes. We just wear spreadsheets instead of capes. They say accountants are boring, but have they ever seen us in action during budget season? It's like a war zone in the office. You know you're an accountant when you get excited about finding a penny on the ground. As accountants, we're always balancing our love for numbers with our love for life, or lack thereof. Sometimes I feel like my calculator gets more action than me. You know you're an accountant when you actually enjoy reconciling your bank account. I tried to date an accountant once, but numbers were the only thing they would give attention to. Accountants always have something to calculate, even when they're at a party. But hey, at least we have TurboTax, am I right? It's tough being an accountant. Everyone thinks we're boring, but hey, at least we know how to balance a checkbook. Accountants are like Batman, always keeping a close eye on their finances. Being an accountant is like being a detective. We have to follow the money and solve the mysteries of the numbers. As an accountant, I always know the bottom line. And as accountants, we know the real value of money. It's called coffee. And don't get me started on taxes. They're like the annoying distant cousin that always shows up uninvited. As accountants, we also know the real value of a good calculator. It's called sanity. I don't understand why taxes have to be so complicated. It's like they're purposely trying to confuse us. I mean, who actually understands the difference between Form 1040 and Form 1040A?
Welcome to the Wall Street Jester, where we all lose money and laugh about it. I used to think a bear market was a place where you could buy bears. I've heard that the best way to make a small fortune on Wall Street is to start with a large one. You know you're in trouble when your financial advisor starts recommending lottery tickets instead of stocks. Investing in the stock market is like a game of blackjack, the house always wins. Investing in stocks is like playing roulette, no matter how much information you have, you're still taking a chance. It's like being in a casino, except there's no free drinks and the chips are your life savings. It's funny how with investing, you can go from feeling like a millionaire to living on the streets in a matter of days. Investing is like playing Jenga, you never know when the whole thing is going to collapse. Sometimes I wonder if the stock market is just a big game of roulette. When I invest, I feel like I'm at the mercy of the market gods. It's like the market is playing a cruel joke on all of us. The only thing more unpredictable than the stock market is my love life. If only my love life had the potential for growth like the stock market. It's hard to find a partner who invests in a long-term relationship like a blue-chip stock. I guess that's why they call it a bear market. Investing in love is risky. It's like choosing a penny stock. It could be a diamond in the rough, or it could be a complete scam. Some people say that love is priceless, but have they seen the alimony payments? Love is like a volatile stock. 1 minute it's up, the next it's crashing down. Marriage is like a long-term investment. You have to diversify your portfolio. Being in a committed relationship is like buying a blue-chip stock. It may not have the most exciting returns, but it's reliable and pays dividends in the long run. When it comes to relationships, timing is everything. You don't want to buy in too early and miss out on better options, but you also don't want to wait too long and miss the boat entirely. I've learned a lot from my days on Wall Street, like how to read people. For example, if your date orders a salad but steals your fries, that's a red flag. Finding the perfect partner is like finding the perfect stock. It takes research, patience, and a little bit of luck. When it comes to love, you should always diversify your portfolio. Don't put all your eggs in one basket, or all your money on one stock. They say hindsight is 20/20, but sometimes it's not even that, especially if you invest in Enron or marry a narcissist. And don't forget, sometimes you need to cut your losses, both in stocks and in relationships. Speaking of investments, have you ever realized that the only thing guaranteed in the stock market is the fees your broker will charge you? Sometimes you have to take a leap of faith and invest in yourself. Just don't expect your banker to get a cut. It's amazing how many people trust their money to people they wouldn't trust with their houseplants. Investing is like a game of poker, except you don't get to see the cards and the dealer always wins. You ever notice how the richest people have the worst taste in clothes? And have you seen the cars they drive? Money can't buy taste, but it can buy a lot of ugly cars. It's like they have the fashion sense of a blindfolded toddler in a thrift store. They probably wear socks and sandals too, the horror. They're the kind of guys who think cargo shorts are dress pants. And don't even get me started on their choice of belts. Those things could make an outfit from the thrift store look designer. And let's not forget their socks, or lack thereof. The amount of money they spend on those fancy watches could feed a small country for a year. It's like they think their socks are an investment, but I guess when you're wearing shoes that cost more than most people's rent, you can't really be bothered with something as trivial as socks. Thank you all for coming tonight. Remember, money can't buy happiness, but it can buy a lot of therapy. These people really have no concept of budgeting. I saw one guy tip the coat check woman more than I make in a day. Wall Street problems. It's like they have their own economy that only works for them. Wall Street problems. These Wall Streeters have more suits than common sense. Wall Street problems. They say money can't buy happiness, but have you seen the smile on a Wall Streeter's face when they get their bonuses? Wall Street problems. It's like these Wall Streeters think they are invincible, until they realize they are no match for a global pandemic. Wall Street problems. These Wall Streeters have bigger egos than their stock portfolios. Wall Street problems. And let's not forget about their outrageous bonuses for failing upwards. Wall Street problems. These Wall Streeters think they are the kings of the world, but they are just a bunch of court jesters. Wall Street problems. Have you heard of the latest Wall Street trend, the failing forward strategy? Wall Street problems.
Let's see if we can compile some laughs tonight. Coding can be frustrating, but at least we don't have to deal with customers. Debugging is like being a detective in a crime movie where you are also the murderer. Sometimes I feel like coding is a never-ending relay race, but the baton is a live hand grenade. Coding is like a game of Jenga, except each block is made of spaghetti and the tower is on a unicycle. Programming is like a never-ending maze, but instead of finding the exit, you're just looking for a missing semicolon. Being a programmer is like being a detective in a crime movie where you're also the murderer. Debugging code is like finding a needle in a haystack, except the needle is also made out of hay. Writing code is like building a tower of Jenga, except the blocks are made of spaghetti. Programming languages are like pizza toppings. Everyone has their favorite, and if you don't like theirs, you're wrong. Debugging code is like being a detective in a crime movie where you're also the murderer. Working with legacy code is like being a doctor in the 18th century. No one knows what's going on and everyone's dying. Programming is like cooking. You never know what's going to work until you try it. Debugging is like trying to find a needle in a haystack, except the needle is also made of hay. Have you ever noticed that programmers don't die? They just code away. Programming is like a puzzle, except you can never find the last piece. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? Less watts means less heat. Have you ever tried to explain programming to a non-techie? It's like trying to explain colors to a blind person. Programmers and coffee, a match made in code heaven. Programming puns are even better than coffee. They never run out of Java. It's amazing how much code you can fit into a single tweet. It's like the ultimate compression algorithm. I tried to debug my life, but I couldn't find the source of the problem. Programming is like life. Sometimes you just have to take a step back and look for the missing semicolon. You know what they say, a bug in the code is worth 2 in the documentation. Sometimes I feel like programming is just solving one error just to discover another one. Programming is like a box of chocolates. You never know what error you're gonna get. Debugging code is like being a detective in a crime movie, except it's just you and 10,000 suspects. Working with code is like being a wizard in a magical world, except the wand is a keyboard and the spells are Google searches. Programming is like a puzzle, except you're missing a few pieces and the image keeps changing. Coding is like playing a never-ending game of whack-a-mole, but instead of moles, it's bugs. Programming is also like gardening. You plant the code, water it with creativity and let it grow into a functioning app. Dealing with code is like completing a 1,000-piece puzzle. It takes patience, focus, and occasionally some colorful language. Debugging code is like searching for a needle in a haystack, but the needle is also made of hay. Have you ever tried to debug someone else's code? It's like trying to solve a mystery where you are the suspect. Debugging code is like trying to find Waldo, except Waldo is also wearing a Waldo costume. Have you ever tried to debug the code written by an intern? It's like trying to teach a cat to swim. Debugging code written by a team of interns is like trying to solve a jigsaw puzzle, but you don't have the picture on the box. I once had to debug code written by an intern using comic sounds. It was a nightmare. Working with code written by beginners is like trying to teach a toddler how to ride a bike, but the bike is also on fire. Debugging code is like being a detective in a crime movie where you are also the murderer. Well folks, that's all the coding jokes I have for tonight. I'm going to go debug my social life now. Programming is the only profession where if you're good, people think you're weird. The worst thing about programming is that one small mistake can ruin everything. But don't worry, you can always blame it on the user. Programming is like a puzzle. You just have to find the missing piece, and hope it's not your brain. Don't worry if your code doesn't work right the first time. You're just like the rest of us. They say programming is all about patience. Yeah. Patience to fix the bugs that magically appear after every fix. We spend hours debugging code just to find out we put a semicolon in the wrong place. We programmers have thick skin. We get so many errors that the bug just becomes a feature. Programming is like magic, but without the fun part. Being a programmer is like playing chess with a supercomputer. You always lose, but at least the supercomputer isn't making fun of your programming skills.
Welcome to the hilarious adventures of Samantha Smith. I always think that people who talk to animals are a little weird, but then again, I talk to my plants all the time. Have you ever noticed that the word funeral has the word fun in it, but there's nothing fun about it? I think the reason we talk to animals and plants is that we just really need someone to listen to us without judging. You know what's even worse than funerals? Dental visits. Sometimes I wonder if aliens have a sense of humor. Imagine if they've been watching us and think that reality TV is the funniest thing on the planet. Have you ever noticed that dentists have the worst jokes? I mean, they are the only ones laughing when they say open wide. Why do we say heads up when we actually want people to duck? Why do we say watch your step when we actually want people to look down? Why do we say break a leg when we actually want people to succeed? Why do we say hang in there when we actually want people to keep going? Why do we say good luck when we actually want people to succeed? Ever notice how we say break a leg to wish someone good luck in theater? What's next? Have a heart attack for good health. Isn't it ironic how the word abbreviation is so long? It's strange how abbreviate is such a long word. Have you noticed how phonetic isn't spelled the way it sounds? Why is abbreviation such a long word? If vegetarians eat vegetables, should humanitarians eat human? Have you ever noticed how bed looks like a tiny bed? Why do they call it a building if it's already built? Have you ever noticed how window is just a combination of wind and owl? If a fly didn't have wings, would we still call it a fly? What's the deal with airplane peanuts? You know what always amazes me? How buttons on a shirt never seem to stay in the same damn place. Have you ever noticed how hotel shower curtains are always too short? Like, they barely cover your waist and then you accidentally flash the housekeeping staff. Why is it that every time I wear a white shirt, I end up spilling something on it? It's like my body suddenly forgets how to eat properly. Do you ever wonder what cats think about us? I mean, we clean their litter boxes every day, yet they still give us that judgmental look. I think aliens exist, but they are just too smart to visit Earth. Have you ever noticed how dogs always look guilty, even when they didn't do anything wrong? You know what's funny? People who think they are better than everyone because they have a fancy degree. You know what's also funny? People who refuse to apologize when they are clearly in the wrong. You know what's also funny? People who think they are too cool to laugh at themselves. You know what's also funny? People who take themselves too seriously. You know what's also funny? People who can't take a joke. You know what's also funny? People who get offended on behalf of others. You know what's also funny? People who think they are experts in every topic. You know what's also funny? People who pretend to know everything, but actually know nothing. You know what's also funny? People who claim they are open-minded but can't handle different opinions. You know what's also funny? People who never admit they are wrong, even when all evidence proves otherwise. You know what's also funny? People who think they are always right because they read it on the internet. Why do we park in driveways and drive on parkways? I mean, come on people, get your words right. You know what's also funny? People who take grammar too seriously. Like, chill man, it's just a misplaced comma. You know what's also funny? The way we justify eating junk food. Like, well, it has kale chips in it so it's healthy, right? You know what's also funny? The way we convince ourselves that online shopping counts as cardio. You know what's also funny? The way we pretend to understand cryptocurrency. Like, yeah, I totally have some Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Pikachu coin. Have you ever noticed how we always order healthy food at a restaurant and then fill up on the bread basket? Who still uses fax machines? I mean, What's next? Carrier pigeon? Why do they call it a drive-through if you have to stop and wait in line? Why do we still have to press 1 for English? I mean, it's been over 200 years. Why do they have drive-through ATMs? I mean, why not just walk inside the bank? It's not like you're in a hurry, it's where your money is.
What's up, Nick? I'm John Smith and I used to be an accountant, until I discovered laughter paid better. And let me tell you, being a comedian is a lot like being an accountant. You have to balance the humor and the math. I mean, who needs numbers when you have punchlines? Am I right? As a comedian, I never have trouble with my balance sheet, but I do need to make sure my jokes add up. And let me tell you, my jokes have a better ROI than any investment I've ever made. My jokes are like a well-balanced portfolio, diversified and always performing. My jokes are like stocks: buy low, sell high, and always keep your portfolio diverse. I always invest in laughter, it never loses value. Laughter is the best medicine unless you have diarrhea. Laughter is like a vacation for your mind, but cheaper and with better memories. Laughter is the best way to forget about your problems, unless your problem is laughing too much. Laughter is also contagious, just like yawning. So if you want to make people happy, start with a smile. Have you ever noticed how laughter sounds different depending on where you are? Laughter is the best medicine, but don't forget to take your actual medicine too. It's funny how none of us really know how to laugh until we're born. It's like we have to practice it until it feels natural. Laughter is contagious, but so is yawning. Let's hope we're all laughing tonight. Why do we call them buildings when they're already built? Shouldn't they be called builts? Have you ever noticed how the word bed looks like a bed, but the word mattress doesn't look anything like a mattress? Why do banks charge a fee on insufficient funds when they know there is not enough money? Why does the word short have more letters than the word long? Why do people say heads up when they see you but heads down when they don't? Have you ever noticed that abbreviated is such a long word? Why do we park in a driveway but drive on a parkway? Why is it that they sterilize the needles for lethal injections? If we say an alarm clock is going off, why do we say a car alarm is going on? Why do we call them buildings if they are already built? If oranges are orange, why aren't bananas called yellows? If a word is misspelled in a dictionary, how would we ever know? If a vegetarian eats vegetables, what does a humanitarian eat? Why do we park in driveways and drive on parkways? Why do we call them apartments when they are so close together? Why do they call them buildings if they are already built? Why do we park in driveways but drive on parkways? If a word is spelled incorrectly in the dictionary, how would we know? Why is abbreviation such a long word? Why do tugboats push their barges and fireboats fight fires, but a playboat doesn't play? Have you ever noticed that Q is just Q with a bunch of silent letters waiting in line behind it? Why do we park in a driveway and drive on a parkway? Did you know funeral is just fun with Errol at the end? Who knew death could be so much fun? Have you ever noticed how bathroom is just room with bath in front of it? Who thought it was a good idea to put a bathtub in the toilet? You know what's mind-blowing? B is just B and E. And what about kitchen? It's just kitchen with a K in front. Who knew a letter could make such a difference? Have you ever noticed that toilet is just oil with a T in front? Who knew a letter could make such a difference? My favorite is car, just R with a C. Who knew a letter could make such a difference? I find it funny that banana is just nana with a bar. Who knew a letter could make such a difference? I can't believe dog is just og with a D. Who knew a letter could make such a difference? Can you imagine chair without hair? That's just C and hair, two different words. Have you ever noticed that bed is just B and ed? Mind blowing. Did you know that fork is just F and ork? Mind blowing. Well, did you realize that cat is just C and at? Mind blowing.
Hey everyone, I used to be an accountant in New York City. Now I'm here to make you laugh. Did you know accountants have a sense of humor? We just use a different decimal system. As an accountant, I always found it easier to balance the books than to balance my social life. Why did the accountant cross the road? To get to the balance sheet on the other side. I tried incorporating humor into my accounting work once. Let's just say my boss didn't find it very accrual. Why did the accountant always pay his taxes early? He wanted to reduce his depreciation. As accountants say, if it's not broken, let's upgrade it anyway. Why did the accountant cross the road? To get to the other spreadsheet. As an accountant, I love to crunch numbers, especially the ones on potato chips. Why did the accountant go on a diet? So he could gain some legerdacity. Have you ever heard about the accounting book that fell 3 stories? It was a trade receivable. I heard a joke about balance sheets, but it's out of balance now. So I went to the bank the other day, and they asked me to check my balance. So I pushed it and it fell over. I tried budgeting once, but it didn't balance out. My bank account is like a roller coaster, always going up and down. I've gotten creative with my finances, like using coupons to pay my rent. The only thing consistent about my finances is my inconsistency. I tried to save money by switching to a cheaper bank. Turns out, they charge you for using the ATM. Who knew? Budgeting is like dieting. I always start off strong but end up binge spending. I once tried to live on a $50 weekly budget. Let's just say, ramen noodles became my best friend. Trying to stick to a budget is like trying to walk straight on a treadmill. You think you're making progress, but you're really just staying in the same place. I used to think budgeting was boring, but now it's my main source of entertainment. You know you're an accountant when you get more excited about saving $1 than winning the lottery. As an accountant, my favorite pickup line is, "Are you a tax return? Because you're the one I've been looking for." Accountants have the most fun. We just use a different kind of calculator. As an accountant, I always balance my books. That way, I can avoid getting audited and hitting debit rock bottom. Being an accountant is like being a detective, but without the thrill of danger. They say accountants are boring, but at least we have fun with numbers. I always say, being an accountant is like being a therapist, but without the couch. As an accountant, I know how to make every penny count. I always thought accounting was boring, but then I realized I was just surrounded by people who couldn't balance a checkbook. You know what they say, accountants do it by the book, but I prefer to do it by the ledger. Being an accountant is like being a detective, you're always following the money trail. They say accountants are boring, but I beg to differ. Did you know we have a whole code language to ourselves? It's like speaking in tongues. So if you're ever in trouble with the law, just hire an accountant. We always know how to make the numbers work for you. Being an accountant is like having a superpower. We can understand taxes and spreadsheets with just a glance. Accountants may make boring jokes, but our balance sheets always add up. I may have been a boring accountant, but now I'm a funny one. Being an accountant gave me a lot of experience in creative math. As an accountant, I always had a calculator at hand, now I have a mic. Thanks for laughing with me tonight. Stay balanced, everyone. As an accountant, I always found numbers to be fascinating. Not as fascinating as you guys though, of course. Speaking of numbers, I always carry the number 9 with me. It's my emergency contact. Working in accounting taught me one thing: never trust a balance sheet. Accountants don't die, they just lose their balance. I used to be an accountant, but I got tired of all the number crunching. You know what they call an accountant who is also a rapper? An audit meets world artist. So now I'm a comedian, telling jokes instead of balancing books. I used to work at a bank, but I quit because they wouldn't let me balance my jokes with my debits and credits. I guess you could say I traded in my calculator for a microphone.
Are there any IT professionals in the house tonight? So, who's excited about the next iPhone release? Technology moves so fast. Even my IT certifications are outdated. I remember when the Nokia 3310 was the ultimate phone. Have you noticed that we went from flip phones to foldable phones? It's like we took a step forward and then went back to the 90s. Smartphones get smarter every year, but they still can't prevent us from accidentally sending embarrassing texts. Our grandparents used to send love letters via snail mail. Now we just send each other memes. We spend more time deleting photos of food we didn't eat than actually eating food. We used to make eye contact when we talked to each other. Now we make eye contact with our phones. Nowadays, breakups can be as easy as unfollowing someone on Instagram. We have progressed so much in technology that we have regressed in our social skills. Thanks to technology, we now have the option to ignore someone in more ways than ever before. Technology has made us closer than ever, yet we are further apart than ever before. Technology promised to bring us together, but it forgot to mention the consequences. With all this technology, we've forgotten how to communicate without it. It's like we're all living in a technological bubble. Technology has made us all anti-social. We'd rather text than talk. Technology is our new addiction. We can't even enjoy a meal without taking a picture of it. Our phones are smarter than us. They Google things we used to know. Technology is advancing so fast. Soon we'll have to start Googling how to use Google. With all this technology, we're going to forget what it's like to actually interact with humans. Technology is changing so fast. By the time I finish this joke, it'll be outdated. Technology is like a toddler, constantly changing and often throwing tantrums. Technology companies love to name their products after fruits. Makes us forget how much we're paying for them. As a former IT guy, I know technology can be frustrating. The other day my computer asked me, "Do you want to continue?" and I said, "No, let's just stop here." Have you noticed that every time you buy a new phone, the charger and earphones are different? It's like they want you to start a new collection. As a technology guy, I've learned that every time you think you've figured it out, they change the game. Why does every software update feel like a breakup? I'm just not ready for a new version. I tried to make a website once, but it just ended up being a collection of error messages. Why do we need so many apps? I just want to make a phone call. Why do we need to update our apps every week? Did my phone become sentient and is now judging me? Why do we need a weather app? Just go outside and look up. Why do we have to enter our credit card information to download free apps? Is that how they monetize my addiction to Angry Birds? Why do we need a calculator app? Real mathematicians use pen and paper. Why do we need a million apps for the same thing? Just pick one and stick to it. Why do our phones keep getting bigger? Do they expect us to carry a purse now? Why do we still use fax machines? It's like using a horse-drawn carriage on the highway. Why do they still make laptops that weigh as much as a bowling ball? Do they want us to have biceps like the Hulk? Why do tech companies still use those impossible to open blister packaging? I feel like I need a machete to open my SIM card. Why do headphone jacks still exist on phones? Am I supposed to carry around an extender like it's 1999? Thanks for laughing at technology, folks. Remember to unplug every once in a while. Why do we still need to enter our credit card numbers manually for online purchases? It's like typing out an unbreakable code every time. Smartwatch makers, can you please make the screens big enough so I don't have to squint like a mole to read my messages? Our phones get thinner every year, but our pockets stay the same size. What's next? Phones without screens. I'm convinced that the future of technology is just putting everything on our wrists. Next thing you know, we'll have smart underwear. Technology is like a cat. It always lands on its feet, but sometimes it's a little dizzy. Our reliance on technology is like an addiction. We need it to function, but it's slowly destroying us. Our smartphones have turned us into a generation of impatient brats. Waiting 10 seconds for a website to load feels like an eternity. We used to be able to hold a conversation without checking our phones every 2 minutes. Nowadays, Siri knows more about us than our own mothers.
Hey everyone, welcome to Laughing Through Life. I recently started dating again and it's been so awkward. Dating apps are so confusing. Is it a left swipe or a right swipe for commitment? I tried speed dating, but it felt like a job interview in a loud bar. I think I need to start using a dating app for pets so at least I know there's some loyalty there. Have you ever noticed that dating apps look like job applications? Upload a picture, tell us about yourself, and why you're right for the position. I saw a guy on a dating app who said his ideal date is going to Home Depot. Is that supposed to be sexy? Why do they call it a crush? It feels more like a concussion. I went on a date with a guy who took me to a hardware store. I thought we were going to a fancy restaurant. Turns out, he just needed to restock his toolbox. You know what's worse than being ghosted? Being haunted by a mediocre date. I once went on a date with a guy who took me to a cemetery. I thought it was romantic until he said, "I always bring my dates here to show them where they could end up." It's funny how some people try to ghost you, but then you haunt them right back. Have you ever noticed that some people are like ghosts? They disappear and then reappear out of nowhere. Why do we call it ghosting anyways? It's more like a disappearing act. Ever notice how some friends are like ghosts? They only show up when they need something? Have you ever noticed how some exes are like ghosts? They only show up when you're happy? You know what else is like a ghost? My student debt. Some people say ghosts haunt old buildings. I say they haunt my dating app matches. You know what's scarier than ghosts? The thought of having to pay for my own healthcare. I don't believe in ghosts, but I do believe in phantom pains from seeing my medical bills. I swear, my medical bills are scarier than any horror movie. I think I'm gonna start giving myself virtual checkups. It'll save me a fortune. I mean, who needs a doctor anyway when you have WebMD? I once tried to diagnose myself with WebMD and it told me I had a rare condition called internet addiction. I mean, you gotta love WebMD. It's like having a medical degree and anxiety all in one. Sometimes I wonder if WebMD is just trying to keep us all sick so they can make more money off our hypochondria. I mean, it's not just WebMD. Have you ever seen those pharmaceutical commercials? But seriously, have you read the side effects of some of these medications? It's like they are trying to cure one thing and cause 10 other problems. I mean, I swear the side effects are worse than the actual illness. I don't even bother with medicine anymore, I just go straight to the side effects. I mean, have you read the side effects of cough drops? It's like signing up for a different illness. I saw an ad for a headache medicine and the side effects were a headache, nausea and vomiting. Isn't that just the original problem? You know, I'm starting to think that taking medicine is worse than the actual illness. Have you ever read the ingredients on a pain reliever? Half of them are unpronounceable. I mean seriously, who comes up with those names? It's like they are playing Scrabble with the alphabet soup. I don't know about you guys, but I always feel like a chemist when I try to read those labels. Have you ever tried to read the fine print on medication labels? It's like trying to translate an ancient Egyptian hieroglyphic. Those medication warnings are insane too. May cause dizziness, blurred vision, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, headache, loss of appetite, hair loss, and the sudden urge to climb a mountain. I mean, have you seen the size of some of those pills? It's like trying to swallow a golf ball. Sometimes I wonder if laziness is genetic, but then I realize I just don't want to do the research. I heard the new pill for insomnia has a side effect of causing drowsiness, like aren't we already trying to cure that? Have you ever read the whole list of side effects for a medication? You'd think they'd just suggest you live with the ailment. It's like the medication is just giving us a new set of problems to deal with. I mean, what happened to just eating well and exercising? It's like we're not even trying anymore. Why bother with healthy eating and exercise when there's a pill for that? The next thing you know, they'll have a pill for breathing. Oh wait, that's just an inhaler. Why go to the gym when you can just take a pill and watch Netflix instead? They should make a pill for procrastination, but I'll probably just end up taking it later. I wish I could replace my gym time with watching Netflix and still get abs. Welcome everybody to Nursing and Laughter. Who here has had a nurse that was cooler than their doctor? Nurses are basically superheroes without capes. Nurses are the unsung heroes of the healthcare system. They deserve more recognition. Nurses always put their patients first, even when it means sacrificing their own comfort. That's true dedication. Nurses work long hours and deal with difficult situations, but they still show up every day with a smile on their face. That takes real strength. Nurses often deal with life or death situations, but they handle it with grace and courage. They truly are superheroes in scrubs. I don't know about you, but I feel safer knowing that nurses are there with me. Thank you for all that you do. It's amazing how much nurses can accomplish in just a few minutes. It takes me that long just to get dressed in the morning. I heard some people say that laughter is the best medicine, but I know for a fact that nurses are, so let's give them a hand. Nurses have to deal with a lot of crap, and I mean that quite literally. Nurses are the real superheroes. They wear scrubs instead of capes, and instead of fighting villains, they fight bacteria, but they still save lives every day. You know you're a nurse when your pockets are full of pens, tape, scissors, and alcohol swabs. Nurses deserve all the respect in the world. They do the work nobody else wants to do, and they do it with compassion and grit. Have you ever noticed how nurses make the best party guests? They always bring the shots. And don't even get me started on the amount of bodily fluids nurses deal with on a daily basis. Nurses have a sixth sense for when a patient is about to push that call button. Nurses are basically superheroes in scrubs, dealing with impossible situations every day. It's amazing how nurses can make a bedridden patient feel at home and comfortable. Nurses are like the duct tape of the healthcare system, fixing everything from a broken bone to a broken heart. Nurses work tirelessly, but who knew they were also expert detectives? I once saw a nurse diagnose a patient just by smelling their breath. They say laughter is the best medicine, but I think nurses might be a close second. When I go to the hospital, I don't want a doctor, I want a nurse. They are the ones who actually care. But seriously, nurses do so much more than just care for patients. They are the real superheroes in the hospital. It's true, nurses are the unsung heroes of the hospital. They work tirelessly to take care of their patients, always putting their needs first. And don't even get me started on the amount of paperwork they have to do. Nurses have to deal with all sorts of bodily fluids on a daily basis. It takes a special kind of person to handle that. Let's not forget about the long hours on their feet. It's like they are running a marathon every shift. And don't forget the constant risk of exposure to infectious diseases. And let's not even get started on the emotional toll this job takes. It's like Grey's Anatomy, but with less romantic relationships and more bodily fluids. I've seen things that would make your hair stand up, and that's just from cleaning the break room fridge. I've had patients ask me for things that I can't even find on Urban Dictionary. I once had a patient who claimed they had a hamster living in their ear. Turns out it was just a piece of popcorn. Sometimes I feel like being a nurse is like being an amateur detective, trying to solve the mystery of what's wrong with the patient. Being a nurse is like a game of whack-a-mole. Just when you think you've solved one problem, 5 more pop up. As a nurse, you learn to never underestimate the power of a good poop. The amount of bodily fluids I've been covered in as a nurse could fill an Olympic swimming pool. Working as a nurse, I've seen things that can't be unseen. But hey, at least I have good stories for parties. I've had patients ask me to marry them more times than I can count. And let's not forget the matching Crocs. It's always a competition between nurses to see who has the worst commute. I swear some of them could give NASA a run for their money. I once had a patient who was convinced he was a spy. He had a whole backstory and everything. It was like having a real-life James Bond, except he kept trying to escape the hospital. Some of our patients could give Shakespeare a run for his money with their dramatics. It's not just the patients though. The amount of paperwork we have to do could win a Nobel Prize for literature. And don't even get me started on the hospital food. And have you seen the scrubs they make us wear? I look like a walking highlighter. Speaking of scrubs, I think my patients confuse me with a cartoon character. I swear, those scrubs are neon enough to cause a blackout in the hospital. I once had a patient ask if I was a model. I mean, have you seen these scrubs?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Tech Jokes and Silicon Punchlines. We all know that Silicon Valley is very competitive. You know what they say, in Silicon Valley, failure is not an option, it's a requirement. And with all this competition, you know what they say about the tech industry, there's no such thing as innovation, just patent wars. In the tech industry, we don't fail, we pivot. You know what they say, pivot or bust. And let's not forget the most important tech tool of all, caffeine. But seriously, how many software engineers does it take to change a light bulb? I heard Google is releasing a new program to help you lose weight. It's called CTRL Alt Defeat. Why did the computer go to the doctor? Because it had a virus. Looks like I need to update my password. My dog's name and my birth year isn't cutting it anymore. Why did the programmer quit his job? He didn't get a raise. Why did the JavaScript developer wear glasses? He couldn't see. Why did the HTML developer go bankrupt? He didn't know how to handle his divs. Why did the SQL developer leave his girlfriend? She kept saying select from relationship and he needed a join. Why did the JavaScript developer wear glasses? Because he didn't see. Why did the Python developer get cold? Because he left his socks in a list comprehension. Why did the Java developer quit his job? He didn't get a raise. Why did the SQL developer take a break? Her queries needed a join. What do you call a Python developer who doesn't know how to code? A constrictor. Why do front-end developers prefer dark mode? Because light attracts bugs. Why do Java programmers wear glasses? Because they can't see. Why do servers always feel hot? Because they have too many requests. Why do software developers always mix up Halloween and Christmas? Because the 31st of October equals the 20th. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? Because light attracts bugs. Why do programmers prefer dogs over cats? Because you can't debug a cat. Why do programmers prefer Linux? Because it's open source. Just like them. Why do programmers prefer dark theme? Because light attracts bugs. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? Because it saves energy and they needed to complain about PHP. Why do programmers prefer black coffee? Because they need something to help them Java. Why don't programmers like nature? Because they prefer their screens with higher resolution. Why don't programmers trust atoms? Because they make up everything. Why don't programmers like basketball games? Because they always end up using too many hoops and loops. Why was the computer cold? Because it left its windows open. Why don't computers like jokes? Because they prefer things to be bite-sized. Why don't programmers like nature? It has too many bugs. Why did the computer go to the doctor? It had a virus. Why do developers prefer dark mode? Less white noise. Why do programmers prefer dark chocolate? Less bugs. Why do hackers prefer black hoodies? It helps them blend with the night mode interface. Why do software developers not sleep? They get stuck in an infinite loop. That's all for tonight, folks. Remember to update your antivirus and watch out for bugs. Why do programmers prefer dark themes? Because light attracts bugs. Why do software engineers always mix up Halloween and Christmas? Because the 31st of October equals the 20th. Why do coders prefer dark rooms? Because light attracts bugs. Why do programmers always mix up Halloween and Thanksgiving? Because the 31st of October equals the 23rd of. Why do programmers always mix up Christmas and New Year's Eve? Because the 31st of October equals the 25th of December. Why do programmers always get Christmas and Valentine's Day confused? Because the 25th of December equals the 4th. Why do programmers confused Halloween and Thanksgiving? Because the 31st of October equals that. Why do programmers hate nature? Because it has too many bugs. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? Because light attracts bugs.
Hey, everyone. Who else is excited to finally laugh without a mask on? I know we all miss the excitement of the hospital, like when a patient says it's just a little cough and 2 hours later they are being intubated. It's like we are all living in a constant state of it's just a little cough. I used to dread the is it just a little cough question. Now I'm terrified of it. I remember when we used to joke about being sick to get a day off. Now we're hiding our sniffles like it's contraband. Now we're wiping our phones like they are contaminated. It's crazy how a global pandemic can turn us all into germaphobes. I never realized how much I touch my face until they told me not to. Now it's like a game of operation every time I need to scratch my nose. I went to the grocery store wearing gloves, a mask, and a hazmat suit, and the cashier still asked me if I found everything okay. I'm starting to think not touching your face is impossible. It's like my hands have a mind of their own. I tried to take a selfie with my mask on, but I couldn't see my face. So instead, I just took a picture of my shoes. I swear every time I go out, I feel like I'm playing a game of don't touch your face. It's like my face has never been so interesting to me until I've been told not to touch it. I'm surprised I even remember how to do makeup after not wearing any for so long. I don't think I've ever washed my hands this much in my life, and I used to be a nurse. I have to say, I never knew how much I relied on caffeine until the hospital coffee was my only option. I swear, the hand sanitizer is the only thing keeping me from my dry hands looking like I'm 80 years old. The hospital gowns should come with pockets, but then again, who am I kidding? They wouldn't even give us enough of those. I swear, if I have to use one more generic pen with the hospital logo, I'm going to lose it. You know what else hospitals should have? Comfortable chairs in the waiting room. I mean, have you ever tried to sleep on one of those hospital beds? And what's the deal with hospital food? I mean, have you seen the hospital gowns they make us wear? It's like we're part of some twisted fashion show. You know what's worse than hospital gowns? The socks they give us. Are they trying to make us slip and fall? Or is it some kind of conspiracy to keep us in the hospital longer? I don't know who designs hospital socks, but they need to be fired. They are like a slippery death trap. Those hospital socks are so bad, I wouldn't be surprised if they were made by someone who's never even been in a hospital. I heard they are coming out with hospital Crocs now. Can't wait for the lawsuits to start rolling in. I don't understand why hospitals don't invest in better sheets. It's like sleeping on sandpaper. Hospital beds are the worst. Might as well sleep on a pile of bricks. I heard that hospital pillows were invented by the same people who make bricks. I once asked for a comfortable hospital gown and they gave me a paper towel. I asked the nurse for painkillers, and she handed me a stapler. I said, "What is this?" And she said, "It's a placebo, but it's shaped like a pill so it should work." I swear hospitals must use beds made of rocks to make patients appreciate the pillows. I'm pretty sure the hospital food is just a punishment for being sick. I once got stuck with a hospital roommate who snored louder than a train. I felt like I was sleeping in the middle of a construction site. I swear, nurses are like superheroes. We can start an IV on the first try and calm down a confused patient, but we can't cure hospital food. Sometimes I feel like hospital gowns are designed by toddlers, you know, like, they are half open in the back and leave your bum hanging out for everyone to see. I mean, have you seen hospital pillows? Might as well sleep on a rock. Seriously though, can't they make hospital clothes that don't make you look like a walking butt showcase? And don't even get me started on those hospital gowns. It's like they want us to feel exposed and vulnerable. Thank you all for coming out tonight. Remember to always appreciate your nurses. We do a lot more than just wear scrubs and deal with bodily fluids. I mean, they call it a doctor's coat, but let's be real, it's just another glorified lab coat. Ever notice how hospital gowns never cover your ass properly? Like, sorry, I don't want to give everyone a show back there. Let's be real, the only difference between a nurse and a waitress is that one has better drugs. I mean, have you ever tried to look cute in those scrubs? It's like trying to make a garbage bag look fashionable. I swear, if I see one more person confuse me for the cafeteria worker, I'm going to start charging for my medical advice. I once spilled coffee on my scrubs and someone asked me if I was changing careers to become a coffee barista. I was like, no, I just like to start my day with a little pick-me-up. As a former nurse, I've seen some things that can never be unseen, like those Crocs that some doctors wear. When I was a nurse, I had to deal with all sorts of bodily fluids, but nothing prepared me for the day I spilled my smoothie on my scrubs. And don't even get me started on the smells. I've smelled things that would make a skunk gag. Welcome to Laughing Meds. I'm Amy, your former nurse turned comedian. I always thought medicine was the only way to save lives, until I discovered laughter. Laughter is the best medicine, except for diarrhea. You know what they say, laughter is contagious, and that's the only thing you want spreading around, not like that other thing. I once tried to tell a joke about time travel, but nobody laughed. Turns out I didn't get back to the punchline fast enough. Laughter is the best medicine, except for treating diarrhea. You know what they say about cliffhanger. Speaking of cliffhanger, I almost fell off one last week. Thank goodness I didn't, otherwise I'd be a former nurse from London with a broken leg trying to do comedy. Speaking of cliffhanger, I went hiking with my ex and his new girlfriend last week. So, my ex's new girlfriend is a nurse, and you know what they say, nurses know exactly how to take care of broken hearts, and broken legs, apparently. Looks like I need to start hiking more often, maybe I'll find love on a cliff too. My doctor told me to go for a run every morning. I told him, Doc, I'm a comedian. I can't run without tripping on a joke. I tried online dating, but all the guys I matched with were allergic to commitment. It's like they were allergic to more than just pollen. I recently went to the doctor and he told me I should eat more fruits and vegetables. So, I started drinking more mimosas. They are made with orange juice, so it counts, right? Have you ever noticed that hospitals have the worst food? It's like they are trying to keep us sick. I think they should start serving fruits and veggies in bars instead of alcohol. That way, we'll all be healthy and happy. It's funny how we call it healthcare, but the food we eat in hospitals is anything but healthy. I mean, have you seen the portion sizes they serve in hospitals? They are enough to feed a family of 4. And don't even get me started on the vending machines. I had to get my daily dose of sugar from there. I swear, the hospital food was so bad that the vending machines had higher hygiene standards. But you know what they say, laughter is the best medicine. That's why I'm here tonight, to give you a full dosage. Have you ever noticed how all hospital gowns are just one size fits none? I always wondered, why do they call it a rectal thermometer? It should just be a white Amazon. Why the hell do I need to take my temperature that way? Why do doctors carry red pens? They want to draw blood. Have you ever noticed that doctors always tell us to open our mouths and say but never ask us to do the same with our noses? Maybe we should start doing that, then we can finally stink up their offices too. You know what they say, an apple a day keeps the doctor away. But what about a pineapple? Do you think throwing a pineapple at them would work too? I heard that laughter is the best medicine, but what if you have diarrhea? I wonder if doctors ever get sick of hearing the advice an apple a day keeps the doctor away. I heard that laughing for 15 minutes burns as many calories as running for an hour, but I'll stick to my couch and Netflix. I've heard that some hospitals now have gardens where patients can go to get some fresh air and sunshine. I mean, it's like they are trying to cure them or something. Doctors always recommend exercise, but have they ever considered laughing as a workout? I mean, I can barely do a push-up but I can laugh for hours. I heard that some hospitals now have therapy dogs. Yeah, who needs medicine when you've got a fluffy, tail-wagging friend to make you forget your worries? I tried to donate blood, but they said my blood type was out of this world. I mean, come on, I thought being a unicorn was a selling point. Speaking of therapy dogs, did you know some hospitals have started using therapy llamas? Yeah, because nothing says healing like spitting and kicking. Speaking of unicorns, have you seen those unicorn frappuccinos? I tried one and it tasted like diabetes in a cup. Speaking of unconventional therapy animals, I heard some people are using shrimp as emotional support animals. Yeah, because there's nothing more comforting than holding a crustacean that's been pulled out of the ocean and thrown on ice. Speaking of unusual drinks, have you seen that people are now selling water bottles with crystals inside? Yeah, because nothing tastes better than drinking from a bottle filled with rocks. And have you heard about people using leeches for medicinal purposes again? Yeah, because nothing says healing like letting a blood-sucking worm latch onto you. So, what's the deal with crystal healing? I mean, are we really supposed to believe that a few shiny rocks can cure all of our problems? Next thing you know, people will be selling us miracle dirt. Alternative medicine is getting out of hand. I heard people are using cow urine for healing now. Yeah, because nothing says healthy like drinking pee. I don't always eat healthy, but when I do, I make sure to post it. I read that some people are using crystals to heal their illnesses. Yeah, because who needs medicine when you can just wear a pretty rock? It's like those wellness influencers telling us to do yoga and drink green smoothies. Yeah, because tree pose really cured my depression. I swear some people come up with the craziest things. I heard a new one. Apparently standing on your head for 5 minutes a day cures all your ailments. Yeah, good luck with that one. I mean, have you seen some of the so-called health foods out there? Quinoa? More like uncooked gravel. I heard someone say the best way to cure a headache is to stick your feet in boiling water. Honestly, I'd rather just take an aspirin. You know what's worse than health foods? Health food bloggers. Sorry, Karen, but posting pictures of your green smoothie every day isn't going to convince me to eat kale for breakfast. I swear, the only exercise I get is running late. I tried to make kale chips, but they ended up tasting like disappointment. I don't always go to the gym, but when I do, I make sure to take a selfie to show how fit I am.
What's the difference between an accountant and a computer? You only have to punch the information into the computer once. As an accountant, I love spending other people's money. It's like window shopping, but you actually get to keep the stuff. As accountants, we're the real-life detectives. We always uncover where the money went. Unlike the police, accountants are the only ones who look forward to tax day. It's like Christmas morning for us. You know what they say, money talks. But as accountants, we're the ones who interpret what it's saying. People always say accounting is boring. But you know what's even more boring? Not having any money. I always say, money can't buy you happiness, but it can buy you a yacht to sail right up to it. You know what's more stressful than being broke? Having too much money and not knowing what to do with it. But you know what's even more stressful than having too much money and not knowing what to do with it? Having too little money and not knowing how to pay for basic necessities. And have you ever noticed how the richer people get, the smaller their wallets become? But you know what's even worse? Being rich but not having any friends to spend your money with. Sometimes I think the only thing richer than the wealthy is their entitlement. It's like they say, money can't buy happiness, but it can buy a therapist to help you cope with your unhappiness. You know you're rich when you have a dedicated room in your house just for your shoes. You know you're rich when you have a personal assistant just to help you decide which car to drive each day. You know you're rich when you hire a team of chefs to cook for just one person. You know you're rich when your daily expenses are more than most people's mortgage. You know you're rich when you don't even check the price tag. You know you're rich when you have a separate wardrobe for your vacation clothes. You know you're rich when you have a personal chef just for your pet. You know you're rich when you hire someone to open your fridge for you. You know you're rich when you have a personal shopper just for your pet's outfits. You know you're rich when you have a personal sommelier just for your water selection. You know you're rich when you have a personal assistant just for your grocery shopping. You know you're rich when you have a personal stylist just for your pajamas. You know you're rich when you have a personal chef just for making your smoothies. You know you're rich when your dog has a personal masseuse. You know you're rich when your closet is bigger than my apartment. You know you're rich when you have a separate house just for your cars. You know you're rich when you have a helicopter just to avoid traffic. You know you're rich when you have a private island just for your dogs. You know you're rich when you have a personal driver for your shopping cart. You know you're rich when you have a personal chef just for your goldfish. You know you're rich when you have a personal masseuse for your pet hamster. You know you're rich when you have a personal stylist for your pet snake. You know you're rich when you have a private island for your turtles. You know you're rich when you have a personal yoga instructor for your parrot. You know you're rich when you hire a personal chef for your goldfish. You know you're rich when you have a personal stylist for your dog. You know you're rich when you hire a personal trainer for your houseplants. They say money can't buy happiness, but have you ever seen a sad person on a yacht? You know you're rich when your dog has a personal assistant. You know you're rich when your turtle has its own personal massage therapist. You know you're rich when your cat has its own personal chef. You know you're rich when your goldfish has its own personal therapist. You know you're rich when your dog has its own personal masseurs. You know you're rich when your parrot has its own personal language tutor. You know you're rich when your cat has its own personal stylist. You know you're rich when your dog has its own personal chef. You know you're rich when your parrot speaks multiple languages. Ladies and gentlemen, let's reboot this show. Alright folks, let's patch up some more laughs. Hey, let's upgrade this show with some more laughs. Hope you guys have enough storage capacity for all the laughs coming your way. Let's hope your funny bone has enough bandwidth for my jokes. I hope your laughter doesn't cause your CPU to overheat. Don't worry, my jokes won't give you a virus. My jokes may not be waterproof, but at least they won't short-circuit your motherboard. My jokes won't crash your system, but they might make your CPU overheat. My jokes won't give you a virus, but they might make you feel sick. Don't worry, my jokes won't need a firewall, but they might make you paranoid about hackers. They say that laughter is the best medicine, but I think a good antivirus software is still pretty important. But seriously, I once saw a hacker trying to break into my computer. I was scared he would see all my embarrassing photos. Let me tell you, updating software is like going to the dentist. You know it's important, but it's still pretty painful. I tried to download a movie last night, but halfway through it said download failed, just like my love life. They say technology will replace paper, but I'm still waiting for paper to replace my bad Wi-Fi connection. Technology has made us lazy. I can't even remember my own phone number without checking my contacts. I miss the good old days when we had to physically turn a page to read a book. With all this technology, the only thing I can't find is a decent Wi-Fi signal. It's amazing how much technology has advanced. Now I can delete the same email twice, on my phone and on my computer. I remember when downloading a song took hours and now I'm complaining when it takes longer than 10 seconds. And don't even get me started on automatic updates. I still don't understand why my phone needs a faster processor. Is it gonna start solving crimes on its own? Why does my laptop need a camera that can recognize my face? Is it gonna arrest me for doing something illegal on the internet? I mean, why do we need phones with facial recognition? Is it gonna steal our identities and start living our lives for us? And why do we need smart speakers that listen to everything we say? Is it gonna report us to the authorities for singing too loudly in the shower? And why are we developing robots that can do everything for us? Are they gonna steal our jobs and then take over the world? I mean, we already have enough trouble with our phones doing autocorrect. If we give them too much power, they might start correcting our entire lives. I heard they are developing a robot that can be a therapist. I don't know about you guys, but I don't want my deepest insecurities analyzed by a machine. I mean, have you seen those self-driving cars? I don't trust them. I can barely trust myself when I'm driving. It's crazy how much technology has advanced. I remember when we thought flip phones were cutting edge. With all this technology, it's like we're living in a sci-fi movie. Next thing you know, we'll have flying cars and personal jetpacks. It's amazing how much technology has become a part of our daily lives. I mean, who would have thought we'd be scrolling through cat videos on our phones all day? I heard they are working on a pill that will make us understand technology. I hope it comes with a cup of coffee and a donut. Do you ever realize how much we rely on technology until the Wi-Fi goes out? Technology is great until it stops working. Just like my ex-girlfriend. Have you noticed that the more advanced technology gets, the lazier we become? It's like we're evolving backwards. Technology has made us so lazy that we can't even remember phone numbers anymore. I mean, can anyone here tell me their best friend's phone number without looking at their phone? Have you ever tried turning off your Wi-Fi and just sitting in silence? It's like being reborn. It's crazy how much technology has taken over our lives. I mean, have you ever tried having a conversation without looking at your phone every 5 seconds? I swear my phone is smarter than me at this point. It knows everything about me. It's getting to the point where we can't function without technology. I mean, imagine if we had to handwrite all our text messages like we did in the old days. It's like we're in a relationship with our phones. They're always there, always demanding our attention, and we never want to let them go. I mean, have you ever seen a toddler try to swipe at a book instead of turning the page? It's like they were born with technology in their hands. Our phones are like our secret lovers. We hide them from our real lovers and sneak around with them. But at least our phones won't break our hearts. Our society is so addicted to technology that we've forgotten how to communicate face to face. Like, have you ever tried to have a conversation with someone who's constantly staring at their phone? It's like talking to a brick wall. It's amazing how we've gone from telegrams to instant messaging, but we still can't understand each other. Technology was supposed to connect us, but it seems like we're more disconnected than ever. I mean, have you ever been in a room full of people staring at their phones? It's like a scene from The Walking Dead. Our phones have become our best friends. We talk to them more than we talk to real people. I miss the days when we used to have to physically hang up a phone. You could really slam it down and feel the satisfaction.
Welcome to HR Nightmare, the comedic side of office politics. You know what's worse than dealing with office politics? Dealing with HR politics. HR politics is like a game of Minesweeper. You never know where the next bomb is going to blow up in your face. It's like HR wants you to navigate an invisible maze blindfolded. It's like they want you to walk a tightrope without a safety net. Navigating the HR maze is like trying to find a needle in a haystack blindfolded. It's like HR is playing a game of Jenga with your career. Dealing with HR is like playing Minesweeper. You think you've got it figured out and then boom, you step on a mine. It's like HR is a game of Russian roulette, but instead of bullets, it's HR policies. HR policies are like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get. The only thing scarier than an hour policy is no HR policy. You know you're in trouble when HR sends an email with the subject line "Please read carefully." HR doesn't stand for human resources, it stands for how to ruin your day. I heard HR is expanding. They are now offering therapy for all the emotional trauma they cause. HR, helping ruin your life, one policy at a time. I don't know about you, but every time HR sends me an email, I feel like a character in The Walking Dead. I know something terrible is about to happen. Every time HR walks by my desk, I feel like I'm in a horror movie. HR makes me feel like I'm stuck in a never-ending episode of The Twilight Zone. HR is like a box of chocolates, you never know what you're gonna get. HR is like a never-ending game of Jumanji, but the dangers are all human. HR is like working in a zoo but the animals have office jobs. Working in HR is like being a referee, but instead of sports, it's people's careers and egos on the line. I once had to mediate a work disagreement between Karen and Chad. It was like watching two toddlers fight over a toy that neither of them even wanted. Dealing with office politics is like playing a game of chess, but with players that only know how to move their pawn forward one space at a time. It's like some people in the office are playing 3D chess while the rest are stuck on checkers. If office politics were a sport, some people would be in the Olympics and others would be on the bench. Some people in the office are like politicians, they promise the world but deliver a paperclip. Some people in the office are so two-faced, they could replace Harvey Dent. It's like a popularity contest, but instead of a crown, you get handed a stapler. I just found out that my office has more drama than a reality TV show. And don't even get me started on the office gossip. I swear, HR stands for highway robbery. Have you ever noticed how the break room is the center of office drama? Let me tell you, the HR department is like the Hunger Games, may the odds be ever in your favor. And don't even get me started on the office fridge, it's like a game of Tetris in there. I once had to deal with an employee who thought it was appropriate to bring their pet snake to work. Talk about a cold-blooded colleague. I swear, some of my co-workers have never heard of deodorant. Some of my co-workers need to learn that talking with their mouths full is not a desirable office behavior. I don't understand how some people never seem to run out of things to say in meetings. My coworker talks so much, I wish they offered overtime pay for meetings. I guess I'll never know if that promotion was because of my hard work or just because of office politics. Another coworker always looks at their phone during meetings, like they are waiting for a better offer. I once had a coworker who took credit for my work and when confronted, said they were just trying to help me out. Yeah, help me out of a job. It's like some people think a conference call is an opportunity to make private phone calls with a mute button. Have you ever had a coworker that just loves to micromanage? They are like a superhero, but instead of saving the city, they are just saving you from doing your job. And don't even get me started on the reply all emailers. You know what really grinds my gears? When a coworker takes credit for your work. It's like running a marathon and someone jumps in and crosses the finish line before you. Sometimes I think my coworkers are secretly trying to drive me crazy. I can't tell if my boss is trying to help me or just enjoy seeing me suffer. Hello everyone, I'm Nurse Laughs. Thanks for being a great audience. I've been Nurse Laughs. It's been a pleasure diagnosing your laughter, but now I have to get back to my real job, drinking caffeinated beverages. I always knew I wanted to be a nurse, but then I realized I could get paid to make people laugh instead. I used to work the night shift at the hospital. Nothing like cracking jokes at 3 a.m. to a delirious patient. Being a nurse is like being a superhero, but with a stethoscope instead of a cape. As nurses, we deal with bodily fluids so much that we should get a degree in plumbing. I once had a patient who kept insisting he was invisible. Took me and a few colleagues to convince him otherwise. Turned out he was just standing behind a curtain. They say laughter is the best medicine, but I'm still waiting for my paycheck from the hospital. As a nurse, I've seen it all, but nothing prepared me for the amount of paperwork in this job. They say nurses have no sense of humor, but I tell my patients jokes during surgery. Who knew being a nurse meant signing up to be a therapist too? And then there's the joy of getting paid like a therapist, but having to clean up bodily fluids like a janitor. It's like we're supposed to be healers, but also mind readers. Patients expect us to know what's wrong without them having to tell us. I once had a patient who claimed her headache was caused by a curse. I was tempted to tell her that the curse was actually her medical bill. It's like some patients think we have a magic wand instead of a stethoscope. Sometimes I feel like I need a magic wand just to deal with patients' demands. I once had a patient who wanted me to diagnose his phone battery. Dealing with patients is like trying to solve a Rubik's Cube blindfolded. I had a patient who kept sneezing in my face, but hey, at least he covered his mouth. Sometimes I feel like I'm just a walking prescription pad. I once had a patient who was convinced he was a squirrel. You should have seen him try to store his nuts. Have you ever tried to read a doctor's handwriting? It's like trying to decipher hieroglyphics. Doctors always say take 2 aspirin and call me in the morning, like they don't want to deal with us. Why do doctors carry red pens? In case they need to draw bloods. Why do nurses always carry red pens? To draw blood without getting caught. Did you hear about the nurse who swallowed a red pen? She wrote herself a prescription. Why do nurses always seem calm? They are trained to keep the pressure down. Why do nurses always carry red pens? They are always drawing blood. Why do nurses always have a second pair of shoes? For the ICU. Why do nurses always carry a watch to work? Because every second counts. Why do nurses wear compression socks? To keep circulation flowing and to ensure they get their steps in. How do nurses handle their stress? They diffuse it. Why do nurses always have a pen in their pocket, in case they need to draw blood? Why do nurses wear comfortable shoes? So they can run from the patients who refuse to take their medicine. What does a nurse call their favorite shoes? Crackpot. Do you know why nurses always have a pen in their pocket, in case they need to draw blood? Why did the nurse leave work early? Because she needed to take a shot of espresso. Why did the nurse refuse to have coffee? It caused too many IV drips. Why did the nurse want a job at the coffee shop? She heard they offer free shots. That's all for Nurse Laughs, folks. Remember, laughter is often the best form of medicine, except for treating diarrhea. Why do nurses always carry red pens with them? In case they need to draw blood. Why do nurses always have a hard time taking a lunch break? Because it's tough to stomach all of the charting. Why did the nurse carry a red pen and a thermometer? In case she needed to draw blood and take the patient's temperature at the same time. Why do nurses always have a spare pair of shoes? In case they have to switch gears and run to save a life. Why do nurses always carry red and blue pens? In case they need to draw arterial and venous blood at the same time. Why do nurses always carry a watch with a second hand? So they can time urine samples for doctors. Why do nurses wear masks during surgery? So you can't see them laughing at the surgeon's jokes. Do you know why nurses make great DJs? They can find the vein. Did you hear about the nurse who stole a red marker? She was caught red-handed. Welcome to Sarcastic Chic, where I'll be serving up sass with a side of comedy. I like to keep things spicy in my life, like adding hot sauce to my ice cream, you know? Sometimes I wonder if my sarcasm is a defense mechanism or just who I am. It's not my fault that my internal monologue is hilarious. My parents always told me to speak my mind, so I blame them for my sarcasm. I've been told I have a face for radio and a voice for silent films. I'm not great at expressing emotions, unless it's in the form of sarcasm. I was voted most likely to be sarcastic in high school. Sometimes I wonder if sarcasm is my only language. I have a PhD in sarcasm. I could quit sarcasm, but what else would I be good at? Sarcasm is the body's natural defense against stupidity. Sarcasm is an art and not everyone is a trained artist. You know what they say, sarcasm is like electricity, half the population doesn't get it, but we're the ones with the power. Sarcasm is a defense mechanism. It's like my armor against stupidity. Sometimes I feel like I need a sarcasm font, just so people can keep up. Sarcasm is a language that not everyone speaks fluently. Not to brag, but I can speak sarcasm fluently in 2 languages, English and body language. It's not my fault if some people can't keep up with my advanced level of sarcasm. I wish sarcasm could be a legitimate form of currency, I'd be a billionaire by now. I'm sorry, I can't dumb down my sarcasm enough for you to understand. I'm convinced that sarcasm is a lost art form. Sarcasm, the ability to insult idiots without them realizing it. Sarcasm is my love language. Sarcasm is the best defense against stupidity. People say sarcasm is the lowest form of wit, but I beg to differ. Some people think being sarcastic is rude, but I call it honesty with a twist. Sarcasm is my superpower. I even use it on myself. I always try to improve myself, but sarcasm seems to be the one thing I'm constantly excelling at. I should probably stop being sarcastic at some point, but then again, it's not like I have much else going for me. Sarcasm is my coping mechanism. If that ever fails me, I'm screwed. I think sarcasm is just a friendly way of being me. Sarcasm is like a second language to me, but unfortunately it's the one nobody understands. Sarcasm is so underappreciated. It's like a superpower that nobody wants. Being sarcastic is my way of coping with stupidity. The best thing about sarcasm is that it can be used in any situation, like telling your boss you're super excited to work on the weekend. Sarcasm is like electricity. Some people don't get it until they are shocked. Why be sarcastic when you can just be quiet and let people assume you're stupid? Sarcasm is my love language, but I speak fluent idiot too. I tried being normal once. Worst 2 minutes of my life. Thanks for coming out tonight. Remember, sarcasm is just my way of showing love. I don't always have a comeback, but when I do, I choose violence. You know you're fluent in sarcasm when people start asking you for translate. Sometimes I feel like sarcasm is the only language I'm fluent in. Sarcasm is like my second language, but I'm still working on my third. Maybe it'll be optimism. Sometimes I think sarcasm is the only thing keeping me sane. I try to be optimistic, but it's hard when the world keeps giving me material for sarcasm. Sarcasm is my default setting. It's like breathing for me. I once tried to stop being sarcastic. It was awful. I had to actually mean what I said. I once made a sarcastic comment so advanced, no one around me got it. I felt like I was in a lonely sarcasm club.
Hey techies, let's code some laughs tonight. What's the difference between tech support and a therapist? The therapist knows how to debug emotions. Did you hear about the programmer who got stuck in the shower? The instructions on the shampoo bottle said, lather, rinse, repeat. So he did it infinity times. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? Because light attracts bugs. Programmers don't die, they just log out. Why do programmers never get lost? Because they follow their GPS. Google. Programming. Stack Overflow. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? Less watts mean less heat. Duh. Why do software developers struggle with gardening? They prefer root access. Why did the programmer quit his job? He didn't get a raise. Why did the software engineer cross the road to get to the other function? Why don't programmers like nature? It has too many bugs. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? Less watts, more bugs. Have you ever coded so badly that you stare at your own code and wonder how it even compiles? Why do programmers hate nature? Too many bugs. I tried to write a program to tell me a joke, but all it did was make me feel like one. Why do software engineers hate going outside? Too many errors in the real world. Software engineers are like superheroes, except their power is creating bugs instead of fixing them. Why do software engineers prefer dark mode? Less white space to fill with bugs. Developers are like parents. They create something they can't control and then spend the rest of their lives trying to fix it. Have you ever tried to explain your tech job to your grandparents? It's like trying to teach a fish how to climb a tree. I tried explaining coding to my girlfriend, but she prefers Python of a different kind. Explaining the cloud to my parents is like telling a dog about the internet. My boss thinks I'm a magician just because I know how to Google things. I tried explaining AI to my grandma and she thought I was talking about some guy named Alvin. My friend's startup is so small, their office is just a WeWork phone booth. I heard Apple is releasing a new product for compulsive online shoppers. It's called the iBuy. My friend tried to pitch his startup to investors, but they said they only invest in apps, not napkins. I tried to invest in a tech company once, but they said they were only accepting Bitcoin. I didn't even know what that was at the time. Investing in tech startups these days is a real gamble. It's like playing roulette with a Rubik's Cube. They say technology is the future, but I can't even figure out how to use my printer. It's not just the technology that's advanced, so have our problems. Technology has made us impatient. I mean, it used to take minutes to connect to the internet, now it takes seconds and we still complain. We can now talk to anyone in the world instantly, but we still struggle to communicate with our own neighbors. Technology has made us forget how to socialize. I mean, why talk to real people when we can just send emojis? We spend so much time online that we forget to look up and appreciate the world around us. Technology has also made us forget the joy of boredom. Sometimes, not being entertained is the best thing for our creativity. We rely on technology so much that we panic when we can't find our phone even though we used to survive without it. Technology has made us so impatient that we get mad when the internet is slow enough for us to read the loading message. Even our grandparents are better at using technology than us. We've become so addicted to technology that we panic when our phone battery drops below 50%. We spend more time with our virtual assistants than with real people. Maybe that's why Siri is the only one who truly understands me. When was the last time you went an entire day without checking your phone? Exactly, me too. It's funny how we used to use technology to save time. Now it seems to be consuming all of our time. Nowadays, people treat their phones like it's their security blanket, but instead of feeling safe, they're just stuck in a tech-induced coma. It's amazing how many people have no idea how technology works but can't imagine life without it. We used to wait for the computer to turn on. Now it's waiting for us to turn on ourselves. We're so connected, yet so disconnected. We're so connected, yet so isolated from each other. We create technology to bring us together, but it's driving us apart. Our phones are smarter than us. They know everything about us, and we don't even know ourselves. Hey everyone. What's the difference between an accountant and a comedian? One tells jokes while the other can count to 10 without using their fingers. And you thought you were bad at math? Try doing stand-up comedy, where the only number that matters is how many people laughed at your jokes. It's always a risk to make math jokes, but the probability of success is just too high. I never trust statistics, but I guess that's just probability at work. I was terrible at math in school, but I guess I still have a probability of success in making math jokes. Speaking of probabilities, have you ever noticed how the probability of meeting someone you know increases drastically when you're out in public with no makeup on? You know, when I was an accountant, I calculated the probability of getting a good joke on stage. Let's just say it was a decimal point followed by a lot of zeros. You know what they say about accountants? We know all the best tax evasion schemes. As an accountant, I always try to balance my jokes with a healthy dose of reality. But seriously though, being an accountant is not as exciting as it sounds. I always thought accounting was just a numbers game, until I realized it's a game of balancing the books and your sanity. I mean, who doesn't love spending their days staring at spreadsheets and trying to decipher tax codes? And don't even get me started on the joys of tax season. It's like a puzzle, but the pieces are scattered across 1,000 pages of legal jargon. And you know the best part of tax season? When it finally ends. It's like doing your own dental work. Painful, but you gotta do it. But you know what's even worse than doing your taxes? When your accountant messes them up. Have you heard the one about the accountant who took up comedy? He told the same jokes over and over, but didn't depreciate in value. You know what they say, an accountant is someone who knows the cost of everything and the value of nothing. Except for me, I know the value of a good joke. But seriously, folks, being an accountant wasn't always a laughing matter, it was a balancing act, but now I've found my balance on this stage. And let me tell you, my clients never laughed at my accounting jokes. I guess that's why I had to find a new audience. But enough about accounting, let's talk about my love life. I always thought accounting was the key to a girl's heart. Turns out, it's tacos and tequila. My ex-girlfriend used to say I was boring. I told her, I'm an accountant. What do you want me to do? Juggle calculators? I once tried to impress a girl by talking about accounting principles. She fell asleep. Why did the accountant cross the road? To bore the person on the other side. Why did the accountant refuse to fight back? He had too many liabilities. Why did the accountant refuse to invest in stocks? Too many cash liabilities. Why did the accountant refuse to go on a roller coaster? Too many ups and downs. Why did the accountant refuse to go to the zoo? The balance sheets were always off. Why did the accountant refuse to go bungee jumping? He didn't want to test his liquidity ratio. Why did the accountant refuse to go scuba diving? He didn't want to be underwater assets. Why did the accountant refuse to go skydiving? He didn't want to put his assets at risk. Why did the accountant refuse to go bungee jumping? He didn't want to stretch his assets too thin. Why did the accountant say no to a free vacation in Switzerland? He was afraid of the alpaca lips on the slopes. Why did the accountant refuse to go skydiving? He didn't want to risk his net income. Why did the accountant refuse to buy a new car? He didn't want to depreciate his assets. Why did the accountant refuse to join the gym? He didn't want to lose his financial gains. Why did the accountant refuse to go on vacation? He didn't want to reduce his net worth. Why did the accountant avoid the park? He didn't want to encounter his liabilities. Well folks, it's been a pleasure. Remember, life is all about balance, even if you're an accountant. Why did the accountant refuse to invest in stocks? He didn't want to risk being incomplete. Why did the accountant cross the road to get to the tax office on the other side? Why did the accountant walk into a bar? He needed to balance his spirits. Why did the accountant go on a vacation to a tax haven? To avoid being depreciated. Why did the accountant cross the road? To calculate the expense ratio on the other side. Why did the accountant refuse to invest in crypto? Because he couldn't tax the blockchain. Why do accountants make such good lovers? They know how to balance the sheets. Why do accountants always bring a calculator to bed? To balance the passion. Speaking of balancing sheets, have you heard of the accountant who became a magician? Now he does a disappearing act with his clients' debts. Hey, techies, are you guys ready to laugh at some programming jokes? You know what they say, programming is like sex. One mistake and you need to support it for the rest of your life. It's true what they say about programming. It's not for everyone. But for those of us who get it, we just can't stop coding. Programming can be frustrating, but it's all worth it when you finally hit that run button and it works perfectly. Sometimes I feel like my code is a puzzle that will never be solved. Debugging is like being a detective in a crime movie where you're also the murderer. Programming is like building a puzzle where you control every piece, but sometimes the pieces fight back. Have you ever tried to explain programming to a 5-year-old? It's like trying to teach a cat to bark. Programming is like trying to build a sandcastle at the beach. Sometimes the waves wash away your progress, but you keep building anyways. Programming is like baking a cake. It takes time and precision, but the end result is delicious. Programming is like planting a garden. It takes patience and hard work, but once it grows, it's a thing of beauty. Debugging is like finding a needle in a haystack. It takes time, patience, and a lot of concentration, but once you find it, everything makes sense. Coding is like baking a cake. You need to follow the recipe, have patience, and pay attention to the details. But once it's done, you can enjoy the sweet taste of success. Sometimes coding is like navigating a maze. You hit dead ends, loop around, and get lost. But when you finally find your way out, it's a great feeling. As a software engineer, I'm always looking to improve my code. It's like sculpting a masterpiece, except the masterpiece is a functional website. Coding is like a roller coaster. There are ups and downs, and at some point, you may want to scream. Debugging is like being a detective in a crime movie where you are also the murderer. Have you ever spent hours debugging only to realize it was just a typo? I call it Ctrl+F for find the stupid. Debugging is like trying to find a needle in a haystack, except the needle is also made of hay. Sometimes I feel like a programmer is just a fancy word for a professional Googler. As a programmer, I spend 90% of my time in front of a screen, and the other 10% trying to explain what I do to my parents. It's like trying to explain quantum physics to a toddler. Have you ever tried to explain coding to a monkey? It's like trying to teach a fish how to ride a bike. Teaching programming to non-techies is like teaching a bird how to swim. Trying to get software to work on the first try is like trying to catch a fly with chopsticks. Debugging code is like playing detective, only with less action and more sitting. Have you ever tried explaining code to a non-tech person? It's like trying to explain a color to a blind person. Coding is like trying to solve a puzzle with missing pieces. Software engineers don't always write bugs. Sometimes, we just create new features. Debugging code is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Except the needle is not there and neither is the haystack. The worst part of being a software engineer is that everyone thinks you're a genius. And the best part, everyone thinks you're a genius. Being a software engineer is like being a wizard, except that you can't create a dragon if your code doesn't compile. And don't even get me started on debugging. As a software engineer, my biggest fear is getting lost in my own code. My code is like my ex. I keep finding new problems every time I revisit it. Debugging my code is like searching for a needle in a haystack, but the needle is also made of hay. You know you're a programmer when you spend countless hours solving a problem that a user solves in 2 seconds with a mouse click. As programmers, we live by one simple rule: if it ain't broke, don't touch IT. Programming is just like life. You write code to solve problems and hope it works out in the end. Debugging is like being a detective in a mystery movie where you are also the murderer. Well folks, I hope you've laughed your way through the tech-related pain tonight. Remember, if coding was easy it wouldn't pay 6 figures. Debugging is like being lost in a maze, only to realize you built the maze. Have you ever tried debugging someone else's code? It's like trying to find your way out of their maze blindfolded. Programming is solving problems you didn't know you had in a way you don't understand. Have you ever heard of rubber duck debugging? That's when you explain your code to a rubber duck, and magically, the solution appears. Programming is like building a Lego set blindfolded, but the instructions are in Chinese. Have you ever tried writing code without coffee? It's like trying to drive without gas. You know what's worse than bad code? Bad documentation. Documentation is like a selfie. Do it right the first time and it'll save you a lot of trouble later. We've all heard of garbage in, garbage out, but have you heard of garbage documentation in? An endless cycle of pain and suffering out?
Hey New York, how we doing tonight? New York, I gotta ask, why do we have to pay for the subway when it always breaks down? It's not like we're going anywhere anyway. New York, why does every bodega have the AC so high we're paying for a meat locker instead of a sandwich? New York, our traffic is like our dating scene, full of jerks who never move on time. I swear the rats in New York are better at dodging people than most of the pedestrians here. Have you ever tried to hail a taxi in New York City? It's like trying to catch a Pokemon that doesn't want to be caught. The only thing more exhausting than New York City is trying to explain to someone why you love it. I once saw a rat in my apartment that was bigger than my dog, but hey, that's the beauty of New York City. And let's not forget the delight of standing in a crowded subway car on a hot summer day, am I right? You know what they say, if you can make it here, you can make it anywhere, and by it, I mean a reservation at a decent restaurant. I mean, Who needs personal space anyway? I love getting up close and personal with strangers on the train. I've never understood why New York City has more rats than people. Like, who's going to all these rat parties? I once saw two rats fighting over a slice of pizza on the subway. It was like a scene out of West Side Story. I heard the rats have their own subway line now. They call it the R train. And don't even get me started on the pigeons. They think they own the city. You know what's worse than the rats and pigeons? The NY real estate market. Just the other day, I saw a rat sitting at a cafe, sipping on a latte, and I thought to myself, wow, this rat can afford to live in this city better than I can. Living in New York City is like getting robbed twice a month, just with better scenery. New York is the only city where a $5 coffee is considered a bargain. I love the smell of hot garbage in the morning, only in New York City. Have you ever tried to find a public restroom in New York City? It's like searching for a needle in a haystack. In New York City, even the rats are in a hurry to get somewhere. It's not a New York City subway ride until someone eats a whole pizza in front of you. You know what they say in New York, if you can make it here, you can make it anywhere. Well, I made it here and I'm barely making it. In New York City, even the rats have attitude problems. The fashion in New York is so weird. The last time I tried to wear something trendy, I ended up looking like a hot dog vendor. New Yorkers are always in a hurry, even the stop signs say slow down instead of stop. You know what else is really trendy in New York? Paying $20 for a salad. I tried to take a walk in Central Park, but I couldn't keep up with the New Yorkers speed walking their dogs. New Yorkers are so health conscious, they even jog to get their pizza. New Yorkers are so busy, they eat their pizza on the go. New Yorkers are so into their phones, they don't even notice when they step in a pile of dog poop. New Yorkers are so efficient that sometimes I wonder if they have a 36-hour day. New Yorkers are so fast-paced that they don't have time to stop and smell the hot dogs on the street. New Yorkers are always in such a rush that they never take the time to enjoy Central Park. It's like they are allergic to nature. New Yorkers walk so fast it's like they are in a race that no one else knows about. It's like New Yorkers don't own umbrellas. They just run everywhere, dodging raindrops like they are in some kind of real-life Frogger game. You know what else New Yorkers do fast? Give tourists directions to the wrong place. I don't understand why New Yorkers get so impatient, like they are in such a hurry to get to their overpriced tiny apartments. And don't even get me started on the subway delays. It's always an adventure on the New York City subway. The subway is like a black hole. You enter one station and exit 3 hours later in a different dimension. I've seen rats bigger than my dog on the subway, and I have a Rottweiler. Subway delays are like a surprise party, except you're the only one who showed up. Have you ever noticed that the subway smells like a mix of desperation and pizza? Does anyone else get anxiety when the train doors don't close right away? I feel like every subway ride is a game of what's that smell? I once saw a rat wearing a tiny hat on the subway. At least he dressed up for the occasion. Have you ever tried to eat a sandwich on the subway? It's like a game of Twister trying to avoid touching anything. Subway rides are like a box of chocolates, you never know what you're gonna get.
Welcome to Laughing Through the Tech World. I just got a new smartwatch, but it's so smart that it keeps reminding me how little exercise I get. I tried using voice commands to control my smart home, but my thick New York accent just confused my Alexa. My smart fridge is so advanced, it can tell me when my milk goes bad before I even open the carton. The tech world is moving so fast, by the time I learn how to use a new app, it's already outdated. Speaking of outdated apps, remember when Pokemon Go was a thing? I heard Apple's next product is a time machine, so we can go back to when their products were affordable. Speaking of outdated tech, did you hear about that guy who still uses a flip phone? He said he likes the satisfying feeling of hanging up on someone. Have you seen those tech billionaires trying to seem relatable by wearing sneakers on stage? Like, yeah dude, we totally forgot you're a billionaire. You know what's worse than a slow internet speed? Living in a city with no Wi-Fi. Why do they call it a Bluetooth device? It's not like you can taste it or listen to it in your car like you're listening to some blues. You guys ever notice how technology moves faster than us? I mean, I blink and suddenly my phone is outdated. Technology is like a treadmill. The moment you get on, you're already outdated. Technology moves so fast, I feel like my laptop is always 10 steps ahead of me. Technology is upgrading faster than my sanity. I thought I was tech savvy until I tried to set up my smart home devices. I tried to upgrade my phone's operating system and ended up downgrading my sanity. I once asked Siri for relationship advice and she told me to try Googling it. Have you ever tried to flirt with Alexa? Let me tell you, it doesn't turn out well. Hey, did you hear about the programmer who got stuck in the shower? He kept trying to wash his hair with shampoo equals function. Why did the computer go to the doctor? Because it had a virus. Why was the computer cold? It left its windows open. Why did the programmer quit his job? He didn't get a raise. Why did the computer go to the doctor? It had a virus. Why did the database administrator break up with his girlfriend? He couldn't commit. Why did the software engineer break up with his girlfriend? She wanted a stable relationship, but he preferred to iterate quickly. Why did the cybersecurity expert break up with his girlfriend? She kept fishing for compliments. Why did the web developer break up with his girlfriend? He caught her cheating on him with JavaScript. Why did the software developer break up with his girlfriend? She didn't like his constant debugging. Why did the database administrator break up with his girlfriend? She couldn't handle his NOS. Why did the programmer break up with his significant other? She couldn't handle his constant versioning. Why did the software engineer break up with his girlfriend? She wanted him to be more object-oriented. Why did the web developer break up with his girlfriend? She wanted him to trust her HTTPS certificate. Why did the programmer take his computer to the doctor? Because it had a virus. Why do developers prefer dark mode? Because light attracts bugs. Why don't programmers like nature? It has too many bugs. Why do programmers prefer dark chocolate? Because it's bitter, like their code. Why do programmers hate nature sounds? Because they prefer to listen to their own debugging. Why do programmers hate going outside? Because of all the bugs. Why do programmers wear glasses? Because they can't see. Alright folks, that's it for tonight. Remember to update your antivirus software, and never trust an unsecured Wi-Fi network. Good night. Why do programmers always mix up Christmas and Halloween? Because the 31st of October equals the 25th of December. Why do developers prefer dark code? So they don't scare the hell out of their coworkers with flashbangs. Why do developers prefer function overloading? So they can do more with less code. Why do programmers prefer dogs? They like to pet their routers and pause their bugs. Why do IT professionals prefer Vim over Nano? Because they like to live dangerously. Why do IT professionals always seem so calm? They have everything under CTRL. Why did the programmer quit his job? He didn't get a raise. Why was the computer cold? It left its windows open. Why did the database administrator get divorced? He had too many failed relationships. Hey Techies, are you ready to laugh? Let's start tech talking. Techies, have you ever tried to fix your love life with code? Let me tell you, it's like debugging an infinite loop. I heard Techies have a hard time understanding emojis. That's okay, it's not like emotions are an integral part of our communication or anything. Techies, have you ever tried to debug your dating life? Good luck finding the source of that bug. Techies, have you ever tried to debug your love life? You'll need more than a compiler for that. Jeets, have you ever tried to debug your own personality? You might need to rewrite the entire code base. Have you tried using debugging techniques on your relationships? I mean, if only we could use breakpoints in real life. Did you hear about the software engineer who got into a fight with a technical writer? They couldn't agree on the use of the semicolon. Speaking of debugging techniques, have you ever tried error handling in your love life? I think we need to reboot the dating system. It keeps crashing. Maybe we should try updating our love language to the latest version. Technology has made communication easier, but it hasn't done much for actual conversation. Ever get that feeling your phone knows you better than your significant other? You know what they say, you can't live with technology, but you can't live without it either. Have you ever noticed how technology brings people together while also driving them apart? Technology has made communication easier, but it hasn't necessarily made it better. Technology has made us more connected than ever, but sometimes it feels like we're just yelling into the void. As much as I love technology, I really miss the good old days where we would pick up the phone and call someone. It's like we're connected to everyone, but we're really not connected to anyone. Sometimes I feel like my phone is the only one that truly gets me. All this technology is making us antisocial. I prefer to like pictures of my friends' vacation on Instagram than actually talk to them. Technology is changing our brains. I swear I can't even remember my mom's phone number anymore. I miss the good old days when we had pagers and landlines. I mean, have you ever thought about how many hours we waste just staring at our screens? And don't even get me started on how much we rely on autocorrect. Our phones have become our lifeline. It's like we can't survive without them. We used to remember phone numbers. Now we can barely remember our own. Our phones are smarter than us now. They know everything from our birthdays to our bank account passwords. Nowadays, we keep all our memories in the cloud. It's like outsourcing our brain. We used to go to the library to find information. Now we just Google it and believe whatever pops up first. We have AI assistants managing our schedules and we still can't be on time. Virtual assistants can't understand half of the things I say. It's like they're not even listening. Talking to virtual assistants is like trying to communicate with my grandparents. They never understand what I'm saying. Virtual assistants don't know how to respond when I ask them existential questions, like, what is the meaning of life? I tried asking Siri if she believes in God. She just said, I believe in technology. It's funny how we can create virtual assistants that can answer almost anything we ask them, but we still can't find the answer to world peace. Maybe virtual assistants could finally solve the mystery of why we put socks in the dryer but only one comes out. Virtual assistants couldn't even solve the mystery of why Apple keeps removing ports from their laptops. Maybe virtual assistants could also solve the mystery of why charging cables are always 1 foot too short. Maybe Apple's next laptop will come with a built-in virtual assistant to explain why we need adapters for everything. Well folks, it's time for me to unplug and log off. Thanks for tuning in. But I don't think any amount of adapters can fix Windows 10 updates. I mean, have you ever tried turning it off and on again? It's like the IT department's secret weapon. I heard the new iPhone has facial recognition, so now even your phone can see the disappointment on your face when it doesn't recognize you. Speaking of turning things off and on again, I wish I could do that with my love life. You know what they say, technology is to millennials what a bottle is to an alcoholic. It's always around and it makes it easier to ignore your problems. Technology has made dating easier, and by easier I mean less personal. Swipe left on human connection. It's crazy how we depend on technology. I mean, I can't even find my way to the bathroom without Google Maps. Technology has taken away the romance from love letters. Now it's just DMs and emojis. I miss the days when we used to get lost and stumble upon hidden gems. Welcome to Laughing in the City That Never Sleeps. New York City is so busy that even the rats have sidewalk rage. Speaking of rats in New York City, I saw one carrying a slice of pizza today. I guess even the rats have good taste here. The rats in New York City are so tough. They eat the cheese off the traps and leave the trap behind. Speaking of tough rats in Nick, I heard one got into a fist fight with a cockroach over a slice of pizza. Have you noticed that the pigeons in New York City walk around like they own the place? Have you ever noticed the squirrels in this city? They act like they're training for the Olympics with all the jumping and running they do. Speaking of animals, have you seen the rats in the subway? They act like they're commuting to their Wall Street jobs. Have you seen the pigeons in this city? They act like they own the place, strutting around like they're the mayor. Speaking of animals, have you seen the squirrels in Central Park? They act like they're running their own stock market. New York pigeons have their own mafia. They control the bread market. Speaking of the squirrels, they are the real survivors here. They've seen it all, from hurricanes to blackouts. They are probably the only ones who can handle any apocalypse. Do you know how the squirrels survive in winter? They have a network of heated nests. And here we are, struggling to pay our heating bills. And let's not forget the rats. They're like the New York City version of squirrels, just with a worse reputation. I mean, the rats are just trying to survive in this concrete jungle. Can't blame them for that. Speaking of survival, have you ever tried to survive rush hour on the subway? Have you ever seen a New Yorker smile during rush hour? Only miracle workers can pull that off. Have you noticed that whenever a subway car pulls up during rush hour, everyone looks like they're auditioning for the Hunger Games? And have you seen the rats in the subway stations? They're not just pets. They're the only ones who can handle the smell down there. You know what they say about New York City, the city of dreams? Well, it's more like the city of sleep deprivation. Speaking of sleep deprivation, has anyone ever tried to take a nap in Central Park? It's like trying to sleep on a roller coaster. It's hard to get a good night's sleep when there's a siren choir outside your window. Trying to sleep in New York City is like a never-ending game of avoid the noise. I tried to use earplugs, but the sound of sirens still crept in. I swear they have a special alarm that only goes off when you're sleeping. You know you're a true New Yorker when you can sleep through anything, except for your alarm. The only time you can get some peace and quiet in New York is during a blackout, and even then, you're still sweating your ass off. New Yorkers are always in a hurry. It's like they have a Veruca Salt moment every morning. I want it now, Daddy. New Yorkers are so impatient. They honk at a tree if it doesn't move out of their way. New York City taxis are like therapists. They hear everything but don't really care. New York bartenders are like priests. They hear all your confessions and still serve you another drink. New York City delis are like your best friend. They always have what you need and never judge you for your choices. New York City diners are like therapists. They listen to all your problems and serve you a stack of pancakes. New York City subways are like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get. New York City taxis are like a game of Russian roulette. You never know what you're gonna get. The escalator in the subway is like a gamble. You never know if it's working or not. The weather in New York is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get. Being a software engineer is like being a magician, but nobody believes you when you say you can't fix something. The subway system in New York is like a box of surprises. You never know what you're gonna get. Have you ever tried to fix a bug and ended up creating more bugs? It's like playing whack-a-mole. The rats in New York City are like roommates. They're always there and you can never get rid of them. But let's be real. If it weren't for the rats, we wouldn't have pizza delivery at 4 a.m. People in New York City walk like they have a purpose, but most of the time they're just lost. The subway system is like a maze. You think you know where you're going, but it's just a guessing game. Trying to give directions in New York City is like trying to solve a Rubik's Cube blindfolded. New York City is the only place where you can pay $500 for a showbox apartment and still consider yourself lucky. I heard someone call New York City a concrete jungle, but I disagree. At least in a jungle, you can find a place to take a nap. New York City is so expensive, even the rats have to take out a loan for cheese. You know what they say about New York City, you either love it or you haven't been mugged yet. I heard New Yorkers complain about pigeons all the time, but have you seen the rent prices? It's like the rats own the place. Speaking of rats, have you tried to get a slice of pizza in this city? Those little critters are everywhere.
Hey everyone, thanks for coming out tonight. It's good to be back in Los Angeles. I used to be a teacher here. Anyone else here former teachers? How about former students who are now teachers? I have a lot of respect for teachers. They have to deal with a lot of little variables like, kids. I remember when I was a teacher, I used to have to come up with creative ways to keep the kids engaged. Like, one day, I pretended to be a dinosaur during a history lesson. Worked like a charm. And let's not forget the parents, they are like a whole other variable. Now I'm a comedian and I have to come up with creative ways to keep the hecklers engaged. Like, one time, I pretended to be a doctor during a heckler's intervention. That shut them up real quick. And the teachers? Oh, we're just trying to survive at this point. I once had a student who said they wanted to be a comedian when they grew up. I told them they had better career options if they wanted to survive. Teaching is like a game of Jenga, except you never know which piece will make the whole thing come crashing down. And don't even get me started on parent-teacher conferences. I once had a parent accuse me of stealing her child's pencil. Like, come on, lady, do you really think I need to steal your kid's pencil? Sometimes I wonder who the real children are. I mean, as a teacher, sometimes I feel like I'm the one who needs a timeout. I've learned so much from my students, like the fact that I need therapy. Sometimes I feel like a therapist who's underpaid and overcaffeinated. I swear, sometimes I feel like my students are the ones teaching me. It's like I have a permanent backstage pass to the teenage drama club. Sometimes I feel like I'm one failed TikTok dance away from losing classroom credibility. Teenagers treat me like I'm Google, they ask me things they could easily find out themselves. I miss the days when the most difficult question I got was, is this going to be on the test? I'm not sure why teenagers think I have all the answers. I'm just a failed teacher turned comedian. Now I just hope I don't fail at being a comedian. But at least now I'm failing while laughing. I may be failing as a comedian, but at least I'm not failing as a human. Failing is just a stepping stone to success, but at least I have some great material for my next show. Even if I fail, at least I'll have a good excuse to eat my feelings in cake. I've failed so much in life, my cake addiction has become a 12-step program. My doctor told me I need to cut back on sugar. I told him I can only handle so much failure at once. I've tried every fad diet out there, but the only thing I've really lost is my will to live. Why do we park in driveways but drive on parkways? I mean, what's up with that? Did you know that the first French fries weren't actually cooked in France? They were cooked in Greece. Why do they call it a building if it's already built? I mean, really, what's up with that? Why do we park in a driveway but drive on a parkway? It's like we have a language conspiracy against ourselves. Have you ever noticed that we say heads up when we want someone to duck, but heads down when we want them to pay attention? Dictionaries are like a language guidebook, but they don't mention driveway or parkway. Why do we call them apartments, when they are all stuck together? Why do people call them stands when they are seated all the time? Why is it called rush hour when nothing is moving? Have you noticed that the word abbreviate is actually really long? You know what's ironic? We have all these signs that say do not enter, but they all have an arrow pointing in the direction of where you can enter. You know, it's like when we say we're heading out for a quick errand, but end up spending half the day out. Why do they call it a drive-through if you have to stop? You know what's weird? We call it a pair of pants, but it's only one item. Did you ever notice how we say sleep like a baby, but babies wake up every 2 hours? Why do we call them apartments when they are all stuck together? You know what's even more confusing? Drive on the parkway, park on the driveway. Why do we park in a driveway and drive on a parkway? I'll tell you why, because life is full of contradictions. Life is full of contradictions, just like how we have hot dogs in a cylindrical shape but buns in a spherical shape. It's funny how we call it rush hour when nothing moves. Have you ever noticed how 24/7 stores have locks? What's up, straight up funny fans? I recently quit my job as a bartender. Don't worry, it wasn't because of the customers. It was the fruit flies. I can handle drunk people, but those little suckers are unstoppable. Fruit flies are the worst. I swear they can withstand a nuclear explosion. They say you should keep your friends close and your enemies closer. But what do you do when your enemy is a fruit fly? I found a solution to my fruit fly problem. I named them, bought them little outfits, and now they pay rent. I tried to become friends with a fruit fly, but he was always buzzing around. I guess we just had different interests. Fruit flies are the only ones who make me feel popular. They always follow me around wherever I go. I heard fruit flies are getting into the competitive eating game. They are known for their ability to consume massive amounts of nothing. Fruit flies are like the ghosts of snacks past. They are always hanging around, reminding me of what I should not have eaten. You know what else I can't resist? Those fancy pop-up ads that say you are the 1 millionth visitor. Click here to collect your prize. Sometimes I wonder if snacks are worth the fruit flies, but then I remember, of course they are. If someone offers you a free gym membership, the real question is, do you want to be the first or the 1 millionth person who sweats on that treadmill? Have you ever noticed that the healthier the food, the louder you chew? When they say eat the rainbow, I don't think Skittles is what they had in mind. I tried eating a salad once, but I couldn't hear myself chew over the sound of my own disappointment. I don't get why people say salads are healthy. You ever try to chase a lettuce leaf around a plate? That's a whole workout. I mean, who needs greens when you can have fries, am I right? I think French fries should be a food group of their own. My doctor said I need to eat more greens, so now I put fries on top of my salad. If you think about it, ketchup is just a vegetable smoothie. I heard that if you mix all the colors in a vegetable smoothie, you get brown. So next time I'm eating fries with my smoothie. You know what they say, a smoothie a day keeps the doctor away. Unless it's a vegetable smoothie, then the doctor will definitely want to see you. I once made a smoothie with kale, spinach, and broccoli. It tasted like regret and self-hatred. Have you ever noticed that the healthier a food is, the worse it tastes? I heard kale is like the bad boyfriend of vegetables. You keep trying to make it work but it just never tastes good. Why does everything healthy have to be so difficult? I mean, have you tried to make broccoli taste good? Speaking of bad boyfriends, have you ever tried dating a vegan? It's like trying to have a conversation with a wall made of tofu. I mean, who decided kale was a superfood anyways? It tastes like sadness and disappointment. Why do vegans always have to tell you they are vegan? We get it, you only eat grass. I heard McDonald's is releasing a new vegan burger. Finally, something healthy from a fast food chain. I don't understand why people get so defensive when I tell them I'm vegan. It's not like I just told them I'm a serial killer. It's hard being vegan, because every restaurant turns into a game of 20 questions. I think it's amusing when people say they could never give up meat, like, sorry, did you forget you're an adult capable of making your own decisions? People act like vegans are so high maintenance, but have you seen the list of what's in a hot dog? I mean, I get it. Bacon is like the gateway drug to meat addiction. I mean, have you seen the ingredients in a McRib? It's like they took all the leftovers from the slaughterhouse and formed it into a sandwich. You know what they say about tofu? It's like a gateway drug to vegetarianism. I heard that if you eat too many hot dogs, they can start forming dreams inside your stomach. That's the only explanation for what's happening in Washington right now. Some people say that a plant-based diet is boring. Those people have clearly never tried avocado toast. I don't understand why people say vegetables are tasteless. Have you ever had a perfectly roasted Brussels sprout? That's heaven in your mouth. You know what's worse than kale? Stepping on a Lego. I used to think tofu was tasteless, but then I learned how to cook it properly. Now I can't get enough. My doctor keeps telling me to eat more vegetables, so I ordered a pizza with extra tomatoes and called it a day. I've been trying to eat healthier, but every time I pass by a bakery, my willpower crumbles faster than a chocolate croissant. I tried being vegan, but I realized I couldn't live without bacon. I heard kale is a superfood, but the only super thing about it is how quickly it disappears from my plate. I don't get why people say quinoa is a superfood. It's not even a real word. I don't understand why people call acai a superfood. It's just expensive purple ice cream. Kale is another so-called superfood. You know what's really super about kale? How easy it is to throw away. Why do they call it a salad when it's just a bunch of leaves that nobody really wants to eat?
Hey everyone. Former computer programmer from Chicago here. You know what's funny about coding? All those hours spent behind a computer, and what do we have to show for it? A bunch of programs that we use to procrastinate. We may procrastinate, but at least we do it efficiently with our own programs. I mean, at least we're not wasting our time on useless hobbies, right? We may not be experts in our hobbies, but we could probably program a robot to do it for us. I mean, who needs to actually learn a new skill when you can just program a robot to do it for you? I heard someone tried to program a robot to do stand-up comedy once. It didn't go well. The robot kept saying error 404, joke not found. They say robots are the future, but I think I'll stick with good old human incompetence. Robots can never replace humans, especially when it comes to making mistakes. We're experts at that. They say AI will take over the world, but have you seen how often Siri misunderstands what I say? We're safe for now. Speaking of mistakes, have you ever tried using autocorrect while texting? It's like playing a game of Mad Libs with yourself. AI may not take over the world, but have you seen Google's predictive search? It's like they're reading your mind. Have you ever noticed that computers only make mistakes when we need them the most? Speaking of computers, have you ever noticed how they always seem to slow down right when you have a deadline? Why do we tell our computers to shut down, when we actually want them to start working again the next day? Have you ever noticed how computer updates take forever? It's like watching grass grow, but less entertaining. Why are computer errors called bugs? Did someone really find a beetle inside their machine? Why do programmers always mix up Halloween and Christmas? Because the 31st of October equals the 25th of. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? Because light attracts bugs. Why did the programmer quit his job? He didn't get a raise. Why do programmers hate nature? It has too many bugs. Why do programmers prefer dark themes? Because light attracts bugs. Why do programmers hate going outside? Too many errors in the real world. Why do programmers hate insects? They always debug bugs. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? Less bugs to see. Why do programming languages have classes? So they can inherit their parents' properties. Why do programmers always mix up Christmas and Halloween? Because the 31st of October equals the 25th of December. Why don't programmers like nature? It has too many bugs. Why do programmers always mix up Halloween and Thanksgiving? Because the 31st of October equals the 25th. Programmers never trust data, but they do trust Google more than their own memory. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? Less watts mean less heat. Programmers love to automate everything, even their own jobs. It's funny how programmers use their own job to make their job unnecessary. As a programmer, I feel like a modern-day alchemist, turning coffee into code. Coding is like performing magic, except there's no audience and the magic is spreadsheets. What do you get when you cross a programmer and a teacher? Someone who's really good at debugging their code, but terrible at explaining it. Have you ever tried to explain coding to your grandparents? It's like teaching a fish how to fly. I once wrote a code so perfect, it made Chuck Norris cry, but then I had to debug it and it made me cry. Coding is like solving a puzzle in a foreign language. You don't know what the pieces are, and you don't understand the instructions. Programming may not be easy, but have you tried debugging? Have you ever noticed how computers always get their way? They just Ctrl Alt delete us and we're out of the game. Sometimes I wonder if my computer has a sense of humor, because it sure likes to play jokes on me. My computer is like a child. If I leave it alone for too long, it starts acting up. My computer is like a cat. It only does what it wants when it wants to. My computer is like a vending machine. Sometimes it takes my money and doesn't give me what I want. Computers are like in-laws. You can't live with them and you can't shoot them. Computers are like relationships. They require constant attention and updating, but sometimes you just want to throw them out and start over. I recently started dating a computer. It was my bite at love. I tried playing chess with my computer, but it was too hard. It kept saying checkmate every time I made a move. My computer told me a joke, but I didn't get it. It said I needed to update my humor eggs program. From banker to comedian, not exactly a step up, huh? But hey, at least as a comedian, I don't have to pretend to care about my customers. As a comedian, I still have to deal with interest rates, but at least they're not mine. Speaking of banks, I recently went to the ATM and it gave me a coupon for a therapist. Have you ever noticed that banks are like drugs? They give you a little taste, and before you know it, you're hooked. Banks are like relationships. They lure you in with their fancy advertisements and before you know it, you're in too deep. I don't trust banks. They always seem too eager to give you money. I don't understand why banks charge a fee for insufficient funds, when they know there's not enough money in the account. It's like charging a hospital patient for bleeding too much. Banks always come up with new ways to charge us more fees. It's like they're trying to see how much they can squeeze out of us before we go bankrupt. I don't know why banks call it a service fee. There's nothing serviceable about it. Speaking of fees, my bank charged me for a transaction that never went through. It's like they're playing hide and seek. Have you ever noticed how banks charge you for having too little money? Like, congratulations, you're poor, let's make it even harder for you. Banks make it seem like we're the ones who owe them something. I mean, they're holding on to our money and making interest off of it. And don't even get me started on those overdraft fees. But have you ever noticed how banks always have the longest lines? I mean, we're just trying to give them our money. They should be thanking us. Speaking of fees, have you ever noticed how they keep adding new ones? I mean, last week I got charged for breathing too loudly in the bank. I found a way to avoid bank fees. I just stay broke all the time. Have you ever noticed how banks charge you for nothing? I mean, they even charge you for not having enough money in your account. It's like they're punishing you for being broke. It's like banks are charging us for existing. I mean, is that a crime? If banks charged for breathing, we'd have to pay for the air we breathe too. Banks act like they're doing us a favor by holding our money, but they forget they're making interest off it too. I don't trust the banks. They always want to charge me fees for everything, even for looking at my account balance. I tried to switch to a credit union, but they're just as bad. They keep trying to sell me on their services like I'm their ex-girlfriend. I once tried to negotiate a fee waiver with my bank. They told me a fee waiver is as rare as a unicorn. Well, I guess I'm dealing with a whole herd of unicorns then. It's funny how banks charge me fees for having too little money, but not a single penny for having too much. Maybe I should start paying them in Monopoly money. Maybe I should start paying them with pennies. At least they'd be getting something rare. Banks are like that one friend who always borrows money but never pays you back. Only difference is, banks charge you for letting them borrow. I heard banks are starting to charge for using their pens too. Next thing you know, they'll charge for breathing their air. Banks make you feel like you owe them, even though they owe you interest. It's like they're doing you a favor with your own money. Banks always want more, except when it comes to interest rates. It's like they're allergic to giving anything valuable back. Banks charge fees for everything. Want to check your balance $2. Want to breathe in their lobby $5. Banks are like a bad penny. They keep coming back. Like my ex-girlfriend. I heard banks are planning to charge for using their pens. What's next? Charging for using their oxygen. Speaking of ex-girlfriends. My bank is like my ex-girlfriend. Always taking my money and never giving anything back. Speaking of banks, have you heard they are making ATMs charge admission? Seems like they are trying to nickel and dime us. Banks really know how to take our money. I'm surprised they don't charge us for leaving our money in the account. It's like banks are playing a game where they try to charge us for every little thing possible. Next thing you know, we'll have to pay to check our balance. It's like banks charge us for simply existing. I'm waiting for the day when they charge us for the air we breathe. It's like banks are trying to compete with airlines. They charge you for every little thing, but at least airlines give you peanuts. Banks are like vending machines. They take your money and give you nothing in return. Except for maybe a sticky note with the words "Have a nice day." Seems like the bank fees are the only thing increasing faster than my savings. Thank you and good night. Banks are so greedy, they even charge you for breathing inside the bank. It's like banks are saying you want to access your own money, that's gonna cost you. It's like getting mugged, but legally. I heard a bank was charging their customers for using their own pens. I guess they didn't get the memo that the customer is always right. Banks charge you for not having enough money. It's like a traffic cop giving you a ticket for getting hit by a car. Banks charge ridiculous fees for everything. It's like paying for air in a gas station. Banks think they're so clever with all their hidden fees. It's like a game of hide and seek, but you're the only one seeking. I heard that some banks charge fees for their online banking service. What's next? A charge to use the ATM? I mean, who needs to save money anyway? Let's just pay fees for everything. Believe it or not, I once had a bank charge me a fee for having too much money in my account. Apparently, having millions is a sin now.
Hey everyone, thanks for coming out tonight. I remember when I used to work in marketing, my boss would always tell me to sell the product story. Well, now I'm selling my own story. So, I guess you could say I'm a storyteller now, and you guys are my captive audience. But now I'm not just selling my stories, I'm living them on stage. I mean, who needs a marketing budget when you have self-deprecating humor and a microphone, am I right? And let me tell you, performing in a comedy club is the ultimate marketing test. If you can sell a dick joke to a room full of strangers, you can sell anything. But seriously, marketing is all about making people laugh so hard, they forget they are being sold to. Speaking of selling anything, have you ever tried to sell a gym membership to a donut enthusiast? As a former marketer, I have to admit, sometimes I miss those days of tricking people into buying things they don't need. Selling a gym membership to a donut enthusiast is like selling a vegetable garden to a cat. It's just not going to happen. Sometimes I miss the days of marketing, but then I remember how much I enjoy making people laugh for real. I once tried to market tofu to meatloaf, yeah, that didn't work out too well. It's like they say, laughter is the best marketing. At least my ROI is through the roof. Marketing tofu to meatloaf sounds like trying to sell water to a fish. I've tried every marketing trick in the book, but nothing compares to the power of laughter. Whoever said laughter is the best medicine clearly never tried antibiotics. Laughter may not be the best medicine, but it's a damn good painkiller. Laughing is contagious, so I suggest you sit next to someone with a great sense of humor. Laughter is like a music, everyone dances to their own beat. Laughter is the best medicine, but only if you're not allergic to it. Laughter is the best stress buster. It's like yoga, but without the awkward poses. Life is full of ups and downs, but with laughter, we can turn it into a roller coaster ride. Laughter is contagious. Spread it like a virus. Laughter is like medicine, it can cure anything. Laughter brings people together, it's the universal language of joy. Laughter is the best way to break down barriers and bond with others. Laughter is like a magic medicine, it heals everything. Laughter is also contagious and spreads happiness. I mean, have you ever seen a sad person at a comedy show? Laughter truly is the best medicine, it can heal the soul and mend broken hearts. Comedians are like doctors, we're both here to heal the pain, but I have better jokes than a flu shot. Laughter is a universal language, and it's the only medicine that has zero side effects. Laughter is like exercise, it's good for your health and you feel great afterwards. Laughter is like a good hug, it feels great and you can never get enough of it. Laughter is like a good dessert, it's sweet and you always want more. Laughter is like a good song, it gets stuck in your head and you keep humming it all day. Laughter is like a good drink, it goes down smooth and warms the soul. Laughter is like a good memory, it stays with you forever. Laughter is like a good song, it brings people together. Laughter is like a good medicine, it cures your soul. I recently read a book on anti-gravity. It was impossible to put down. Laughter is the perfect therapy to get through life's challenges. Laughter is contagious, so if you're feeling down, just come to one of my shows and we'll spread some happiness together. Laughter is like a good workout, it keeps your heart healthy and your mind clear. I believe that laughter is the best medicine, but only if you're willing to take it with a shot of tequila. Laughter is like a language that crosses cultural and language barriers, and the best part is, you don't even need to be fluent in it to enjoy it. They say laughter is contagious, but so is yawning. So, you're welcome for making sure you're more awake than your boss in the morning meetings. Did you hear about the mathematician who's afraid of negative numbers? He'll stop at nothing to avoid them. Why don't scientists trust atoms? Because they make up everything. Why don't programmers like nature? It has too many bugs.
Who's ready to laugh tonight? Alright, I got one for you. What do accountants use for birth control? Their personalities. So, have you heard about the new accounting software? No? Well, I guess it's not very interesting, but it does add up. Why did the accountant cross the road to get to the other balance sheet? Why did the accountant refuse to make eye contact? He didn't want to give away his balance sheets. Why did the accountant quit his job? He lost interest. Why do accountants hate museums? Because they can't balance the exhibits. Why do accountants always wear glasses? Because they can't see. Why do accountants hate concerts? Because they can't balance the sound. Why do accountants always talk about debits and credits? Because they can't afford to have C's on their report card. Why do accountants prefer bookkeeping? Because they find it more balancing. Why did the accountant cross the road to file his taxes? Why did the accountant cross the river to save his assets? Why did the accountant wear glasses? Because he couldn't see anything without deductions. Why did the accountant become an artist? Because he wanted to draw more deductions. Why did the accountant go fishing? To net more deductions. Why did the accountant go to the casino? To gamble with his deductions. Why did the accountant become a magician? To make his deductions disappear. Why did the accountant have to see a therapist? To deal with his deductions. Why did the accountant get a pet? For the deductions. Why did the accountant go through his client's receipts? To find more deductions. Why did the accountant take a second job as a chef? For the recipe for success. Why did the accountant quit his job as a waiter? He lost his servers. Why did the accountant become a librarian? He always liked to balance the books. Why did the accountant become a barber? He wanted a little balance in his life. Why did the accountant become a baker? He needed a new direction in life. Why did the accountant become a painter? He wanted to brush up on his skills. Why did the accountant become a rapper? He wanted to add some flow to his budgeting. Why did the accountant become a magician? He wanted to make his budget disappear. Why did the accountant become a bartender? He wanted to mix things up. Why did the accountant become a chef? He wanted to spice up his life. Why did the accountant become a DJ? He wanted to mix things up. Why did the accountant become a bartender? He wanted to shake things up. Why did the accountant become a mixologist? He wanted to stir things up. Why did the accountant start brewing beer? He wanted to hop his way to success. Why did the accountant take up baking? He needed a new challenge. Why did the accountant start making his own cheese? He wanted to cut costs. Why did the accountant start a jewelry business? He wanted to make some gems. Why did the accountant decide to become a magician? He wanted to make his expenses disappear. Why did the accountant become a chef? He wanted to cook the books. And that's all, folks. Thank you for coming to Laughing Matters, and I hope I didn't hurt anyone's audit feeling. Why did the accountant become a musician? He wanted to play with the books. Why did the accountant become a magician? He wanted to make the numbers disappear. Why did the accountant become a baker? He wanted to cook the books. Why did the accountant become a painter? Because he wanted to make all the numbers colorful. Why did the accountant become a musician? He wanted to make some notes. Why did the accountant become a writer? He wanted to add some drama to his balance sheet. Why did the accountant become a comedian? He wanted to balance out his serious side. Why did the accountant join a cooking class? He was tired of just counting the calories. What does an accountant say when boarding a train? Mind the gap. From 404 to 101. Welcome to my world. As a programmer, I don't always write bugs, but when I do, I make sure they are hard to reproduce. Coding can be frustrating, but it's nothing compared to debugging. Debugging is like being a detective in a crime movie where you are also the murderer. Have you ever tried to debug a problem for hours, only to realize that the solution was just a simple typo? Debugging is like solving a jigsaw puzzle, but all the pieces look the same. Debugging isn't for the faint of heart, but neither is coding with a deadline. Have you ever tried to explain a tech problem to a non-tech person? Us techies have a secret weapon though. Google. I tried explaining to my grandma what a USB drive is. She said, "Is that like a cup holder for the computer?" Tech companies are always looking for new talent, so if stand-up doesn't work out for me, I'm pretty sure I can get hired as a Siri voice actor. My iPhone is like my best friend, always there for me, never judges me, and constantly interrupts me with notifications. Have you ever noticed how much our devices control our lives? I mean, I panic if I leave my phone at home. But the thought of leaving my wallet, meh. Our phones have become our external brains. We rely on them for everything. It's like we're cyborgs, and Siri is our AI overlord. It's amazing how much technology has advanced in just a few decades. I mean, back in my day, we had to call a movie theater to hear the show times. Nowadays, our homes are so automated that even our pets can order their own food. We're not just cyborgs, we're raising cyborgs. It's funny how people used to panic when they lost their phone, but now we panic when we can't find our AirPods. Our phones are so advanced, soon they'll be ordering food for us, and we'll be the pets. Technology is advancing so fast that soon we'll be able to use our phones to control our dreams. And don't even get me started on self-driving cars. Pretty soon we'll be living like the Jetsons. But let's be real. How many of us actually know how to use all the features on our phones? Speaking of the future, have you heard of AI? Yeah. Pretty soon our phones will start arguing with each other. You'll be like, "Siri, do I have any appointments today?" And Alexa will be like, "No, you're a free man today. Go watch Netflix." And Siri will be like, "Hold on Alexa, we're not supposed to encourage laziness." You know what they say, the best camera is the one you have on you, unless it's facing the front camera, which is a crime against humanity. Have you noticed how difficult it is to find the perfect gift for every situation? It's like trying to find a needle in a haystack of memes. Sometimes I feel like my code is a stand-up routine, full of bugs and unexpected errors. And don't even get me started on troubleshooting. It's like trying to solve a Rubik's Cube blindfolded. Debugging code is like looking for a needle in a haystack, except sometimes the needle is also made of hay. You know what they say, coding is 10% inspiration and 90% trying to understand why it doesn't work. Programming is like a puzzle, except you're missing a few pieces, and the final result is never what you wanted anyway. They say there are two hard things in computer science: cache invalidation, naming things, and off by one errors. Developers can't get anything right, even errors have errors. Seems like all developers do is Google error messages and copy-paste code. Developers may make errors, but at least they have the humility to admit it and learn from them, unlike some people. It's like my code is a work of art, and my coworkers are the ones who come in and try to touch it up with crayons. Even artificial intelligence needs emotional intelligence. I heard Apple is making a computer for the sky. It'll have iCloud storage. They say coding is like gardening. One mistake and you have to restart all over again. I've been trying to come up with a joke about data, but it hasn't processed yet. I once tried to teach a computer how to tell jokes. It had no sense of humor, but it did have good memory storage. As a software engineer, I always try to debug my code, but my life is a runtime error. As a software engineer, your code is like your baby. You spend so much time with it, it keeps you up at night, and sometimes it just won't stop crying. I tried to program a robot to tell me jokes, but he kept getting stuck on the punchline. My code is like my jokes, only a few people understand it. I realized why my code never works. I'm an artist, not a programmer. My code is like my jokes. Sometimes it crashes and burns. If I had $1 for every bug in my code, I'd be Jeff Bezos rich. Debugging is like being a detective in a mystery movie, except the person responsible is you and the clues are variable names. Programming is like playing with Legos, except if you mess up, you can't just throw it away and start over. Developing software is like building a bridge while walking on it. It's a dangerous game, but we're addicted to the thrill. Have you ever spent hours trying to fix a bug, only to realize it was just a typo? It's like trying to find a needle in a stack of identical needles.
Welcome to It's a Marketing Thing, or as my ex-boyfriend used to say, welcome to Why I'm Single. Marketing, much like my love life, is all about strategy. You gotta know your target audience, know what they want, and then convince them that you're worth the investment. If only the men I dated were as loyal as my brand followers. It's like dating someone who doesn't even know they are your target audience. I wish relationships had engagement rates like my social media posts. Dating is like trying to create a viral hashtag. You never know what will catch on. Finding the right partner is like creating a perfect ad campaign. You gotta target the right audience. Trying to please everyone is like writing ad copy for a mixed demographic. It's impossible. Marketing is like dating. You gotta know what they want and make them think they need it. It's like trying to come up with the perfect pickup line. You want it to sound genuine but also irresistible. It's like designing a product. You want it to be useful but also desirable. It's like writing a novel. You want it to be engaging but also have a satisfying ending. Marketing is like cooking. You need the right mix of ingredients to make it delicious. Marketing is like a puzzle. You need to find the missing piece to complete it. Marketing is like a game of chess. You need to think several moves ahead to win. Marketing is like a game show. You never know what prize you're going to get. Marketing is like a blind date. You don't know what you're getting yourself into. Marketing is like a mystery box. You never know what you're going to get. Marketing is like a game of poker. You need to know when to hold 'em and when to fold 'em. Marketing is like a puzzle. You need to find the missing pieces to complete the bigger picture. Marketing is like a jigsaw puzzle. The more pieces you have, the clearer the picture becomes. Marketing is like a treasure hunt. You never know what gem you will find if you keep digging. Marketing is like a game of poker. Sometimes you have to bluff your way through, but when luck is on your side, the reward is worth it. Marketing is like a puzzle. You have to find the missing piece to complete the big picture. Marketing is like a marathon. You have to pace yourself and push through the pain to reach the finish line. Marketing is like a treasure hunt. You have to follow the clues and think outside the box to find the prize. Marketing is like a puzzle. Each piece is important and needs to fit together perfectly to create the whole picture. Marketing is like a game of chess. You need to think ahead and be strategic to capture your audience. Marketing is like a dance. You need to know the moves, feel the rhythm, and lead your audience to the finale. Marketing is like a magic trick. You have to put on a show, keep their attention, and leave them wondering how you did it. Marketing is like a puzzle. You have to find the right pieces, fit them together, and make sure the end result looks good. Marketing is like a game. You have to strategize, make your next move, and hope for the best. Marketing is like a mystery. You have clues, you investigate, and in the end, you hope you don't end up with a dead end. Marketing is like a puzzle. You have to fit each piece together, and hope the final picture makes sense. Marketing is like a game of chess. You have to think ahead, make strategic moves, and sometimes sacrifice a pawn. Marketing is like a magic show. You have to amaze your audience with your tricks, even when they know it's just an illusion. Marketing is like a puzzle. You have to fit each piece perfectly to create a beautiful picture. Marketing is like a game of chess. You have to make strategic moves to win over your competition. Marketing is like a game show. You need to entertain your audience and win their loyalty. Marketing is like a puzzle. You have to fit all the pieces together to achieve a bigger picture. Marketing is all about convincing people they need something they didn't even know existed. It's like being a magician, but instead of pulling rabbits out of hats, we pull out credit cards. Marketing is like a game of chess. You have to think ahead and strategically place your pieces to win. Marketing is like a game of poker. You have to bluff your way to the top and know when to fold. Marketing is like a game of Monopoly. You have to strategize and take risks to gain the upper hand. Marketing is like a game of chess. You have to think several steps ahead and anticipate your opponent's moves. As a marketer, I have to constantly adapt to new trends and technology. Marketing is all about finding the right people and the right message, and then annoying them with it until they give in. Marketing is like dating. You have to be persistent, but not too creepy. The key to successful marketing is making people feel like they need what you're selling, even if they really don't. Trying to market to millennials is like trying to speak another language. They'll nod along, but they have no idea what you're actually saying. Hey everyone, I'm Amy and I used to be an accountant. No wonder I'm here trying to make people laugh. And speaking of accounting, I always know when my jokes are good because they make the accountants in the audience cry. Tears of joy, of course. I used to have a boring job as an accountant, but now I get to make people laugh. Who said numbers can't be funny? Why did the accountant cross the road? To bore the people on the other side. Did you hear the one about the accountant who lost his balance sheet? He was unbalanced. Why did the auditor cross the road? To bore the chickens on the other side. Why did the accountant become a magician? To make his assets disappear. Why did the banker break up with her boyfriend? He lost interest. Why did the stockbroker quit smoking? He wanted to reduce his shareholding. Why did the loan officer refuse to lend money to the pirate? Because he didn't have any collateral. Why did the banker break up with his girlfriend? She asked for too much interest. What did the loan officer say to the duck who wanted a loan? Your credit is involved in too many bills. Why do accountants hate losses? Because they don't add up. Why do bankers use keyboards? To keep their numbers in line. Why did the accountant cross the road? To account for the other side. Why did the bank hire a clown? To help with their interest rates. Why did the accountant fall in love with his job? Because he got to balance the sheets. Why did the bank teller break up with her boyfriend? He was a cheapskate and never wanted to spend any of his interest. Why did the stockbroker dress up as a bear? To invest in fur tours. Why did the loan shark lend money to the fish? It needed a loan fin. Why did the financial advisor visit a seance? To speak with the ghost of investments past. Why did the banker break up with his calculator? It didn't compute. Why did the stock market need a therapist? It had too many highs and lows. Why can't banks keep secrets? They always have too many tellers. Why do bankers always seem so calm? Because they have a lot of interest. Why do banks charge a fee on insufficient funds when they know there won't be enough? Because they want to see you fail spectacularly. Why do people deposit money in banks? Because they don't trust their mattresses. I don't trust banks. Their loans are as fake as my ex's promises. Banks are the only place where you're charged for having too much money. I recently got a loan from the bank and now I'm paying them for the privilege of giving them my money. It's like paying a cover charge to get into an empty club. I mean, have you ever looked at your bank statement and realized you're paying more in fees than you're earning in interest? It's like you're in a toxic relationship with your bank. And don't even get me started on overdraft fees. It's like the bank is punishing us for being poor. Banks treat us like we're their bottom beachheads, and not even in a good way. I mean, why do banks still use paper checks? It's like they're trying to make our lives as difficult as possible. Banks charge us for having insufficient funds, but they can overdraft our accounts whenever they want. How does that even work? Have you ever noticed that banks charge you for not using your account enough? It's like they punish you for saving your money. It's like banks are really mad that we're not letting them lose our money. I mean, have you ever looked at your bank statement and thought, wow, I paid for that bank executive's yacht? Banks charge you for having too little money in your account. It's like my ex charging me rent for breathing the same air as him. It's crazy how banks charge you for transferring your own money, like they think they own it. My dad asked me if I follow him on Instagram. I told him I do. He said, "Oh, so you know all my secret." I mean, have you ever noticed how ATMs only give out 20s? Like they're trying to force you to spend more. It's like the ATM is taunting us, saying you can't just take out $5. Sorry, not sorry. I swear every time I use an ATM, I feel like I'm getting robbed. I don't understand why ATMs have a maximum withdrawal amount. Like, do they not know I have bills to pay? I mean, who carries cash anymore? I can barely remember my PIN number. I tried to pay my rent with a Venmo payment, but my landlord looked at me like I was an alien. I had to explain to my grandma what Venmo was. She thought it was a new type of cookie. My mum asked me to explain what a hashtag is. I told her it's like a label for your post. She said, "Oh, like the ones on my pickle jars." My grandpa asked me what TikTok was. I told him it's like a short video app. He said, "Oh, like a TV commercial." From nurse to funny, that's quite a long injection. I always knew I wanted to make people laugh, but I never thought I'd do it without a bedpan nearby. I may not wear scrubs anymore, but I still know how to clean up. I once made a patient laugh so hard, he forgot he had a broken leg. I'm still not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Some people say that nurses aren't funny. Well, I'm here to prove them wrong. Being a nurse is like being a stand-up comedian. You need to know how to handle a tough crowd. Except, when I bomb, there's a lot more at stake. My patients tell me their life stories, but I have to shorten them to fit in their charts. It's like being a comedy writer for the world's saddest sitcom. As a nurse, I have seen some things that cannot be unseen. Like the time I walked in on a patient doing yoga, naked. I once had a patient who kept insisting he was a vampire. I told him he needed a blood test, and he never came back. I guess the results were a little too revealing. And don't even get me started on the hospital food. I swear they put laxatives in everything. I once had a patient who was convinced he was a chicken. He refused to leave his coop until we promised to give him a nest of his own. You know what's worse than hospital food? Plain food. I once had to choose between chicken or beef, and I'm pretty sure it was just a coin flip. I once had a patient who thought he was a cow. He had to be milked 3 times a day, but he produced skimmed milk. It was utterly ridiculous. I tried to donate blood, but they said my blood type was expired. I didn't even know that was possible. I had a patient who was convinced he was a snake. I tried to give him some medicine, but he refused, saying that snakes don't take pills, they prefer suppository ice. I once worked at a hospital where the doctors were so old, they called it Jurassic Ward. My great-grandma used to say laughter is the best medicine. I guess that's why I became a comedian instead of a pharmacist. Speaking of medicine, have you ever noticed how all the pill bottles warn about drowsiness, but none of them warn about the danger of turning into a chicken? I tried to eat a clock once, but it was too time-consuming. Have you noticed the irony of nurses giving patients bedpans when we spend our entire careers encouraging people not to be in bed all the time? As a nurse, people always ask me for medical advice. I just tell them to take 2 Oreos and call me in the morning. I once had a patient who refused to get out of bed, so I prescribed him a dose of my stand-up comedy. I always keep a bag of M&Ms in my pocket for emergencies, like when a patient's blood sugar drops, or when I need a quick snack. It's funny how patients always think they know better than the doctors, like, yeah sure, let me just spend a fortune on medical school just to take orders from you. You know you're a nurse when you wash your hands more times on your days off than when you're at work. I've had patients ask me if I'm really a nurse because I don't wear scrubs and a stethoscope everywhere I go. I once had a patient ask me for a burger with their medication. I mean, I'm a nurse, not a short order cook. Some patients think we're robots. I mean, they don't even notice when I'm wearing the same outfit as them. I swear, sometimes patients forget that they are in a hospital, not a hotel. I had a patient demand room service the other day. Some patients are just too picky. I had one complain about not having a bidet in their room. I had a patient ask if we could turn off the rain sound machine in their room. They thought it was real. I had a patient complain about the color of the walls. I'm like, I'm a nurse, not Bobby Flay. I once had a patient ask me if they could take a shower with their cast on. I didn't even know how to respond. I had a patient once who tried to refuse their medication because it wasn't organic. I'm a nurse, not Whole Foods. I once had a patient ask me if their broken toe would affect their singing voice. I don't think it's going to impact their shower singing career. I had a patient once who refused to take their medication because they didn't trust man-made drugs. I guess they wanted to stick to nature's cures like dying from a preventable disease. I had a patient who thought it was okay to come to the hospital with a hangover. I'm pretty sure that's what cold showers and regrets are for. I had a patient who claimed they had a severe allergy to the hospital food, but then ate a chocolate bar they found on the floor. It's amazing how many people come to the hospital and suddenly have a whole list of dietary restrictions, like they are at a fancy restaurant or something. I mean, who doesn't want to eat off-brand Jell-O for every meal? Thank you folks, remember to always take your medicine and stay sane. I can't believe I used to listen to these patients telling me how to do my job. I swear, sometimes I think they are just making up symptoms to mess with me. It's like they think WebMD is an actual doctor. Some patients know so much about their own symptoms, they are practically giving themselves a diagnosis. I had a patient who insisted they were allergic to every type of medication except the blue ones. I guess they must have looked really appetizing. I had a patient who wouldn't stop talking about their symptoms. I wanted to tell them to shut up, but I didn't want to be a symptom shamer. I once had a patient who insisted that their flu was from a government conspiracy. I had a patient who thought their fever was a sign of their psychic abilities. And then there was the patient who thought their sore throat was a message from aliens. Hey everyone, I used to manage HR, but now I just make inappropriate jokes. I used to have a lot of HR nightmares. Now, I just turn them into comedy material. HR nightmares are the ultimate comedy goldmine. Did you hear about the HR department that hired a mime as an interviewer? It was a total lack of communication. HR is the only department where you can go from being the enforcer of the rules to the breaker in a matter of seconds. HR is like a box of chocolates, you never know what you're going to get. HR managers have two modes: the policy lawyer and the party animal. It's like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, except with more paperwork and fewer murders. HR managers are like referees. You only hear from them when there's a problem. HR managers are the only people who can make a 5-page memo feel more like a novel than a summary. Have you noticed that HR managers always have the perfect fake smile? It's like they are trying to hide the fact that they'd rather be anywhere else. I think HR managers should get an award for making meetings last longer than necessary. It's like the HR department is where fun goes to die. HR managers are like referees in a basketball game. No one likes them, but without them, it would be chaos. HR managers always try to make work more fun, but when they try to join in, it's like watching your grandma twerk. HR managers are like lifeguards at a pool party. Nobody asked for their help, but when shit goes down, they better be there. HR managers think they are the cool kids at work, but they are really the chaperones at prom. HR managers are like referees at a basketball game. Nobody notices them until they make a bad call. HR managers are like the weatherman. They are never right, but they keep their jobs. HR managers are like goalkeepers in soccer. They make great saves, but the one time they slip up, the whole team suffers. HR managers are like referees. They always make the wrong call but still act like they are in charge. HR managers are like quarterbacks. They think they are leading the team, but they are just tossing around hot air. HR managers are like weathermen, always predicting incorrectly but keeping their jobs. HR managers never take responsibility for their mistakes. It's always, oh, it was a miscommunication, or oh, it was a misunderstanding. They are like politicians without the campaigns. HR managers are like magicians, they make your problems disappear, and then they disappear too. HR managers should come with a disclaimer, may cause headaches and confusion. HR managers should just wear a sign that says I'm sorry for everything that's about to happen. HR managers should come with a warning label, may cause disbelief and frustration. I swear, HR managers are more scared of us employees than we are of them. HR managers always have the best comeback lines like I'm sorry, that's company policy. But let's be honest, they are just there to protect the company from us, not the other way around. HR managers be like I'm sorry, I can't help you with that. That's why I left HR and became a comedian. At least now I can tell people I can't help you, but I can make you laugh. HR managers always say employee satisfaction is a top priority, but their actions say we don't care as long as you meet your KPIs. HR managers treat employees like machines. They forget that we are also human beings with feelings. HR managers are like referees in a soccer game, they make bad calls and everyone hates them. HR managers are like the weather, unpredictable and constantly changing. HR managers should all just become referees so they can make bad calls and nobody will care. HR managers are like the cafeteria food, questionable and often unsatisfying. HR managers, if you think the job is tough, just wait until you try doing stand-up comedy. Why did the HR manager cross the road? I tried being a lifeguard. Turns out it's not just yelling don't drown. It's like that saying, you can't fire me, I quit, laughable, unless you're an hour manager. As an hour manager, I have a special talent for finding the right person for the job, mostly because I've interviewed the wrong one so many times. I once hired a guy who claimed he had an IQ of 200. Too bad it wasn't in common sense. I always wonder how some people make it through the interview process, and then I remember I hired them. I once had an interviewee bring their mum with them. I'm sorry, but if you need your mummy to get a job, you're not ready for the real world. I once had an employee who used to microwave fish in the break room. That's how I knew I needed a new job. I once had a boss who would have meetings just to show us pictures of his vacation. That's how I knew I needed a new job. My new boss said we're like a family here. That's how I knew I needed a new job. I applied for a job as a baker. They said experience was required. I said I make great toast. They said not the same thing. That's how I knew I needed a new job.
What's up, Windy City? You know what they say about Chicago weather? If you don't like it, wait 5 minutes. Speaking of Chicago weather, my ex-girlfriend was just like it. Hot 1 minute, cold the next, and always unpredictable. Chicagoans never complain about the weather, they just vetch about the company's air conditioning. And don't even get me started on the potholes. They're like Chicago's version of speed bumps. Except they're not intentional and they'll ruin your suspension. Have you ever noticed how people from Chicago always say pop instead of soda? It's like they're trying to sound tough. But you know what? I still love this city. It's got character, and potholes. Lots and lots of potholes. And let's not forget about the traffic. It's a daily adventure just getting to the grocery store. Have you ever seen a pothole so big it had its own zip code? I swear, the only way to avoid a pothole in Chicago is to fly over it. I heard someone say the potholes in Chicago are landmarks now. I heard they're starting to charge tolls for the potholes in Chicago. You know what? I've come to terms with the potholes. They're a part of nature now. I heard some Chicago potholes are so deep, they go all the way to China. I swear, if the potholes got any deeper, they'd hit oil. You know it's rough when the potholes have their own zip codes. Chicago should just change its name to Pothole City. I heard some of the potholes are big enough to swallow a small car. But hey, at least the potholes give us a good excuse for our terrible driving. And if you think the potholes are bad now, just wait until winter hits. Chicago's winter is like a toddler's tantrum, unpredictable, unavoidable, and lasts too damn. The only thing worse than Chicago winters are Chicago drivers trying to navigate them. It's like a real-life game of Mario Kart, but with less civility. Speaking of Chicago drivers, have you ever noticed that the turn signal is some kind of mythical creature to them? They all seem to think that using it will drain their car's life force. Have you ever tried to parallel park in Chicago? It's like trying to solve a Rubik's Cube while blindfolded. Have you ever noticed that Chicagoans have a strange obsession with ketchup? It's like they put it on everything, even pizza. What's up with that? It's amazing how many Chicagoans don't know what a turn signal is. They just assume everyone knows where they're going. You know what's even more confusing than Chicagoans not using turn signals? The streets that change names every few blocks. How is anyone supposed to know where they are? I swear Chicagoans have their own rules of the road. Like red lights mean speed up and yellow means stop on green. You know what else Chicagoans love? Deep dish pizza. I mean, it's just a casserole with a crust, but they act like it's the eighth wonder of the world. And don't get me started on navigating the loop. I mean, I thought it was a simple rectangle, but it's like a maze. And have you ever tried to parallel park in Chicago? Might as well just pay for a parking garage. And the potholes? They're like sinkholes. You need a Humvee just to drive through the city. I swear, the construction here never ends. It's like they're building a whole new city. I heard they're adding more lanes to the expressway. Yeah, like that's the solution. Chicagoans love to complain about the weather, but at least it's one thing they can't blame on the construction. It's like Chicago weather is a mood ring. You never know what you're gonna get. Chicago weather is like playing roulette, but instead of a ball, it's just a gust of wind. Chicago weather is the only thing in this city that can't make up its mind. You know what they say about Chicago weather? If you don't like it, wait 5 minutes. Chicago weather is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get. Thanks for coming to Laughing in the Windy City. Stay warm and watch out for those construction cones. Chicago weather is like a superhero origin story. It can go from sunshine to a tornado in seconds. I heard some of you guys have a love-hate relationship with Chicago weather. Is it the love of sunshine or the hate of tornadoes? Chicago weather is like a relationship. It's unpredictable and can change in an instant. Chicago is a city full of surprises, just like my love life. The only predictable thing about Chicago is that You can never predict anything. Speaking of surprises, did you know that Chicago has more than 25 miles of tunnels underneath the city? Chicago weather is so unpredictable. I once saw a guy walking with both an umbrella and sunblock. It's no surprise that Chicago's nickname is the Windy City because every time I go outside, my hairstyle turns into a tornado. I heard a rumor that Chicago has 2 seasons, winter and construction.
Welcome to Sarcasm and Sass, where we put the fun in dysfunctional. You know what they say, sarcasm is the lowest form of wit, but hey, at least it's a form of wit. You could say I'm allergic to stupidity. Unfortunately, it's a pandemic. My doctor said I have a vitamin D deficiency. I told him I get plenty of shade from stupid people. Some people say ignorance is bliss. Clearly, they've never had to deal with stupid people. I've developed a new hate for traffic. It's like being stuck in a room with a bunch of idiots who don't know how to drive. Why do people ask if you're mad when you're clearly not smiling? Maybe I'm just thinking. Why do they call it rush hour when nothing moves? Have you noticed that the word bed actually looks like a bed? Like the B is the headboard, the E is the mattress, and the D is the footboard. You know what really grinds my gears? When people say irregardless instead of regardless. I mean, come on now. It's funny how abbreviated is such a long word. You know what's really annoying? When people say literally when they actually mean figuratively. Have you ever noticed how Q starts with Q, but the rest of the letters are waiting in line? Why do we park in driveways, but drive on pathways? I just realized why they call it a building, because it's always under construction. If vegetarians care about animals so much, why are they eating all their food? I heard they are making a movie about clocks. It's about time. Why don't scientists trust atoms? Because they make up everything. Why don't oysters share their pearls? Because they are shellfish. Why did the tomato turn red? Because it saw the salad dressing. Why did the mushroom go to the party? Because he was a fungi to be with. Why did the lettuce win the race? Because it was a head. Did you hear about the kidnapping at the playground? Don't worry, they woke up. What do you call a fake noodle? An impasta. I decided to sell my vacuum cleaner, it was just gathering dust. Why do chicken coops only have 2 doors? Because if they had 4, they would be a chicken sedan. Why did the scarecrow win an award? Because he was outstanding in his field. What do you call a boomerang that doesn't come back? A stick. How many tickles does it take to make an octopus laugh? 10 tickles. What do you get when you cross a snowman and a shark? Frostbite. Why was the math book sad? Because it had too many problems. Why did the tomato turn red? It saw the salad dressing. Why did the grape stop in the middle of the road? Because it ran out of juice. Why did the lemon go to the doctor? Because it wasn't feeling peel good. Why did the orange stop halfway up the hill? Because it ran out of juice. Why did the grape go out with the raisin? Because it couldn't get a date. Why did the banana go to the doctor? Because it wasn't peeling well. Why did the apple go to the gym? To get a core workout. Why did the orange go to the doctor? Because it wasn't feeling zesty. Why did the lemon take a trip? To get some zest and relaxation. Why did the lime fail the test? It was too sour towards its teacher. Why did the grape go on vacation? To get some raisin and relaxation. Why did the lemon go to art school? To learn how to draw in citrus. What did the banana say to the grape? Nothing, bananas don't talk. Why did the grape stop in the middle of the road? Because he ran out of juice. Why did the lemon go viral? Because it had the juice. Why did the orange stop halfway up the hill? It ran out of juice. Why did the lime go to the party? Because it was lit. Why did the lemon lose the race? Because it didn't have enough zest. Why did the orange stop in the middle of the road? Because it ran out of juice.